Have you ever watched The Two Towers and thought, I wonder how accurate this is to the original books? Well, wonder no more, because in this video, I've compiled every episode from season 2 of my series, Movies vs. Manuscripts, in which I found every change, revision, and omission that Peter Jackson made to the second film in his epic trilogy. With over 262 deviations from Tolkien's original text, odds are you'll learn things today about the original story that you never knew before, and you might grow a deeper appreciation for both the book and the film. Just a heads up, I have already completed season 1 of the series, which covered the Fellowship of the Ring. So if you want to catch up on any episodes you've missed, I'll link the series playlist in the description. Then once you're done with that and this compilation, you can check out The Return of the King, which I'm about halfway through as of posting this video. But anyway, that being said, let's dive into this mega analysis and cover these 262 changes. The movie opens with a flashback of Gandalf falling on the bridge of Khazad-dûm and plunging into darkness as he battles the Balrog all the way to the center of the mountain. However, as soon as they hit the water, Frodo wakes up from his sleep and we realize that this flashback was just a dream. We then cut to Sam and Frodo rappelling down a cliffside using Sam's trusty rope that he got from Galadriel. While they are climbing down, a tiny box falls from Sam's pack and Sam yells for Frodo to catch it. Frodo does, but in the process, he slips and falls out of sight into the fog below. Sam yells after him, but realizes that Frodo landed safely at the bottom as they were only a few feet from the end of their climb. They then share a heartfelt moment as Frodo realizes that he caught a box of seasoning from the Shire. Sam says that it's the best salt there is, and Frodo laughs at him, but then agrees that it is important as it's a little bit of home. They then regretfully stare up at the rope as it's now stuck on the cliffside and will be assigned to anyone following them. Sam says it won't be coming down anytime soon as it's one of his knots, and he gives the rope a tug. At this, the rope unknots itself and falls to the ground. We then cut to the duo walking up a hill and seeing Mordor in the distance. They are discouraged as they admit that they are lost and don't know how to escape the rocky hillsides. They then sit down and eat some lembas bread, and just as Sam tries to lighten the mood, they see rain clouds in the distance and we cut to them sitting and pouring rain. As they're sitting in the rain, Frodo looks up and notices something watching them in the distance, but puts it out of his mind. We then cut to them walking through the terrain again and noticing that they're going in circles. Sam then says that there must be a nasty bog nearby as he can smell something foul, and Frodo tells him that they aren't alone. The scene then cuts to them lying on the ground with their eyes closed, and we finally get our first full sight of Gollum, as the creature slowly crawls down near them and reaches his hand out to Frodo. But his plan backfires suddenly as the two hobbits jump up and pull him to the ground. They begin to fight and wrestle, with Sam getting bitten in the process and Gollum nearly getting the ring on his finger. But the fight quickly ends as Frodo finally comes to his senses and pulls out Sting, holding it up to Gollum's throat. The movie then cuts to the next day as the hobbits continue walking through Emyn Muil with Gollum tied to a rope behind them. Gollum is screaming and yelling as he says the rope is causing him pain, and this leads Frodo to let him go, but only after they share a moment of Gollum pledging his loyalty to the Master of the Ring. Gollum runs off, leading them out of the rocky maze, and we continue to hear his inner dialogue talking about how he doesn't want to go back to Mordor where he was tortured. He screams at the hobbits randomly and then darts off where they can't see him. Sam is convinced that he's abandoned them and will throttle them in their sleep now, but suddenly Gollum pops his head up and tells them to continue to follow him. Frodo and a reluctant Sam then continue to follow Gollum as he leads them to Mordor. And that is where scenes end for this week. Now before we continue on to the changes, I need to clarify something. If you've been watching this series, you'll know that the Fellowship of the Ring movie essentially follows the books chapter by chapter, except for the exclusion of some events like the Tom Bombadil chapters. But now that we are to the Two Towers, don't expect the same order. You see, Tolkien technically wrote 6 books, not 3, 2 books per title. This helped him break up some of the stories of the different parts of the Fellowship, especially now that they've broken up. So technically, the first book of the Two Towers focuses on Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli as they chase the Uruk-hai who have Merry and Pippin. Then once we get to book 2 of the Two Towers, we rewind and get to see what Sam and Frodo are doing on their part of the journey. So today, we aren't starting from chapter 1 of the Two Towers, but actually starting from chapter 12, which is the first chapter of the second book. Next week, once we get to the scenes of Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli chasing the Uruk-hai, we will then jump back to book 1 of the Two Towers. Okay, now that that's been cleared up, let's dive into our changes, starting with characters. There is actually one missing character in the scene, although he's not named, as in the book we are told that there is a Nazgul flying overhead, which I will explain more in the plot changes. Other than that, it's just Gollum, Sam, and Frodo. And honestly, for much of the future episodes with just these people in the scenes, there might not be a lot of character changes, as Tolkien really only has Gollum, Sam, and Frodo in these exchanges. For timeline changes, there isn't much of a difference. Simply put, a lot of their conversations they have with Gollum during the day after his sneak attack is actually had the same night when they capture him in the book. Not a huge change, but I am curious as to why Peter Jackson changed it for the film. Comment below if you think you know why. As for location, there are no changes as the entirety of the scenes take place in the hills of Emyn Muil. Finally, let's address the plot changes for these scenes. There are quite a few, as Peter Jackson took many creative liberties with this sequence, but before you make up your mind on which version is the best, let's go through all of the differences. As always, be sure to check out the link in my description for your free trial of Audible, as I can't take the time to dive into each line of dialogue spoken. So if you want to relive these moments word for word in a whole new way, I highly recommend Andy Serkis's narration of The Two Towers. Alright, let's jump into the changes. To start, we need to briefly touch on the flashback scene at the opening of the movie. They make it seem like Frodo dreamt of Gandalf's fall with the Balrog, but he doesn't have that dream in the book. However, the depiction of this event is pretty accurate, as later on Gandalf gives his account of what happened, and it is almost identical. Also, it isn't totally out of left field for the movie to have Frodo dream this, as previously Frodo did dream of Gandalf trapped on Orthanc in the first book, so there is sort of this precedent for these vision dreams that Frodo would have. Next, we come to the rope scene, which is very different in the book. If you saw my episode on Galadriel's gifts to the Fellowship, you'll know that Sam was gifted a rope in the movie, however in the book that wasn't the case. He was actually gifted a box of soil from Galadriel's personal garden, along with a single Malorn tree nut inside, which he'll use later on at the end of the entire trilogy. Why do I bring this up? Well, because they swapped out the box of soil for a rope in the movie, they needed to highlight the use of the rope later on. In the book, the rope is used, but it definitely isn't a focus of that moment, as in the book, Frodo nearly dies on a cliffside and a Nazgul even flies overhead during a thunderstorm, so there's a lot more going on. Here's what really happened. In the book, the two hobbits eventually do come to a cliff at the end of one of their paths through Emyn Muil. The only options are to turn back or to figure out a way down the cliff, so they look down the steep slope and Frodo decides that they must try to scramble down it. Sam, who is reluctant to do it, says that he must go first as it would be unwise for him to go second, for if he would fall, he would take Frodo out with him. Frodo admires his bravery but tells him that he will go first and then shout back at him once he makes it down. Just like in the movie, they can't see the bottom, but unlike the movie, they don't use the rope yet. Frodo swings his legs over the edge, finds a small lip of rock to put his toes on, but as he is telling Sam what he's doing, the oncoming storm rushes towards them. Lightning strikes the ravine, and there is a loud crash of thunder, and they hear the shrill shriek of the Nazgul, which chills them to their bones. The loud noise and sudden rush of wind knocks Frodo off his ledge, and he falls into the fog and mist below, out of Sam's sight. Sam, who is still at the top and hasn't started climbing yet, keeps yelling down to where Frodo fell, worried that he's fallen to his death. But to his shock and delight, Sam hears the voice of Frodo below calling back to him, telling him that everything is alright, although he cannot see. As it turns out, there was a larger ledge just a few feet below where Frodo fell, although they could not see it. The wind from the storm had pressed Frodo against the rock and kept him from falling down the cliff further. Unfortunately, Frodo seemed struck with blindness for some unexplained reason, and Sam yelled for him to come back up, although Frodo could not due to his impaired vision. Suddenly, rain comes pouring down, and Sam decides that he must go down to where Frodo is. After yelling to Frodo that he would be down shortly, Frodo shouts back for him not to come and that it would be useless without a rope. It is at this moment that Sam is struck with the realization that he's forgotten he brought one of the coils of rope from the elven boats. He chastises himself for being so stupid and forgetting it in a time of need like this, and then he uses the rope to haul Frodo back to the top. Now realizing that they have rope, Frodo is determined to get off the cliff face and out of the open, and he takes the rope and they use it to get down the cliff while the storm begins to subside. This leads into the next change, which is that it's actually Sam who points out the rope will give away their path and location to Gollum or anyone else who's following them. After they get down from the cliff, Frodo sees Sam staring back up at the cliff face, and Sam then gets upset that his beautiful rope is now lost. Plus, he points out that it's a clear signpost for Gollum to follow where they've been. Frodo then points out that it was the only way they would get down, so it had to be done. Sam then goes up and tugs on the rope longingly, and to his surprise, it comes loose and falls down. Frodo then says that it must have been a loose knot or broke at the top, but Sam says confidently that his knots were the best in the Shire. Sam then says that he thinks the rope came to him when he called for it, as it is elven rope. Also, I need to add it to the list of changes as I mentioned it previously, which is that a flying Nazgul went overhead while Frodo and Sam were having their cliff dilemma. In the movie, we don't get the Nazgul scouting in the sky until they're in the marshes with Gollum. Next, the box of salt from the Shire isn't in the book. People say that the box of salt is meant to replicate the box of soil Sam receives from Galadriel and Lothlorien. I think they're quite different, but I get that they communicate a similar sentiment. Both the box of soil and the box of salt give hope of a return journey and give our heroes a taste of home. Next, Sam isn't too fond of the lembas bread at this point in their journey, and says he really would like a normal piece of bread and some beer. However, in the movie, he is the one who is positive and says that the lembas bread is actually good. As we know from Gimli back in Lothlorien, the bread was tastier than most bread in the entirety of Middle-earth. But it makes total sense that after eating it every day for weeks, you would probably get sick of it. Now we have our final change before we get to Gollum's involvement in these scenes, which is that Frodo doesn't see the Eye of Sauron while they are walking through the rocky Emyn Muil. However, this is simply Peter Jackson and his team giving visual representation to some of Frodo's feelings. During one of their conversations, Frodo tells Sam that he wishes they could get away from these hills, as there is nothing blocking the way between the shadow of Mordor and them. He says that there is an eye in that land. I don't think he meant a literal eye like what we see in the movie, but rather he just feels very exposed even from a long way off, as he feels the enemy can see them over the flat plains on the rocky hilltops. Alright, so now we finally come to Gollum's part in this chapter, which is drastically different from what the movie shows. So here's what actually happens in the book. First, Sam and Frodo see Gollum climbing down a cliff face like a spider before they go to sleep one night, and most important to note is that Gollum doesn't know they are there. At that point, it has been a couple days since they have seen Gollum, and Sam is confident that their trip down the cliff with the rope will give Gollum quite a bit of trouble. As we know in the movie, Gollum is well aware of their location, even after the rope bit, and he even comes close to attacking them that night. Anyway, in the book, that night they spot a slinking figure climbing down like a spider on the cliff, and as it gets closer, they can hear Gollum talking to himself about how he must be cautious so he doesn't fall, and about how he hates the moonlight. Sam and Frodo hide beside a boulder so Gollum can't see them, and are not asleep on the ground like it shows in the movie. Once Gollum gets about a dozen feet above the ground, he begins to try to turn around at a tricky part of the climb, but suddenly they hear a shriek as Gollum slips and falls to the ground. In a flash, Sam goes from their hiding place to where Gollum falls and jumps on the creature, but Tolkien writes that he gets more than he bargained for, as Gollum quickly wrestles Sam and wraps his legs and arms around him, pinning him to the ground. Quickly, Frodo leaps from his hiding spot and draws out Sting, grabbing Gollum's head, pointing his eyes to the moon, and pressing Sting against his neck. Of course, another small change, given that Gollum never tries to sneak up on them while they sleep, is that Gollum never tries to take the ring from Frodo. The movie shows him literally touching the ring and almost slipping it on his finger, but that is totally fabricated to add tension to the fight. The next few changes we have all relate to Gollum's dialogue, as they move things around quite a bit in the movie, as I mentioned in the timeline section. They show some of the dialogue the following day, but in the chapter, their entire conversation happens that same night that they catch Gollum. First, Frodo tells Gollum that he will show them the way to Mordor the same night that they captured him, not the next day as they're dragging him along. Second, in the movie, they show Gollum talking to himself about how awful Mordor is as he is showing them the way out of Emyn Muil. But in the book, he outright tells him his thoughts about Mordor the night that they capture him, and protests quite a bit about leading them there. Also, that night after they finish their discussion, Gollum says that they'll have to wait for the moon to go down a little before they begin to travel, and so the hobbits put their backs against the cliff face and watch Gollum. After some time, Gollum goes to sleep, or at least acts like he has. Frodo and Sam then share a look and go to sleep as well, or at least pretend to for Gollum's sake. After Gollum thinks that they're asleep, he springs up from his spot and leaps away to escape, but Sam and Frodo, who knew this would happen, jump on him before he can go another step. That is when they finally decide to put the elven rope on him to keep him from running. I think Peter Jackson combined this moment and then their original capture of Gollum to get the scene that we see in the movie. Next, in regard to the rope, they tie the rope around his ankle, not his neck. Sam wanted to put the rope around his neck, but Frodo, being the merciful master that he is, tells Sam to tie it around his ankle instead, as he needs both his hands and legs to walk. Finally, the last thing I noticed was Gollum's oath to Frodo. I'm not sure if this is so much a change as it is just a note from Sam in the book, but I think it's worth mentioning as it really isn't conveyed in the movie. When Gollum is speaking to Frodo about the ring and swearing to obey the Master of the Precious, Sam notices that in this moment Frodo seems to grow and Gollum shrinks at his feet. This is one of the very few moments, if not the only moment, that Frodo actually takes on some of the power of the ring. As we know, the One Ring was the ruling ring. The owner and wielder of it could command legions and loyalty from their people and rule those around them, willing or unwilling. Of course, Sauron is the main one who really knows how to wield the ring, but that doesn't mean others couldn't use some of its power. In this moment, Frodo, although he isn't wearing it, is using some of the power of the ring to get an oath from Gollum in order to control him. The movie doesn't showcase this moment as it wouldn't make much sense to the viewer, but when reading it, we really get the feeling that Frodo is actually utilizing the power of the ring for the first time. After seeing Gollum lead Frodo and Sam out of Emyn Muil, we switch to a different part of Middle-earth as a pack of Uruk-hai are running through some rocks and stop to meet up with some orcs. We see Merry and Pippin are strapped to their backs, and Merry looks injured while Pippin is waking up from being unconscious and tries to call for Merry. We get to see the leader of the orc pack talking to the leader of the Uruk-hai, telling him that he's late and that his master grows impatient. He says that he wants the Shire rats now, but the Uruk-hai commander won't have this as he says that he doesn't take orders from orc maggots, and that Saruman will have his prize and the Uruk-hai will deliver it. Real quick, it is important to know that Saruman is the only one mentioned at this point, and it could easily be interpreted that the orcs are also from Saruman, trying to take the credit for the Uruk-hai's capture. Keep that in mind as we'll cover this more in the plot changes. Anyway, the camera switches back to being on Merry and Pippin calls out for help as he says his friend is sick and needs a drink. The Uruk-hai force feed him one of their drinks, which I am sure is pretty disgusting, and Merry wakes up spewing out the gross liquid. Pippin shouts at them to stop, but the Uruk-hai commander tells him to shut it unless he wants some too. Merry and Pippin then whisper to each other as Merry says he's alright and he was faking it. Suddenly, one of the Uruk-hai sniffs the air and informs the leader that he smells man-flesh. After realizing that Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli have picked up on their trail, they run off again, but Pippin overhears them and thinks of a quick way to leave a clue for his friends to follow. He undoes the clasp of his cloak from Lorien and drops it to the ground, and we see it get smushed into the ground as some Uruk-hai stamp by. And that is where we cut off for this week. Pretty short, right? Well, like I said, it's actually a lot longer of a section in the book. The Uruk-hai kill a few orcs, Pippin nearly escapes, and they actually help to heal Merry's wound. That's just a few of the changes, but they probably don't make much sense right now, so let's dive into our first category of character differences. All in all, the characters are pretty much the same, but I think it is a good idea to name them off, as in the book we actually do learn who they are. Although the movie shows them, we don't really ever learn their names. As for those who do the speaking, the Uruk-hai commander is Ugluk, and the orc leader is Grishnak. Also, a Nazgul is mentioned, and then obviously we have Merry and Pippin. Now technically there is one group that is excluded from the movies, although they aren't named individually in the book. We simply learn of them as the orcs from the Misty Mountains or the orcs from the north. This is the group of orcs who followed the Fellowship since Moria, but we'll cover that in a little bit. As for timeline and location, there really aren't any changes other than the fact that the movie skips over the Uruk-hai's entire journey. We pretty much only see the beginning and the end of this journey in the movie. Location-wise, the only difference is that the Uruk-hai and orcs get stopped by the Rohirrim before they reach the edge of Fangorn. In the movie, they get to the edge of the forest, but just don't go inside of it yet. This will play into another big change near the end of today's episode, so stick around to find out what happens. By the way, if you're wanting to read this chapter for yourself and follow along with me each week as I do this series, grab your free copy of The Two Towers using my Audible free trial link in the video description. Alright, so now let's head into our favorite category, which is plot changes. I want to preface this section by saying that today we will of course be covering the changes, but I'm also going to be diving a little deeper and trying to summarize what really happens in this chapter. This will be similar to my videos on the Old Forest and Tom Bombadil in the sense that so much was removed from the scene that if I just covered strictly the changes, the video would only be about 2 minutes long. So I wanted to explain what actually happens in this chapter so that we can get an idea of what the perspective of the Uruk-hai and orcs was during the hunt. This is a part that I sorely miss from the movie, as there's so many cool moments that completely get removed because of the shortening of this experience. So let's start with how this chapter begins. The chapter opens with the orcs resting for a bit and Pippin waking up from being unconscious, recalling how Merry and him got captured back at Parthgallen. He is just barely conscious and remembers yelling for Frodo in the forest before being captured, and then he wakes and realizes that he and Merry are bound and surrounded by orcs. He then goes through and tries to remember the events leading up until now, and we finally get to hear the other side of the story, as so far in the book we only know Aragorn's point of view. Pippin recalls how they ran straight into a pack of orcs in the forest, and the orcs didn't seem to want to fight, but rather just get their hands on the hobbits. He mentions how Merry even cut off a few of their arms and hands before they got captured, and even after that the orcs didn't try to harm them. But as soon as the orcs got their hands on them, Boromir came leaping into the rescue and slew many of them, eventually causing the rest to flee. But the victory was short-lived, as Pippin remembers at least 100 more orcs quickly running in to fight with Boromir. Many of the orcs shot arrows at Boromir, and Pippin's last memory was his vision fading as he watched Boromir leaning up against a tree, plucking an arrow from his body. Pippin then supposes that he was knocked in the head, and that's why he doesn't remember anything else. So I know this kind of relates to the final episode of the Fellowship of the Ring I did, but I guess now that we know the other side of the story, it's worth mentioning that Merry and Pippin didn't really witness Boromir get killed officially. Although Pippin says he saw Boromir leaning up against a tree, he is talking to himself afterwards and wonders if Boromir is alive or not. So technically, he doesn't know for sure if he survived yet. The next change is that there were already orcs with the Uruk-hai. In the movie, at the beginning, they show a pack of Uruk-hai running with the hobbits bound up. But in the book, the orcs were also with them, as they met up with the Uruks before they attacked the Fellowship at Amon-Hen. The orcs do quickly pop out of the rocks and meet up with the Uruk-hai in the film, but in the books, they would have been together the whole time. We get the sense that there is already tension between the two groups, as after Pippin wakes up, one of the orcs looks at him and tells him that if he had it his way, he would make him squeal. Then the orc curses Ugluk, the Uruk-hai captain, as well as the other Isengarders. Pippin then hears him go off on a rant in their own black speech and picks up Ugluk's name from time to time. Obviously, this orc isn't happy that Ugluk is sticking to Saruman's wishes of keeping the hobbits unspoiled. This, of course, will become a recurring theme and get shown later on the edge of Fangorn Forest, but in the book, it happens immediately. Next, we hear a lot more of the orc and Uruk's conversation in the book. Per usual, I can't go into every single line of dialogue, but I do feel like this bit is important as Peter Jackson used a lot of this dialogue to fill in gaps for his Saruman scenes, which aren't talked about explicitly in the books. While Pippin is awake, he lies still and listens to the orcs and Uruk-hai speak with each other. As I just mentioned, the orcs wanted to kill the hobbits, as that's what orcs do, but the Uruk-hai, being better rule followers, say that the halflings are meant to be kept alive and taken to Isengard. Most of the orcs, who are serving Sauron, not Saruman, are not happy about this, as it seems every second they spend with the hobbits, they die a little inside. This whole conversation gives a lot more personality to the orcs and the Uruk-hai. We get to hear that a lot of them are a bit more than mindless drones, as some of them ask questions that are pretty legitimate. Why are the hobbits meant to be kept alive? Do they have something of value? It is key to note that there is a bit of questioning from both parties. Some of the Uruk-hai and some of the orcs are curious. One of the enemies remarks that he heard the halflings have something of value that is meant to be used in the war, an elvish weapon. Unlike the movie though, the Uruk-hai says that they should search the hobbits as they might find it and be able to use it themselves. Then we hear from the captains of each group, who are the captains for a reason as they seem to be the most strict. The orc captain says that his orders are that they should not be plundered or harmed, and the Uruk-hai captain says the same thing. Obviously, both Saruman and Sauron don't want the ring falling into the hands of some idiot orcs. Plus, a small note is that the orc commander says he might have to report the Uruk-hai who suggested they plunder the halflings. Obviously, he is threatening that he would tell one of the Nazgul about this. This shuts most of them up who know better and know the Nazgul, except a third group that I briefly mentioned in the character changes. You see, there weren't just orcs from Sauron and Uruk-hai from Saruman in this group. There was actually a third group, the orcs from the Misty Mountains, the ones who had encountered the Fellowship in Moria. They had been tracking the Fellowship since the mines, as they had slain many of their kind, including one of their chieftains. It is important to note that orcs would often chase down their foes for many miles to avenge one of their captains. Once they slew whoever killed their captain, they would go back to their mountain and chill. So after Ugluk and Grishnak, the orc commander, tell them that the halflings are off limits, a member of the third party speaks up and says that those aren't his orders, as they came to kill and then go back to their mine. He says that they want to kill the halflings now. In the movie, this third party from the mountain is completely removed. Next, we miss one of their more heated conversations, which gets incredibly cut down for the scene in the film. Near the end of their conversation, we hear them have a debate about which direction to take. Grishnak, who is very full of himself and definitely thinks a lot of his position, says that a Nazgul is waiting for them at Lugboots. He says that they must take the hobbits there, but this is met with much opposition. Ugluk finally names himself as the captain of the fighting Uruk-hai, and he lists off their accomplishments. They were the ones who slew the great warrior, meaning Boromir. They were the ones who captured the halflings, and they were the ones who met up with the orcs and led them to Amon-Hen in the first place. So in his eyes, they deserve to take the halflings to Isengard and get their reward. Plus, they are the loyal servants of Saruman the Wise. Grishnak then calls Saruman a treacherous fool, and says the Great Eye is on him. Honestly, this is pretty wise from Grishnak, and he must have gotten word from the Nazgul that Saruman was not to be trusted, which is why the hobbits must come straight back to them instead of Isengard. Grishnak also says that Saruman is probably feeding his Uruk-hai orc flesh, not man flesh, as Ugluk had previously bragged about. This causes many of the orcs to draw their swords and get riled up, but Ugluk shouts for his backup and a few Uruk-hai join him. And this leads in to one of the largest omissions from the film, which is Pippin's quick thinking in this moment that is crucial to their later escape. In the movie, we just see them tied to the backs of the Uruk-hai, and only see the orcs fighting and the hobbits escaping at the edge of Fangorn. But in the book, they nearly escape right at the beginning during this heated conversation. Here's what happened. After they get riled up, Pippin notes that the Uruk-hai who are guarding him jump up and run over to the group. He spots Ugluk and Grishnak as they stand out from the rest, and then sees Ugluk spring forward and quickly behead 2 of the orcs, and Grishnak, being the coward that he is, fades into the background to avoid the fight. One of the bodies falls on Pippin right after he gets his head taken off, and he hears Ugluk shout at everyone that they are to head to Isengard and march day and night. Pippin then begins thinking that if he can have a few more moments of them being mad at each other, he might have a chance to escape. He then notices the sword of the orc who fell on him actually cut his arm, but he could still feel it resting against him, giving him the idea to cut loose his bonds. He quickly cuts himself loose and then reknots the rope loosely and slips it back over his hands so it looks like he's still bound. Right after he does this, Ugluk shouts for them to grab the prisoners and get a move on, and Pippin gets picked up and slammed against someone's back, causing him to lose consciousness again. I think in this moment he would have escaped if it hadn't have been for Merry, who was still unconscious at this point, but at least he was quick enough to think to undo his rope, which really is the main reason they're able to escape later on. Honestly, let's just give some props to Pippin, as he is finally getting some decent moments. Of course, this doesn't fit Peter Jackson's goofy version of Pippin in the movie, so it's probably why this quick thinking got cut. So now we finally come to one of the moments they show in this brief scene in the movie, which is when Merry fakes being hurt and is force-fed some gross liquid. This scene is inspired from an actual moment in the book, but has changed quite a bit for the film. Here is what really happens. The next time Pippin wakes up, he realizes that they're on a stony cliffside as the group has stopped again. He overhears a scout coming back and giving a report to Ugluk. The scout says that he saw 1 horseman and that the coast is clear, but this infuriates Ugluk as he says they should have killed the single horseman. Now they will have to leg it double time, as the single horseman will go back and give his report, causing them to be attacked by many horsemen. Ugluk then goes to Pippin and cuts his leg bonds, saying that he's tired of carrying them and that they'll have to put their legs to use. He gives Pippin a gross drink that is like fire in Pippin's throat, but shortly afterwards he feels energized and rejuvenated. Pippin then sees Merry getting woken up as well. So far, Merry has had a cloth wrapped around his head, which is different from the film, but the Uruk-hai remove it and Pippin sees a large gash. The Uruk-hai, who are trying to keep the hobbits unspoiled, take an ointment and rub it on the wound, causing Merry to writhe in pain. Ugluk then says the line of, "Can't take your medicine," like in the movie. Alright, so far in this exchange, here are the differences. First, they make the hobbits walk on their own for a time. Second, Pippin never shouts for them to help Merry. Third, the Uruk-hai's drink, as disgusting as it is, actually does energize them. And fourth, they use an ointment to treat Merry's head injury. See what I meant earlier when I said although it's inspired from the book, it has changed drastically for the film? Fun fact is that Tolkien writes Merry's ointment quickly did heal his wound and he didn't suffer from it afterwards. However, he did bear a brown scar till the end of his days. The next change from a moment in these scenes is when Pippin leaves his Lothlorien cloak clasp for Aragorn to find. Again, although this does happen in the book, the circumstances under which it happens are much different. While the orcs and Uruk-hai are running after they climb down a cliff, Merry and Pippin are forced to run as well. Pippin notes that he had a few guards around him, making sure that he kept up the pace, and we also learn that every once in a while, a vision of Aragorn bending down to the ground tracking them would come into Pippin's mind. But again, Pippin had some quick thinking and thought about how there was no way Aragorn would know about the state of things with how many tracks were around with this large company running through the land. After this thought, Pippin suddenly has a good idea, and as they approach a misty portion of their journey, Pippin dives off to the side straight into the mist. The company halts at Ugluk's command, and there was sudden turmoil as they all wondered where Pippin went. He quickly started running, but noticed that the orcs were quickly chasing after him. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to make it far, he at least was hopeful that now Aragorn would see his tracks off to the side, running away, and not muddled up in the main path. This is also when he had another brilliant idea, and right before arms reach out to seize him, he reaches up to the clasp of his cloak, undoes it, and throws it to the ground. He is then suddenly grabbed by some orcs, and he thinks to himself about how it probably will lie there on the ground until the end of his days, never being found by anyone. But as we know, he has done a significant thing here, which helps their pursuers quite a bit. Once again, I think it's important to note how great Pippin is in this moment. He really is stepping up in this dire situation, not once, but twice now. Especially for the movie, Pippin is made out to be a goofball who makes a severe mistake at least once per movie. But in the book, he isn't nearly as bad, and this moment goes to show how even as he is the youngest of the group, he still can keep his wits about him and make quick decisions that will ultimately help them get rescued later on. The next change is that the Northerners do eventually depart from the group. They are sick of traveling under Ugluk's command, in the sunlight, and without even getting to kill or torture the halflings. As for their part, there really is no point in them being there. After some more running, Pippin eventually passes out again and gets carried for a little bit before waking up in the grass next to a stream and some mountains in the distance. He overhears Ugluk shouting at some of the northerners from the group, saying that he and his Uruk-hai will finish the job and they can leave, threatening them to leave before he knocks off a few more heads. Pippin then watches as over 100 orcs run off, leaving only the Uruk-hai under Ugluk's command, and only leaving a few of the larger and braver members of the Northern Company. Then Pippin notices Grishnak and a few more orcs coming back up to Ugluk. Evidently Grishnak, after disappearing during their last fight, had gone back to meet up with his Nazgul commander and get orders. The Nazgul had told him to pursue Ugluk and meet back up with him to keep an eye on things. Pippin also notices that in the distance he could hear horses, which seemed to be what the host of orcs and Uruk-hai were worried about and what was causing the northerners to leave. A funny side note is that Ugluk references the Nazgul, asking Grishnak why he hasn't come along. Ugluk even says, has he had another mount shot out from under him? This is in reference to the shot that Legolas took on the Anduin River, which downed the fell beast with the Nazgul on top. Ugluk says that if the Nazgul had come, that he would actually have been useful, as he doesn't believe Grishnak will be of any use in the fight to come. As at this point, the attack from the riders of Rohan seems inevitable to the Uruk-hai. After Ugluk and Grishnak finish their conversation, Ugluk has them set back out again and they run toward the forest, where the northerners had already set out before. Tolkien writes that eventually they overtook the northerners, who were slower in the sun. The Uruk-hai and orcs jeered them, saying that they will be taken out by the riders, who are quickly gaining on them. So at this point, the entire troop of orcs and Uruk-hai are sprinting towards Fangorn, which is far off in the distance, trying to outrun the riders of Rohan. And they are also carrying the hobbits again, as they wouldn't be going too fast if the hobbits were running. Now let's move on to our second to last change, which is in regards to the riders of Rohan who are pursuing them. In the movie, these riders are completely cut out and we just see a surprise attack later on in the movie. Like I said earlier, I'm not covering that attack yet, but everything up until that point. So here's what happens in the book. At this point, Pippin notices the horses rounding up the Uruk-hai and orcs, keeping them against the river and running toward the forest. The riders ensured that none of them could escape to the side and were strategically trapping them in. Pippin then began worrying about how even if the riders caught up and attacked the orcs, they would probably kill the two hobbits as they would have mistaken them for orcs. Pippin notes that the riders of Rohan had archers among them, and as they ran, arrows would come down every once in a while and take out stragglers who lagged behind. But the archers would quickly retreat after firing a shot and get out of the way so as not to be shot by the orcs, who had poor aim as they were still trying to run while firing arrows. And lastly, we come to when the enemy group gets cornered by the riders. Eventually, the orcs and Uruk-hai could go no further as horsemen had surrounded them, although at a great distance, ensuring that none could escape in any direction. The key change here is that the forest is still a ways out, and a few members of the company even ran towards it, but only a few returned, as most of them were killed. Ugluk then orders the hobbits to be put down and their legs bound again, with guards set by them to ensure they wouldn't scream or escape. Picking up from where we left off last week, with Pippin dropping his brooch to the ground, we see Aragorn with his head to the ground listening to the footsteps of the running Uruk-hai. As they run after their foes, we hear an important line from Gimli as he says 3 days in Knight's Pursuit. We'll get more into this in the changes, but this goes to show that although Peter Jackson kept the timeline accurate, he cut out the first 3 days of the journey, and we're picking up on the back end. We see multiple shots of them running across the beautiful terrain, and after a bit, Aragorn finds the brooch that Pippin dropped. After some more running, they finally reach the plains of Rohan, and Legolas looks out and says the famous line of, "They're taking the hobbits to Isengard." We then cut to Isengard and see multiple things like orcs at work, Uruk-hai being born, and Saruman using the Palantir. We hear a monologue that mentions Sauron and the Two Towers, and hey, that's the name of the movie. Anyway, the most important part of this scene is when one of his orc captains reports that they're running out of fuel, and Saruman instructs them to burn Fangorn Forest. Then we see the Dunlendings, aka the Wild Men, swearing allegiance to Saruman and being sent out to burn the Westfold of Rohan. This transitions to an attack on one of the villages of Rohan, and we see a mother sending off her 2 young children to alert Edoras of these attacks. The children ride off and the mother is left behind to presumably die, which we'll discuss this later. Next, we cut to a rainy day on the Fort of Isen as we see the aftermath of a battle. Men and orcs are slain and laying all over the ground, and Éomer, along with other men of Rohan, are walking around searching for the king's son, Theodred. They find his body, see that he is alive, and take him back to Edoras. While Theodred lay dying, we finally meet King Theoden, who is a husk of his former self, and Éomer and Éowyn try to tell him of the news of the attacks. Then appears Grima Wormtongue, our slimy antagonist in Rohan, who tells the king that these are lies. The movie then cuts to Éomer manhandling Wormtongue and asking how long he's been under the pay of Saruman. He asks Grima what his share of the prize will be when Rohan is taken over, and Éomer realizes that Grima is after his sister, Éowyn. Obviously this upsets him, and he threatens Wormtongue, but he's too late as men come up behind him and grab hold of Éomer as Wormtongue shows him a signed document saying that he is banished from Rohan. Finally, we cut to our last chase montage of Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli gaining on the Uruk-hai, but still a ways off. We get our last couple of remarks from Legolas, and then that is where we cut off for this week, as we'll save the attack on Fangorn and Merry and Pippin's escape for next week. So let's waste no time and jump into our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. Here's the great thing. As far as I noticed, there's no timeline or location changes. One could argue small differences of hours or certain locations not really looking exactly as described in the book, but for the most part, Peter Jackson nailed these categories for this week. Like I said, although he doesn't show it, we do get a verbal confirmation from Gimli about their pursuit of the Uruk-hai taking 3 days, so that tracks with the book. As for characters, there are a few changes, specifically when it comes to the men of Rohan and Theodred's involvement. Our missing characters are Grimold, Elfhelm, and Erkenbrand. One could argue that they are shown later in the movie, but as for these scenes, they are not shown or mentioned in spite of having direct involvement in these events, which I'll explain more near the end of our plot changes, so stay tuned for that. The last character difference is in regard to the children at Rohan. They are made up for the movie, and they don't have a place in Tolkien's text, at least as far as my research could find. Obviously, if you're wanting to dive deeper into the lore of Middle-earth and hear all of the missing dialogue for yourself, I highly encourage you to grab the audiobooks. You can claim your free trial of Audible using my link in the description, which will get you 1 free audiobook, 2 if you're an Amazon Prime member. So check that out and support the channel at the same time. Alright, now let's get into the plot changes. The very first change is quite a big one, as the movie excludes one of the biggest clues that keep our 3 companions hot on the trail of the Uruk-hai. Honestly, it's a bit more than a clue, as a pile of beheaded orc bodies is more like a massive neon signpost. That's right, in the books, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli find the remains of the violent argument we talked about in last week's episode. If you want to know the details of this fight and learn more about the Uruk-hai's perspective while they have Merry and Pippin, check out last week's video. As for this week, let's dive into the context behind this crucial find. The chapter starts with describing, in typical Tolkien fashion, the landscape of Emyn Muil and the current state of the search party. Our 3 heroes have tracked the orcs to a valley where they now have lost the trail. We then hear some dialogue between the 3 companions that indicates they are not sure which direction the Uruk-hai are going. While they are fairly certain that they're heading towards Isengard, they aren't sure whether the Uruk-hai will head on the straight path over Rohan to get there, or take the longer way through Fangorn to avoid the riders. It's in this crucial moment of trying to solve this riddle that they finally catch a break and Legolas spots a pile of dead orc bodies. A couple of them are beheaded, and we once again get a taste of Aragorn's wisdom, while Gimli and Legolas seem to never have the right answer. While the other 2 members of the company theorize about the men of Rohan being responsible for killing these orcs, Aragorn rightly guesses that it was actually the orcs themselves who were their own downfall, theorizing that the enemies quarreled amongst themselves as the dead orcs were from the north. The 3 companions then walk a bit farther, and Aragorn eventually picks back up on the trail, and they continue on. The next change is that the movie removes yet another eagle sighting. Throughout the books, Legolas and Aragorn have been spotting Gwaihir every once in a while they're on the Anduin, while Aragorn is on the high seat of Amon Hen, and now right after making it out of the rocky cliffs of the Emyn Muil. This is their first chance to look out over the flat plains of Rohan, and one of the first things Legolas spots is an eagle, although he's still confused by its appearance. What we'll learn later on, so I won't dive too deep into it now, is that Gandalf was involved in many of these eagle sightings. Whether it was Gwaihir recovering his body after his fight with the Balrog, or Gandalf instructing the eagle to scout the lands and update him on the position of the members of the Fellowship, Gandalf always had a hand in these appearances. Like I said, I won't go any further into this now, as later we'll get a full account from Gandalf about these strange sightings. For now, our 3 hunters are confused but excited by the sighting, as seeing an eagle was usually a good omen. A small change is that most of Gimli's comic relief is added just for the film. He doesn't roll down a slope or make snarky remarks like in the movie. I know a lot of people get upset about how Gimli is interpreted in the film, but I like Peter Jackson's Gimli, and John Rhys Davies does a phenomenal job. So no hate from me on that end. The next change might be the most depressing one of them all. Guys, I'm sorry to say that Legolas never says they're taking the hobbits to Isengard. I know, this is a big blow for a lot of you. First of all, they already kind of knew this. Second, after spotting the eagle, they look out over the plains, and Aragorn and Legolas see tiny dots moving quickly in the distance. This is the Orc and Uruk-hai pack, although Legolas does clarify that he can't see exactly who or what they are. We just learn that they're a large group moving quickly on foot over the plains, almost 12 leagues in the distance. The three companions then set out again on the chase. I know Tolkien's version is a little harder to make a song out of, but that's just the way it is. Next, as they're pursuing the pack, they pick up on multiple items that have been left behind. In the movie, Pippin's cloak clasp is essentially the one thing that confirms their chase, but in the book, they find many items. Boots, discarded bread, food bags, cloaks, and more. The brooch from Pippin is more so a sign that the captives are alive, which gives hope and extra speed to our three companions. Aragorn finds the brooch after they hit the plains of Rohan and run for a while. He tells Legolas and Gimli to stay put as he sees tracks that diverge from the main path. He determines due to their size that they're Pippin's, and then he locates the brooch not far from where they end. Remember, as we discussed last week, Pippin had orchestrated a brief escape, specifically with this hope in mind, that Aragorn would notice a smaller set of footprints diverging from the orc tracks. In the movie, he finds the brooch somewhat randomly, and we just are left assuming that he has a metal detector or something, but per usual, Tolkien's version is more realistic. However, I still enjoy Jackson's condensed interpretation of these events. Moving on from this moment, the movie omits another one of the difficult decisions that Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli come to. Once again, we see Aragorn unsure of himself in somewhat of a dispute between Gimli and Legolas. Although the movie does a good job showing them pursuing the Uruk-hai over great distance, the book really spells it out for you, as we learn that they run many leagues without taking a break. Finally, as it is nighttime, they have to decide if they will stop to sleep. Gimli wants to rest, and says that surely orcs must also rest every once in a while. This is when we hear a familiar line from Legolas. He says, "Seldom will orcs journey in the open under the sun, yet these have done so." As I read this, I was reminded of their time in Lorien, and then I remembered that in the movie, they gave Celeborn lines about the Uruk-hai as he was giving warning to Aragorn. Gimli then insists that they rest, as he says although his heart burns and he wishes to continue, he cannot sprint from here to Isengard without rest. He also rightly points out that if the path were to turn to the side, or if one of the halflings were to escape, they would miss the clues in the darkness of night. After both Legolas and Gimli give the ultimate decision to Aragorn, Aragorn says they pick an ill chooser, as all his decisions since the Argonath have gone amiss. Ultimately, he decides that they will have to rest, as the risk of losing the trail in the night is too great. Here is a prime example of why I enjoy Jackson's adaptation of this hunt. While in a book format, this additional context showing the nuances of their difficult chase are appreciated, but similar to Tom Bombadil in The Old Forest, these conversations wouldn't have added much to the film. The division in the group is short-lived and plays no role in their future relationship, and we have to ask ourselves, do we really want an extra 2-minute scene of them arguing about whether they should sleep or not? Probably not. Okay, now let's rewind all the way back to the very first shot of this week's scenes, which is Aragorn bent to the ground and listening to the heavy footsteps of the Uruk-hai pack running. In the book, Aragorn does listen to the ground, but the result is much different than in the movie. After waking from their short rest during the night, Legolas is not in the greatest mood, and he doesn't seem to have slept at all. He tells the other two that the enemy have slipped beyond his sight and he no longer can track them. Aragorn then holds on to some hope as he says perhaps the earth will give them clues, as it must groan under the orcs' hated feet. He then puts his head to the ground and listens for so long that Gimli thinks he fell back asleep. However, unlike in the movie, when he comes back up from the ground, he is pale and informs the others that the rumor of the earth is dim and confused. There is no sound of the enemy for many miles, and louder are the sounds of hooves. This, of course, is the sound of the riders of Rohan who are chasing the orc and Uruk-hai pack. But Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli won't run into them for a little while still. Next, let's move away from our three hunters and switch to Peter Jackson's scene showing Saruman building his forces and his industry of war. Of course, per usual, the scenes are completely fabricated to give context for movie viewers. Contextually, we do know that Saruman used the Palantir, and we also know that he worked through the Dunlendings, aka the Wild Men, to pillage the settlements of Rohan. Plus, later on in the book, we do find out about his burning of Fangorn to fuel his industry at Isengard. However, none of these things are explicitly depicted by Tolkien, at least according to what I could find. Now, I know there are lots of writings in Tolkien's entire works that I have yet to read, so if you're aware of specific account of these scenes, then leave a comment down below. For now though, I believe these were made up by Jackson as as the film format lends itself more to switching between these characters and showing different sides of the same story. It would have been a little confusing in Tolkien's writings if he just threw a chapter in there from Saruman's point of view, so I don't mind these scenes in a movie format. And speaking of things made up by Jackson, the 2 children from the settlement of Rohan that get sent off by their mother on a horse are also fabricated for the story. I know I mentioned this in the character section, but it is also worth bringing up here as their involvement in these scenes add a new plot point as well, which doesn't happen. These additional characters are not a horrible change to the story, as there are much more egregious character changes throughout the trilogy. However, there is one thing that kind of annoys me. In its entirety, this small narrative helps segue us into some discussions between Theoden and our other characters, which we'll address later on as those pertain to future scenes. Where this side narrative loses me is when these 2 children reunite with their mother. Like, are you seriously telling me that their mom escaped from what we just saw in the movie? Hundreds, if not thousands of wildmen and Uruk-hai are pillaging the village, and you expect me to believe that their mom made it out without a horse to ride on? In my opinion, this is just a little too far-fetched in Tolkien's realistic writing style. Anyway, speaking of Rohan, let's head into our changes regarding Éomer and Rohan in general in these scenes. These changes are more overarching and span across all of these scenes. As we know from the movie, when Éomer encounters Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, he tells them that he and his company are banished from Rohan. The book shares a different story, however, as Éomer doesn't get banished from Rohan until after he returns from slaughtering the Orc and Uruk-hai pack. Plus, he actually gets a punishment that I think is worse than banishment. Now, you might be thinking, we haven't covered that scene yet, so why are you talking about it? Well, Éomer's punishment actually corresponds with Theodred's involvement in these scenes, and like I said, a lot of this lore is overlapping as Peter Jackson really jumped around during these cuts. Let me give a brief summary of what really happens according to Tolkien's lore and how it corresponds with these scenes. Then afterwards, we can go through and list off the changes. So as you know, the movie shows a rainy day as on the shoreline of a river there are many dead bodies of orcs and men of Rohan. Obviously, a battle has just taken place here, and now Éomer and his men are searching for the king's son, Theodred. In the book, what really happens is that Saruman musters his forces to specifically kill Theodred, knowing that in order to fully seize control of Rohan, he needed to end the king's bloodline. Theodred received reports of the orcs and Uruk-hai grouping up for an attack, and so he got reinforcements to hold the fort of Isen for a while. But eventually, many Uruk-hai split off and focused on him alone, eventually cutting him down. Grimold, one of our missing characters in these scenes, came to Theodred's defense and killed the rest of the Uruk-hai. And then, along with Elfhelm, another missing character, they lifted Theodred and moved him away. Theodred died shortly after, leaving Erkenbrand, another one of our missing characters, to assume leadership of the West Mark. Erkenbrand then assigned Grimold to command the ford and Elfhelm to command the men from Edoras. He sent word to Edoras about the prince's death and asked for reinforcements at the ford of Isen. So let's quickly address the first couple of changes here, and then we can move on to Éomer's involvement as he hasn't shown up yet. Number 1, Theodred does not survive and is not taken back to Edoras. This means that he also isn't buried in Edoras amongst his forefathers. He is buried at the ford of Isen. And lastly, Éomer isn't the one who finds him, but rather Grimold and Elfhelm are the ones who are with him during his last few moments. Now let's go to the next part of these scenes in the movie, which showcase Éomer talking to Theoden and then Grima Wormtongue interjecting and defending Saruman. With Theoden under his command and the prince now dead, Saruman only needed to remove Éomer from the equation. In the movie, Grima has a false document signed by Theoden, but in the book, Éomer gets arrested in a different way. Yes, you heard me right, arrested and jailed, not banished. This is what really happens. After they receive word from Erkenbrand's messengers about the slaughter at the ford, Grima influences Theoden to decline the request for reinforcements, which isn't exact but is pretty similar to what we see in the movie. This greatly upsets Éomer, just like in the film, but unlike the film, Éomer sets out with those who are loyal to him to give reinforcements anyway. He knows that Grima is evil and in the pay of Saruman, so he disobeys the king's orders and takes his men to hunt down the orcs and Uruk-hai, who now have Merry and Pippin at this point. It is then after he returns from slaughtering the orc and Uruk-hai company that Grima has him arrested for directly disobeying a command from the king. Éomer is then put in jail until the time when Gandalf comes and heals the king's mind, which of course is in a future scene, so let's stop there. But now you have a better picture of how all of this really went down, and here are the final changes. First, Éomer doesn't get banished like in the movie, and then chase the orc pack. He gets in trouble because he chases the Uruk-hai pack that have Merry and Pippin. Second, Grima doesn't have his eye on Éowyn like in the movie. This adds a dramatic element to things, especially because that is Éomer's sister, but this is just added fluff for the film. And third, like I've said already, his punishment wasn't banishment, but rather jail time. Picking up from where we left off last week, with our 3 hunters on the trail of the Uruk-hai, we cut to the pack of orcs stopping for a breather at the edge of Fangorn Forest. Ugluk, the Uruk-hai captain, shouts at them to get a fire going, and we see them chopping away at the edge of the trees. Pippin scoots closer to Merry to see if he's alright, and they both hear the trees groaning as they speak to each other. Merry tells Pippin that he had heard stories from back home about trees coming alive in the old forest. We then see an Uruk-hai getting upset over his maggoty bread as he says he's starving, and then an orc chimes in and says that he wants some meats as he stares at Merry and Pippin. Thankfully for Merry and Pippin, Ugluk steps in and tells them that they are off limits. But the orc leader steps up and suggests their legs, as they don't need those. Ugluk then has his Uruks drag off Merry and Pippin and guard them, as he informs the orcs that they are meant to be kept alive and unspoiled. The orc presses further and asks why alive, and Ugluk says that they have something the master wants, an elvish weapon. Merry and Pippin realize the orcs think that they have the ring, but they keep quiet about it as an orc sneaks up behind them. Once again, Ugluk to the rescue as he lops off the head of the orc that's about to grab the halflings, and then he shouts at his Uruks that meat is back on the menu. Then we see them all diving onto the dead orc body. While the group of orcs and Uruk-hai are distracted, Merry and Pippin crawl away and try to escape, but unfortunately, Grishnak, the orc leader from earlier, steps on them. However, right as he is about to stab them, he gets impaled, and suddenly a host of horses run into frame and attack the encampment, slaughtering all of the orcs in sight. The scene then ends with a horse coming straight down onto Pippin and the screen going black. And that's all we're going to cover for this week. When I was doing research for this episode, I went forward with the next couple of scenes of our 3 hunters meeting Éomer and then them tracking Merry and Pippin into Fangorn, but there were so many changes and so much conversation between them and Éomer that I had to separate these into 2 different episodes. So this week we'll be covering this night camp scene, and next week we'll get into Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli's meeting with Éomer and their discovery of Merry and Pippin's fate. Per usual, before we jump into plot changes, let's cover our character, timeline, and location differences. The good news is that because this is a shorter scene, our timeline and location categories get a pass. There's only one slight location difference, but we mentioned it last week and it has way more to do with the plot, so we'll cover it again in that section. As for our character differences, we only have one. Although it's arguable that he is shown but not named, Lugdush is an Uruk-hai lieutenant who is set to guard the captives, but we'll get to that in a bit. If you've been watching this series, this makes sense, as Tolkien always did a great job of rounding out his world with character names, even for the people you barely know, and he treated the Uruk-hai no different. In fact, next week there's going to be another Uruk named in the book who we never meet in the movie, but that change is a lot more in depth, so make sure to stay tuned next week for that update. Alright, now that we've covered those first 3 categories, let's head into the plot changes. As always, I can't cover every single line of dialogue, so if you want to dive deeper into Tolkien's writings, check out the link in my description to claim your free Audible trial and get up to 2 free audiobooks. That way you can dive into the world of Middle-earth in a whole new way, and it supports the channel at the same time. Now let's jump into the plot changes. So our first few changes for the scene will need to be covering some more general items that don't directly get shown in Peter Jackson's version. First, it's important to remember that at this point, they are not at the edge of Fangorn like in the movie. They're on a hillock about 3 furlongs out from Fangorn, according to Pippin. What happens in the book, and where we left off last time we checked in on Merry and Pippin, was when Ugluk sets the prisoners at the center of their camp as they are surrounded by the riders of Rohan. He appoints Lugdush, one of our missing characters, to grab a couple of other Uruks and guard the captives. He tells them to bind their legs as he doesn't want them to escape. This plays into another small change, which is that in the movie, I never saw their legs bound. In the book, the only reason they have the hope of escaping is because of Pippin's quick thinking earlier on in their journey. If you recall from a couple episodes ago when we covered the Uruk-hais traveling with our 2 hobbits, at one point Pippin quickly cut the rope around his hands and then replaced them with loose knots. Of course, we'll get to their escape in next week's episode, but if you aren't caught up, be sure to go back and watch episode 20 of this series to learn more about that situation. But for today, just know that in the book they are fully bound, whereas in the movie it's only their hands. Next, we have a change that is pretty big for the overall narrative. You see, in the book, the Uruk-hai are fully aware that they're surrounded. In the movie, as we'll see in a moment, there's an attack in which the riders of Rohan take the encampment by surprise. The only reason they stopped at the edge of the forest in Peter Jackson's version is because they need a breather, but in the book, they stop out of necessity as they are completely surrounded. As the Uruk-hai set up their camp, they watch as little fires spring up around them. Quick fun fact, by the way, is that the lighting of many fires around the Uruk-hai was a strategic play from Éomer, as this would trick their enemies into thinking that there were many more riders than there actually were. Anyway, Tolkien writes that they were within bowshot, but the men of Rohan stayed away from the light of the fires, so the orcs and Uruk-hai kept missing their shots until Ugluk told them to stop blindly shooting into the night. At this point, it's just a waiting game, as Ugluk prepares for the inevitable battle to come. Now, before we get to the disagreement we see in the scene, and then the attack from the riders of Rohan, there's one more change that plays a larger role later on during Merry and Pippin's escape. Technically, it has more to do with next week's episode, but I wanted to include it now as it is briefly brought up by Merry and Pippin as they're sitting and waiting for the attack. This change is that in the book, Merry and Pippin still have some lembas with them. Here's what happens. Merry and Pippin are starving, and then Pippin remembers that they have lembas bread in their pockets, and that the Uruk-hai have not searched them yet on strict orders from Ugluk. Merry says the lembas is surely crushed, and then notes that he can't reach it anyway as his hands are bound. But as Pippin is about to tell him that his hands are actually free, an Uruk-hai kicks him, which informs him that things have quieted down and the Uruks can now hear them talking to each other. For now, this is all we hear of the lembas, but it will come into play later on as our three hunters track and solve the riddle of the halflings' escape. Plus, in the movie, they have nothing to eat for ages, whereas in the book, in typical Hobbit fashion, they've got food on the brain even in a life or death situation. Okay, so now that we've set the scene and you have a feel for what the setup was like in Tolkien's version, let's go to Peter Jackson's version and see what was changed. First, we have a small change, which is that Merry and Pippin don't discuss the trees talking to each other like they show at the beginning of this scene. Obviously, as I have already mentioned, they are several hundred yards away from the forest still, and the Uruks don't chop the trees down to start fires, so they never hear the trees talking to each other. Of course, this is just Peter Jackson's way of setting up their future plotline with Treebeard, as well as paying homage to some of the chapters he cut out about the Old Forest and the Fellowship of the Ring. But this dialogue is not in Tolkien's version. Next, we have a much larger change, which is that the orcs don't try to eat the hobbits. This is the primary focus of this scene in the film, as Ugluk and his Uruk-hai defend the hobbits from the bloodthirsty orcs. But in the book, this never happens. However, like I said at the beginning of this video, this scene is a mixture of the night camp near Fangorn and a previous moment in this chapter. You see, if you remember from our previous episode about the Uruk-hai, the orcs wanted to torture and kill the hobbits, and Ugluk says that they cannot. However, it really is the commanders versus the grunts, as there are orcs and uruks on both sides that want the hobbits dead. In Tolkien's writings, it is Ugluk and Grishnak, the orc captain, who hold firm to the order of bringing the prisoners in unspoiled. This causes a disagreement amongst the three breeds of orcs, and to establish who is in charge, Ugluk lops off a few orc heads. That is where I'm guessing Peter Jackson got the inspiration for this part of the scene, as Ugluk beheads the orc that tries to sneak up on Merry and Pippin and eat them. Which brings me to a depressing next change. Ugluk never says, "Meat's back on the menu, boys." I know, I was heartbroken about this too. Anyway, on a more serious note, the whole narrative of the orcs trying to eat the hobbits brings on a much larger difference, which is the portrayal of Grishnak, the orc captain. You see, Grishnak was in direct communication with a Nazgul, and had strict orders to bring the halflings to Mordor. In Tolkien's chapter about the orcs' journey from Amon Hen to Fangorn, Grishnak is very involved. He is there at Amon Hen when they capture the halflings, and he communicates with the Nazgul to instruct Ugluk to bring the hobbits to Lugboots, an outpost of Sauron. After the disagreement in which Ugluk chops off a few orc heads, Grishnak slips off and meets back up with the Nazgul, who instructs him once again to follow Ugluk and make sure to get the prisoners and not let them go to Saruman. Needless to say, this orc captain was pretty high up and trusted to carry out the orders he was given. However, in the movie, Grishnak quickly gives up his orders as soon as he gets hungry, as he tries to eat Merry and Pippin. This never happens in the book, and it goes completely against Grishnak's character. As I mentioned in a previous change, Grishnak sided with Ugluk when the other orcs wanted to kill the halflings, as Grishnak also had orders to keep them unspoiled. But in the movie, he says they don't need their legs? It just doesn't line up, and I kind of wish they allowed Grishnak to keep his role as it was in the book. Now, all of that being said, Peter Jackson sort of got inspiration from Tolkien's writings for this plot point, as Grishnak does have a one-on-one moment with the hobbits later on, but in a much different way. Now, before we head into the final change, which has to do with Grishnak's near escape with Merry and Pippin, I want to mention again that episode 20 of the series has a lot to do with today's episode, as they actually are the same chapter in Tolkien's book. I had to put them a little out of order for the series as Peter Jackson jumps around for his adapted version. But if you're feeling like you're missing some context, please go and check out episode 20 from a couple weeks ago, which I'll link in the video description. This will help fill you in on a lot more details about the Uruk-hai and orcs as they transport Merry and Pippin to Fangorn. Alright, so let's finish up with the finale of the Uruk-hai's final stand against the Riders of Rohan, and Grishnak's near escape with the prisoners. Peter Jackson does show his version of this in the film, but in the book they don't get cornered by Grishnak as he tries to eat them. However, they do have a conversation with him which leads to their eventual escape. So here's what happens in the book. As the Riders of Rohan slowly pick off the orcs and uruks at the edge of the encampment, Ugluk is struggling to keep his people in line as they are hungry to just go attack the men. After they hear some commotion a little ways off as some orcs get slaughtered, Ugluk runs off to keep the other orcs from charging forward for an attack, and when he runs off, Merry and Pippin's bodyguards run off with him. This leaves them completely unguarded, which they see as their opportunity to escape. Unfortunately for them, there is still one person in their way, and that is of course Grishnak. Soon after the Isengarders leave to stop the stampede, Grishnak grabs the halflings by their necks and gets so close to them that they can feel his breath. He begins pawing at them and feeling around their garments, and Pippin quickly realizes that he's searching for the ring. Quick on his feet, he starts to act like Gollum, even coughing like Gollum a few times for good measure, and this seems to do the trick for Grishnak. Merry and Pippin then try to negotiate with Grishnak, saying that they'll show him what he's looking for if he cuts the rope around their legs. Grishnak holds strong for a little bit, saying that they'll be searched and questioned when they get to Mordor, and I was briefly impressed by this as he is still following orders and not wanting to take the ring for himself. But the hobbits eventually do find the right nerve to strike as they say that Ugluk is taking them to Isengard and Saruman, and upon mentioning the name of Saruman, Grishnak is officially triggered. Again, this relates back to episode 20. If you recall from that episode, you'll know that Grishnak previously called Saruman a fool, and he knows that if the ring gets to Saruman first, he will be in big trouble, as he was strictly instructed to bring the hobbits to the Nazgul at Lugboots. At the mention of Saruman, Grishnak grabs the hobbits and runs off with them towards the forest, where he says he will cut them into pieces and find the item they're hiding. It is important to note that Grishnak doesn't know the elvish weapon is a ring, but he does think that they have something. Unfortunately for him, this plan is his undoing, as the glint and sound of his blade draws attention from the nearby Riders of Rohan, and as he raises his hand to stab Merry and Pippin, he quickly gets shot with an arrow in the hand, and then soon after, he is chased down by riders and killed. But where are Merry and Pippin? Well, as they're still bound, they weren't able to run off. However, the Lothlorien cloaks around them protected them from the men as they couldn't see them in the dark, and therefore they weren't speared like the rest of the orcs. For now, we'll leave our two hobbits right there, sitting somewhere between the Uruk-hai encampment and the edge of Fangorn still a ways off, bound and hungry. And that's where we'll leave it off for this week. Picking up from where we left off last week, we see our three hunters traversing the plains of Rohan, and Legolas remarks that blood has been spilled as the red sun rises. Suddenly, they realize that an entire host of horsemen are riding in their direction, and so they quickly hide behind a rock. After the riders cross and Aragorn realizes that the Riders of Rohan, he calls out for them and they turn around to surround the three hunters. After being surrounded, we meet Éomer. They exchange some words, but ultimately after a few witty remarks and revealing their names, Éomer says that he and his men have been banished as Theoden no longer recognizes their loyalty. He then decides to lend them a couple horses to help with their search for Merry and Pippin, as Éomer believes that their friends were slaughtered the night before. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli then ride off towards the edge of Fangorn, where a pile of orc bodies are now burning. They have a brief moment of grief as Aragorn kicks a helmet. Did you know? But shortly after crying out, Aragorn picks up the hobbits' trail and tracks them into the forest, realizing that they must be alive as they escaped during the commotion of the fight. And that is where our scenes end for this week. There's quite a few changes we need to cover this week, so let's jump right into our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. These categories are really quite simple as there aren't timeline or location differences for these scenes, at least that I picked up on. So if you noticed anything related to these categories that I missed, let me know in the comments. As for characters, we have two more interesting deviations, which is the omission of Saruman and Maur. Of course, you know who Saruman is, but Maur is an Uruk-hai general who is leading a separate pack of Uruks from Isengard, and he plays a critical role later on during Merry and Pippin's escape. But in order to get to that, we first need to cover Éomer's involvement in these scenes. So let's jump into our plot changes. As always, if you're wanting to relive Tolkien's Middle-earth in a whole new way and have yet to join Audible, you can check out my link in the description to get a free trial, which includes one free audiobook. follow along with me each week as I do this series and support the channel at the same time. Okay, so as I've mentioned, today we are covering two scenes, so this video kind of gets broken up into two different halves. These two scenes relate to two different chapters and they're kind of out of order. We're going to analyze them in the order of Jackson's adaptation, so that means we're starting off with our three hunters encountering Éomer and the Riders of Rohan. Afterwards, we'll look at all the differences between the book and the movie in regard to Merry and Pippin's fate, and Aragorn tracking them into Fangorn. As for Éomer's role in the scene, we have a lot to cover. You see, Tolkien writes about 30 minutes of back and forth dialogue in this chapter, as Éomer talks with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. What we get in the movie is really just the very much so abbreviated highlights, as it would be impossible to literally show the entirety of the dialogue. In similar fashion, I cannot go through every line spoken in this video, but the conversation is important and quite different, so I am going to quickly list out the order of their conversation and the main bullet points which were touched upon. Before we do that, however, there are three minor changes that relate to this conversation and the Riders of Rohan. And hey, it's my job to list off everything I notice. So first, starting with our three hunters running along the plain in the scene, Legolas never confirms that blood has been spilled like he does in the movie. It's actually quite an odd change, as in the book he does reference a red dawn, but very specifically says that he does not know if it means for good or evil. So Jackson's twisting of this line is quite opposite from the book. Next, in the movie, Aragorn seems to hear or feel the vibration of the ground as the Riders of Rohan are coming their way. But in the book, they see a shadow way off in the distance, moving quickly on the ground about 5 leagues away. Legolas, with his keen elf eyes, spots that there are 105 and that their leader is tall and fair. He also says that he sees no hobbits with them, but there are 3 empty saddles. They then decide to wait there on the ground for the riders to overtake them, as they are weary and they know they can't outrun the horses. This plays into the next small change, which is that they don't hide behind a rock, but actually just sit down in the middle of the plain, as their Lothlorien cloaks are enough disguise for them. We'll talk about this more during Éomer's conversation with them as well, so keep that in mind. Real quick before we head into that conversation, I did just want to make note of this part of the scene in the movie, as even when I was a kid, I remember this feeling odd to me. Aragorn and the others seem to be on a small hill in a field, and suddenly Aragorn bends down to the ground, then he urges them to go behind a rock, and literally seconds after, the Riders of Rohan pass. Now, I am no expert, but if the Riders of Rohan were close enough to pass literally seconds after our trio found cover, couldn't they have easily just looked to their left and seen a massive group of over 100 horses running towards them? Additionally, shouldn't Éomer have seen them sprinting to cover? I get that Lothlorien cloaks are good, but they're not that good. In all situations in the book of them being nearly invisible, it's when they are sitting still or in the dark, not while they're running in broad daylight. Anyway, that's not so much a change, but just a pet peeve of mine. Now let's move on to Éomer's conversation with them, and like I said, I can't cover every line, but let's go through point by point, hitting the main topics. First, Aragorn introduces himself as Strider, not Aragorn. Éomer is thrown off by this, as he says Strider isn't a name for a man. Second, after asking for the names of the other 2 silent companions, Gimli says his line from the movie, but before Éomer threatens to cut his head off, Gimli actually insults him first. You see, Aragorn had told Éomer that they passed through Lothlorien. This is because Éomer was curious how the 3 hunters hid from the riders as they rode by, as Aragorn and his companions were sitting in plain sight. Aragorn explained that it's because of their Lothlorien cloaks. Éomer is shocked that they made it through Lothlorien, as their tales in Rohan speak ill of those woods and the lady in those lands. I think you can see where this is going, but in the book, after Gimli introduces himself, he insults Éomer, saying that he should not speak ill of that which is fair, but brushes it off, saying that Éomer is excused because of his little wit. This is what prompts Éomer to say the line about cutting off Gimli's head. In the movie, it's a little more abrupt as Gimli doesn't provoke him, but in the book, it's pretty well deserved as Gimli has essentially just called Éomer an idiot in front of all of his men. Third, we do then get Legolas setting his bow and telling Éomer that he would be shot before a stroke fell, but the following conversation is what is cut from the film. Aragorn says that his companion's quick temper will make sense once Éomer understands their journey, and asks for him to give them a chance to share their tale. Aragorn then asks Éomer who he serves, and we learn that Éomer serves the king of Rohan, but that the lands are not fully against Mordor either, as no allegiance has been made in either direction. Éomer then asks who Aragorn is, and then we have one of the largest changes in regard to the movie dialogue, as Aragorn draws his sword Andúril and proclaims his lineage and name, which immediately causes Éomer to be shocked and amazed. In the movie, Aragorn doesn't have his sword yet, and he also isn't too keen on sharing his heritage and full name with people. But in the book, he is proud and aware of his destiny to be king. Plus, in this dire moment of searching for Merry and Pippin, I think he is ready to pull out all the stops. Fourth, now that Éomer is in Aragorn's service, as he fully knows that he is a friend and a man of lordship, Aragorn requests aid and news of the orc pack that they've been hunting. Similarly, they explain that there were 2 hobbits in the group, and the men of Rohan nearly laugh at this, as hobbits are only in their tales and they don't believe that they exist. But Éomer confirms with them that they left none alive and burnt the bodies. One of Éomer's men says that they must continue on as they are losing time, and tells Éomer that they should leave the strangers or bind them and take them to the king. Éomer then tells his men to assemble and prepare to leave while he privately speaks to the 3 companions. He tells Aragorn that he knows he isn't telling him the full truth and asks for their full tale. Aragorn then recounts their mission and journey since Rivendell, naming off Boromir, of whom the men of Rohan know, as well as Gandalf. At this, Éomer fills Aragorn in on some missing context, which shares that Gandalf brings ill tidings often to Rohan, and therefore is not very well liked, especially by the king. Last time Gandalf was in Rohan, he had delivered news that Saruman was now an enemy, and that he had been imprisoned at Orthanc. But Theoden did not heed these tidings and sent Gandalf off, and since Gandalf took Shadowfax, the king's best horse, it angered Theoden even more. Aragorn then reported to Éomer the fall of Gandalf and the death of Boromir, which caused great distress for Éomer. The 5th point in this conversation is that they speak more about their journey, and Éomer is greatly impressed by their sprint across the plains, as they have traveled more than 40 leagues in just a few days on foot. Éomer then dubs Aragorn Wingfoot, as he says Strider is too poor a name for such great a journey. Then he gives information of his own to Aragorn, sharing what happened with the orc pack they hunted and killed, and also informing the companions that Rohan has never paid tribute to Sauron. Éomer then invites Aragorn and the others to come back to Rohan, but Aragorn says that although his heart desires to go with him, he cannot, as they still want to find out the fate of their friends. And lastly, at number 6, Éomer says that it is against their law for him to let strangers go free in their land, but also says that it would be unfair for him to fight them 100-3. Aragorn then tells him that his laws were not made for such times, and that he must make a decision, but if he does decide to fight, less than 100 horsemen will return to Edoras. Just as in the movie, Éomer decides to lend them help and gives them 2 horses. The difference is that in the book, this is directly against their law, and Tolkien writes that many of his men disagreed with this decision, and looked on in doubt and wonder. Éomer tells Aragorn that he lends them these horses in hope that once their errand will end, they will return to the house of Meduseld, where Theoden sits, and return the horses and give answer for Éomer's actions. He tells them that his life is now in their hands, and the 3 companions are very grateful for this decision, promising to return to Edoras once they have completed their quest. Now that wraps up Éomer's involvement this week, and for those of you who are very well versed in the book or are reading along with me, you might have spotted some key moments that I left out, so feel free to comment anything that I missed below. Otherwise, check it out in the books for the full account. Okay, now let's move on to the second half of this week's scenes and discuss Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli's close call with Saruman spying on them. First, a quick change is that Legolas actually removes the saddle from his horse, as elves do not need them. In the movies, they keep the saddle on. Next, the movie portrays them arriving at the remains of the Uruk-hai encampment and quickly discovering that Merry and Pippin are quote-unquote dead. But in the books, they don't give up so quickly, as it says that they searched for clues or trails of the hobbits until nightfall. It is then at that point that Gimli gives up, saying that surely the hobbits' remains are amongst the burning orcs. But Aragorn and Legolas remind him that Gandalf intended for Merry and Pippin to come despite Elrond's disagreement. Gimli then says that Gandalf also came and he was the first to fall, so his foresight must have failed him. But book Aragorn, being much more wise than movie Aragorn, rightly points out that foresight doesn't mean you won't die, it just means that you make the right decision despite the outcome. After searching for some clues, we have our next change, as in the movie, they solve the riddle of Merry and Pippin's escape essentially right after they get to the encampment, but in the book, they sleep for the night on the edge of Fangorn, and it is during this night camping that we have another large moment that was changed for the movie, which is the omission of Saruman's appearance. This is such a crazy moment for the book, and I love that it was included, as it adds some mystery to this moment, but the movie completely removes this and makes things pretty cut and dry. Here's what really happens in the book. While camping, Gimli says that he wants to make a fire, but Aragorn warns against it as he does not want to anger the trees, as their path is likely to lead inside of Fangorn. He also says that they are close to the traitor Saruman's lands, and lighting a fire would put a little too large of a beacon on them for Aragorn's liking. Despite Aragorn's warning, Gimli is excited to see that there is leftover kindling from the Rohirrim's fire, and therefore Gimli does not need to cut any more wood. He runs off and gathers the kindling, and then starts a fire for their camp. They sit around and discuss why Celeborn warned them against traveling into Fangorn, which by the way is a book special, so check out the episodes on Lothlorien for more info on that. Legolas then asks Aragorn what peril lives in the woods, and Aragorn says that he might have asked Legolas that, because he isn't sure himself. But they do know one thing, which is that Fangorn is the oldest forest in Middle-earth, alive back during the days of the firstborn of the world. After this brief conversation, they select Gimli for the first watch, and Aragorn and Legolas go to sleep. And this is when we have our mysterious encounter with Saruman. As Gimli kept watch, he suddenly jolted up as a figure of a bent old man in a great cloak and with a pointy hat suddenly appeared in the periphery of the firelight. Too stunned to say anything, Gimli just stared and immediately thought of Saruman in these lands. His movement awoke Aragorn and Legolas, and Aragorn asked the old man what he wanted and invited him to come near the fire for warmth. But as Aragorn walked towards the old figure, he disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Legolas cried out as the horses were missing, and sure enough, the horses were no longer near, seemingly having run off in the night. After this ill turn of events, the companions tried to rest some more, taking turns in the night to be on watch. Before we move on to the other changes, I just wanted to break this down a little bit. There is quite some debate of if this old figure in Tolkien's writing is Gandalf or Saruman. At this point, the trio doesn't know that Gandalf has been reincarnated, sort of, as Gandalf the White. And a lot of people think that this is Gandalf spying on them before he meets them later inside of Fangorn. Christopher Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien's son, actually believes that this was meant to be Gandalf, but by the final draft of the book was actually supposed to be Saruman. What I'm not really sure of is if this is Saruman himself in the flesh, or a vision of Saruman using some of his magic to do some recon. His abilities in the sense aren't fully fleshed out, and so I don't think we'll ever know, as Tolkien never directly specified any of this later in his writings. And when they do meet Gandalf, Gandalf says that he was not the old man that spied on them. But then again, Gandalf the White said a lot of strange things when he meets them. So I'd love to hear from you below if you think this was Saruman or Gandalf. Personally, I do think this was Saruman in the flesh. After all, Éomer does tell them in his conversation, as well as in the movie, that Saruman has been known to travel the lands as an old man, spying and gathering information on the lands of Rohan. Anyway, now we have our final part of this last scene, as we come to Merry and Pippin's true escape. This is a combination of multiple chapters, as in the film, we get a scene which cuts back and forth between Merry and Pippin's escape and Aragorn's tracking at the encampment. So I'll do my best to give an account of Tolkien's version of this event in the best order possible. So here's what really happens in the book. First, let's pick up with Merry and Pippin, as we left off with Grishnak being killed by the riders of Rohan after he had pulled Merry and Pippin away from the main campsite. Merry and Pippin, bound up, now sat still in the night, afraid of being killed by the men of Rohan. But after they felt the coast was clear, they did what you might expect Merry and Pippin to do, and ate lembas that was in their pockets to recover their strength. As they were doing this, we finally meet our last missing character, Maur the Uruk-hai captain, who is leading reinforcements through Fangorn to join Ugluk and attack the riders by surprise. So, as Merry and Pippin sat in the grass enjoying some lembas, they watched as a full-on battle broke out at the Uruk-hai encampment in the distance. Now, it's time for their official escape, but Merry is curious as to how they will do this as their hands and legs are bound. Thankfully, Pippin's hands are only bound for show, as he had previously cut them off and put on a fake binding earlier in the chapter. After removing his rope, he was able to use Grishnak's blade to cut the rest of the ropes and free themselves. After this, they crawled for a bit, and then they got the feeling back in their legs and got up and ran off towards the forest, talking with one another about the journey so far, as Merry had been passed out for most of it. One notable moment is when Merry tells Pippin that if he gets the chance, a whole chapter will be dedicated to Pippin in old Bilbo's book, as Pippin is the true hero of this part of the story. Of course, as we readers know, the book does in fact dedicate this whole chapter to Pippin's point of view. Once they reach Fangorn, they turn around and watch the battle for a while longer, but after a bit they retreat into the woods as they see the Uruk-hai beginning to run toward the forest, trying to escape. We then learn at the end of the chapter that Éomer battled Ugluk 1 versus 1 and killed him, as well as the rest of the orcs, leaving none alive. But at this point, Merry and Pippin were long gone into Fangorn. So now, as for Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli's point of view of these events, it follows a similar path as the movie, but with these updated circumstances under which the hobbits escaped. After waking up the next morning, Gimli continues to say that he thinks the old man from the night before was Sauron, and that he took their horses. However, Legolas shares that he could hear the neighing of horses the night before, and they didn't sound as if they were distressed, but rather happy and joyful. After this brief exchange, Aragorn decides to pick back up on the trail and continue searching for clues, as he now has the light of day back. He tells the others that they must search for clues starting from their own campsite and working their way towards Fangorn, because if the hobbits have escaped, they must have gone into the woods. Sure enough, as they slowly search toward the forest, Aragorn finds a malorn leaf and some crumbs from Merry and Pippin's mid-battle snack, and then he soon after finds cut rope, which were their bindings. This is a really funny part of the chapter, as Legolas is confused by this riddle. How did they cut their ropes if their legs and hands were bound? And after they cut their rope, why did they just sit there and eat lembas while a battle raged on? Then Legolas happily notes that at least they know it was a hobbit, as that is the only answer to the question of the lembas. Aragorn agrees and adds on to this assumption by describing how he thinks things went down, saying that he believes an orc tried to escape with them so he could solely claim the prize. Another important note at this point is that our three companions only have clues that one hobbit escaped. Although they want to believe that both did, they cannot say for certain. Finally, after following the trail toward Fangorn, Aragorn spotted tracks under a tree on the edge of the wood, and then confirmed that they turned and ran into the forest. Now our three companions know for sure in which direction they must go. To wrap things up, here's a brief summary of the changes based on Tolkien's version. First, Aragorn sadly doesn't kick a helmet and scream. Second, they don't know that both hobbits escaped. Third, Merry and Pippin ate lembas during the battle to regain strength. And fourth, Grishnak is definitely dead, but we'll get to that in a future episode when the hobbits meet Treebeard. Picking up from where we left off last week, Merry and Pippin have just run into Fangorn Forest and are trying to escape Grishnak, who somehow is still walking around even though he has a spear sticking out of him. After realizing that the orc is hot on their trail, they climb up a tree to run away, but Grishnak gets a hold of Merry's foot. Pulling him to the ground, Merry is about to get stabbed when the tree Pippin climbed comes alive. Its eyes open and it steps forward, squashing the orc under its massive trunk-like feet. After picking up the two hobbits, it says that it thinks they are orcs, despite them both shouting that they are hobbits. The large tree man then says that the white wizard will know, and after some walking, plops them down in front of a glowing white figure who we can't see the face of. And the scene cuts right as Merry and Pippin look up to the so-called white wizard. Now we see Frodo, Sam, and Gollum as they have finally made it out of the rocky Emyn Muil and are heading into the dead marshes. We get a brief scene of them walking, with Gollum telling them that he knows a way that orcs don't use. Then we cut to them resting and eating some lembas. Gollum says that he is starving and tries eating a worm as a disgusted Sam and Frodo watch. Frodo throws him a small piece of lembas, and as soon as Gollum tries to consume it, he begins coughing as the bread is too dry and Gollum acts like a little toddler throwing a temper tantrum. He then has a small heart-to-heart with Frodo, but before he can get too close, Frodo tells him to get away. We then cut as they continue through the marshes and little flames pop up around them. They look into the water and see dead bodies and faces, and Gollum explains that there are orcs and men and elves who fought in a battle long ago in these lands. Frodo then looks at one for too long and falls into the water. After he falls in, the body isn't there, but rather the water is much deeper than he thought, and he can see many ghost-like shapes with freakish faces looking at him and reaching for him. Thankfully, before he can drown, Gollum pulls him out of the water and saves his life. Finally, we switch to the last part of the journey through the marshes as the two hobbits sleep at night and Gollum is crouching a few feet away talking to himself. Frodo overhears him and goes up to him to confront him with his true identity. He calls Gollum Smeagol, and we can see a distinct change come over him as no one has called him by his real name in ages. Then, before they can bond any further, they hear a shriek, and after Sam wakes up, the three travelers cower under a bush as a flying Nazgul sweeps overhead, searching the marshes for any signs of wanderers. Eventually, the Nazgul flies away and Frodo regains his strength and they continue on. And that is where scenes cut off for this week. There's plenty to cover, so let's waste no time and jump right into our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. First, for characters, we have a couple of key changes. Number 1 is that Grishnak is dead, but the movie keeps him for this opening scene. 2, Treebeard's appearance is much different in the book. I really enjoy Peter Jackson's visual interpretation in the movie, however, Tolkien describes Treebeard as much more man-like. Here's a small portion of Tolkien's description. Quote, a large man-like, almost troll-like figure, at least 14 foot high, very sturdy, with a tall head and hardly any neck, unquote. Tolkien also notes that he has 7 toes on each foot and smooth brown skin. The smooth brown skinned part is really what stands out to me. I think Tolkien wanted a distinction between the trees and the Ents, whereas Jackson's version makes Ents so similar to trees that Merry and Pippin climb Treebeard without noticing he's not a tree. Lastly, our third character change is Gollum's name. Frodo calls him Smeagol for the first time in the chapter before this one, when they first capture him. We'll cover this more in the plot changes as it heavily impacts the overall narrative, but I also consider it a character change as throughout the entirety of this chapter, Gollum refers to himself as Smeagol, but the movie doesn't showcase this until later. Now let's move on to our timeline changes. There's a distinct difference in the book between their times of travel. I consider this a timeline discrepancy, but it factors into the plot as well. In the book, Gollum hates traveling during the day, so technically they only travel at night. It is reversed in the movie as the walking scenes we get show them in the light, albeit cloudy, marshes, and their sleeping scenes are very clearly at nighttime. Not sure why this was changed for the movie, but oh well. Lastly, we have location, but hey, it's an easy one this week as there are no changes. I guess you could argue that Merry and Pippin walk a lot farther up the Entwash before meeting Treebeard in the book, but in the movie you can't really gauge how far they have run into the forest before getting caught by Grishnak, so it's all a wash for me. Now before I head into our final category of plot changes, I just want to remind you that if you're looking for someone to cover all the lines of dialogue that are different or shared between the book and movie, I just can't do that. But I'll do you one better. Check out the link in my description and claim a free trial on Audible, which can get you up to 2 free audiobooks. You can listen along with me each week and hear the dialogue for yourself, and it supports the channel at the same time. Alright, let's dive into the changes. So as you might have picked up, there are kind of 2 halves to this week's episode. First, Merry and Pippin's side of the story, and second, Frodo and Sam's perspective. I wish I could have done a whole episode just on Treebeard, but sadly, Peter Jackson breaks up their interactions with him into like 6 different scenes throughout the whole movie, so their involvement is going to be quite sporadic in this series. That being said, there are still some crazy changes made, even in this short moment in this week's video. So let's start with them. The first change is that no orc chases the hobbits into Fangorn. Obviously, as you know from last week, and from the character differences this week, Grishnak is dead. In the book, the spear that impales him kills him officially, whereas Jackson adds a moment of fear in this scene as the bloodied orc nearly catches and kills our 2 halflings. Thankfully, Treebeard is there to save the day, but that brings up the question of how did Merry and Pippin actually meet Treebeard if an orc wasn't chasing them? Well, the first noticeable difference is that they don't climb him. Here's what actually happens in the book. After Merry and Pippin escape, they run and walk for a while through the woods, following the stream of the Entwash westward and up towards the mountains. Finally, after a long journey and after their fear of orcs has died away, they rested and took a drink from the stream. They talked with each other, wondering how they would get out, and decided that if they needed to, they could simply follow the stream back out of the forest. However, they seemed to be having trouble breathing and everything seemed dark and dim. After talking for a bit, in typical Hobbit fashion, about their homes back in the Shire and their relatives and old Bilbo's tale of Mirkwood, they decided to continue on as a stream of sunlight finally broke through the trees. They only had about 5 days of Lembas left and they knew it. Sadly, after journeying on towards the light, it disappeared once again, and Pippin remarked that it was a pity the sun went away as he was almost starting to like the place. Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind them saying, "Almost felt like you liked the forest. That's good." Then they felt large knobby hands grab them and lift them from the ground as a strange voice said that he would like to turn them around so he could have a look at their faces. And this is how they encounter Treebeard. Another small change in regard to this introduction, by the way, is that Treebeard tells them that he has many names, like Fangorn, but they can call him Treebeard. This is super interesting, as we learn in the book that Fangorn Forest is literally named after this Ent. Now, another change in regard to their first meeting with Treebeard is that he doesn't think they are orcs, specifically because of their voices. However, he does say that if he hadn't have heard their kind speech, he would have mistaken them for little orcs. In the movie, they play this up big time, building the suspense that Treebeard is taking the halflings to Saruman, the White Wizard. But in the book, he is confident that they aren't orcs. However, he doesn't know what they are. He goes on singing his rhyme, which helps him remember all the races of Middle-earth, and when hobbits are left out, Pippin tells him that he can add a line about them which goes like this: "Half-grown hobbits, the hole dwellers." Now, there's a lot more to cover with their interaction with Treebeard, but I can't go into all of it right now, and a lot of it will get discussed during later scenes with these characters. For now, there are just a couple more changes in regard to Merry and Pippin's involvement this week. First, Treebeard doesn't take them to Gandalf. In fact, Gandalf doesn't meet up with them until after they have attacked Isengard in the book. Second, Merry is afraid that they're about to meet Saruman in the movie. As Treebeard says, the White Wizard will decide if they are orcs or not. Like I said already, this builds suspense for the movie, but in the book, Merry and Pippin aren't fully educated on who Saruman even is. This comes up more in a later conversation the halflings have with Treebeard, which we won't dive into this week, but for now just know that they don't really know who Saruman is at this point. Okay, so now let's switch on over to our other two halflings as they journey through the marshes with Gollum. The first change is that the movie omits Gollum's song at the beginning of the chapter in the book. As they're heading into the marshes, Gollum has a much more cheery attitude and sings a song that we hear a version of later on in the movie. This song gives a lighthearted feeling to the beginning of the chapter, as Gollum sings about a nice juicy fish. Sadly, this is removed from this part of the film, as they skip straight to their struggles in the marshes, and the later version of the song we get isn't even very accurate to the real lyrics. But we'll cover that when we get there. Next, we have a small line change. When Gollum says orcs don't use it, orcs don't know it, as he is telling them about the path through the marshes, this is actually pulled from the previous chapter. Soon after catching Gollum, Frodo tells him to take them to Mordor, and Gollum admits that he does know a path that the orcs don't know and don't use. Per usual, I can't go through every line spoken because we'd be here all day, but this is one I caught pretty early on, so I figured I had to mention it. Now, the movie cuts to them resting as they eat some lembas and Gollum cries about being famished. Although this famished line is pulled from the book, the nature of this rest stop is much different. First, Frodo offers Gollum food right from the get-go, and this is what triggers him to freak out about being hungry. In the movie, it takes Frodo and Sam seeing Gollum eat a worm in order for Frodo to offer him some lembas. Also, Gollum never eats a worm, although this is inspired from a later part of the chapter. At one point, Gollum goes away to find food for himself, and when he returns, Sam can see him chewing on something. Sam then thinks to himself that he doesn't want to know what he is chewing on, and probably thinks that it's worms or beetles. Next, before Gollum tries the lembas, he throws a temper tantrum about it being from elf country. In the movie, he doesn't know what it is and acts like he nearly chokes on it. This is accurate to the book, as he does eventually nibble on the bread, but before he does that, he sees the Malorn leaf wrapping the bread and smells it too. His face then contorts and he cries out that he can smell the stinky leaves from the elf country. Similar to the rope, Gollum is not a fan of anything elf related. Lastly, for this eating moment, Gollum is shown getting close to Frodo and almost having a heart-to-heart with him, but in the book, this never happens. Now we see our three travelers walking through the midst of the dead marshes and flames pop up around them. This is all very similar to the book, honestly, and might be one of the more accurate representations of a scene so far in this series. The only difference, of course, is the omission of some context we get from Gollum. In the book, he says that the dead marshes contain orcs, men, and elves from a battle long ago when he was young and before he found the precious. Sam then mentions that that must have been an age ago, and asks how they can still see the dead faces now, saying that they must be some sort of dark magic or devilry. Gollum then says that he doesn't know, but he does share that he tried touching them once and couldn't, so they physically can't be there. This is accurate to what we see in the movie, as when Frodo falls in, he doesn't fall onto a body, but rather sees a hell-like underworld with ghosts and spirits floating around. So this makes sense that what we see above the water is not what is under the water, just like Jackson shows in the movie. But that brings on another change, which is that Frodo never falls into the marshes and Gollum never rescues him. In the movie, this is a crucial plot point that builds trust between our three travelers, and even trust between the audience and Gollum. It makes you think that he is slowly changing, or that he is simply holding to his promise. But in the book, Tolkien makes it clear that this part of the journey was extremely difficult, and they would fall face first into the marshes time and time again, so that by the time they were ready to rest, they were soaked from the neck down. In fact, the only comparable line in the chapter to this moment in the movie is the very first time it happens, and it happens to Sam, not Frodo. The way that we get introduced to the dead faces in the marshes is because Sam falls down into the bog, nearly going under. With his face just inches away from the water, he sees the faces, and we get our dialogue from the movie in which Gollum explains who the faces are. So in reality, Frodo doesn't come close to having an experience anything like what the movie shows. So now the movie cuts to them at nighttime, as they're meant to be sleeping, and then the last part of the scene shows them cowering in fear as the Nazgul flies overhead. This is a bit out of order from what the book has, and these two scenes are drastically changed for the film. In the movie, we see Frodo stroking the ring, and Gollum being Gollum a few feet away from the hobbits as they sleep. As Gollum is talking to himself, Frodo confronts him with his name, Smeagol. There are multiple changes to this moment in the book, so I'm going to try to do this in the best order possible. For starters, it is actually Sam who overhears Gollum talking to himself. Second, this means that Frodo never actually confronts Gollum with his name. If you remember, as I already mentioned, Frodo confronted Gollum with his name Smeagol way back when they first captured him. Since that moment, Gollum has been calling himself Smeagol and been in pretty good spirits. Additionally, a small change is that this means Frodo wasn't awake stroking the ring. Plus, as I mentioned, these two moments are out of order, because in the book, they actually see the ring wraith flying overhead before they go to sleep for the night, and this impacts this scene quite significantly. Here's how things really went down. As they're continuing on their path, we have a brief funny moment of Gollum telling Sam that he stinks, and then our companions travel onward. However, Sam and Frodo notice that something more than stinky hobbits is making Gollum uneasy. Suddenly, all three of them halt in their tracks, stiffen, and listen as they hear a high-pitched wail of a Nazgul cry. They look in the distance and see a winged creature taking off from where Mordor is. Gollum would not move, and he stood shaking and mumbling to himself. In fact, similarly to how we see Frodo react in the movie, is how Tolkien described Gollum's reaction. As the winged figure got closer, all of them fell forward and weren't able to get up until the creature left. Tolkien writes that once it left, Frodo and Sam got up, rubbing their eyes like children wakened from an evil dream. They both had to rouse Gollum as he lay on the ground stunned, and once he awoke, he wailed about the wraiths, obviously terrified of them. So all of that being said, here is the defining shift in the narrative. You see, in the movie, Gollum is uneasy and then turns into a more lively and jolly version of himself after Frodo says his name during this nighttime scene. But in the book, it is actually completely flip-flopped. Gollum was doing great, being on the Smeagol side of his personalities for their whole journey through the marshes, and it isn't until the wraith flies overhead that he reverts back to his Gollum self. You see, like I said, these events are out of order in the book, and we actually get the night of them sleeping with Gollum talking to himself after the wraith flies overhead. Essentially, after Gollum has his panic attack and is reminded of the horrors of Mordor, he reverts back to Gollum, and that night Sam overhears him plotting to kill the hobbits and take the ring. His two personalities are fighting with each other, as Smeagol doesn't want to hurt them, but Gollum is convincing him. We hear things like her, referring to Shelob, and other lines that Peter Jackson sprinkles throughout the other scenes in the movie. But in reality, this conversation happens very early on in their journey, right here in the marshes. In the movie, Jackson saves these moments for after Gollum feels betrayed by Frodo when Faramir captures him. Now, to go back to the book version, surprisingly, Sam doesn't confront Gollum, but just tucks away this information in his mind and is wary of the creature from that point on, even more than he had been before. The conversation ends as Gollum goes to wring Frodo's neck as he sleeps, and Sam realizes that he doesn't have the energy to fight Gollum, so he just yawns loudly and asks what time it is, stopping Gollum from going any further with his plan to kill Frodo in his sleep. Anyway, picking up from where we left off last week, we see Gimli touching blood on some leaves in the forest, and after tasting it, realizing that it's orc blood. We then see Aragorn look to the ground and say that he sees strange tracks he doesn't recognize. Gimli remarks that the air in the forest feels stuffy and close together, and we get a brief history lesson from Legolas about how old the forest is and how he senses its anger. After hearing some strange noises around them, Gimli raises his axe, which angers the trees even more, and Aragorn instructs him to lower his weapon. After Legolas tells Gimli that the trees have feelings, he senses the presence of someone in the forest and tells Aragorn that the White Wizard approaches. Thinking that the White Wizard is Saruman, the three companions ready their weapons and suddenly attack the bright white figure, who deflects their weapons and stands atop a stone, shining so bright that they can't see his face. He then begins to speak with the voice of Saruman, but after talking, it slowly turns into Gandalf's voice, and the three hunters realize who the wizard is. With joy and amazement, they greet Gandalf and ask what happened to him, and the scene cuts to fill us in on Gandalf's fight with the Balrog and his resurrection. Then we see our four companions walking through the woods as Gandalf tells them that Merry and Pippin are safe, the forest is waking, and that they must ride to Edoras. After making it out of the woods, Gandalf whistles and his horse Shadowfax runs up to him. We then cut to Merry and Pippin, who are with a singing Treebeard. They are nearly falling asleep on him as he carries them all the way to his home at the foot of the mountains. Eventually, they make it to Treebeard's home, and he sets them down to rest while he goes and takes care of some business in the forest. Lastly, we cut to Aragorn and Gandalf standing in the night as they seem to have stopped to camp for a bit. They discuss Frodo and the Ring, the fate of Middle-earth, and how Sauron fears the heir of Isildur. And that is where we'll cut off for this week. Like I said, 90% of this is Gandalf and our three hunters, with a little taste of Merry and Pippin, which we'll address later. First, let's go over our character, timeline, and location differences. But do you know what's absolutely insane this week? Our character, timeline, and location categories get a complete pass. I'm 25 episodes into the series, and I believe this is the first time this has happened. Sure, we've had weeks where one or two of the three get a pass, but to have all three be accurate is quite insane. Now technically there is some discrepancy in terms of Gandalf's physical appearance compared to the movie, but that relates way more heavily to the plot changes, which we'll get to in a moment. Before I leave this section, I do just want to toss this over to you in the comment section, because I find it hard to believe that there aren't any changes for these three categories. So if you noticed any timeline, location, or character changes that I didn't pick up on, please comment down below. Anyway, it kind of works out that we don't spend too much time on these first three categories, because this week we have so many plot changes to fit into the video. As always, I can't go line by line through the chapter, and this week the chapter is filled with dialogue. So if you're wanting to experience Middle-earth for yourself in a whole new way, check out my link in the description to claim your free trial of Audible today. You'll get one free audiobook and you can follow along with me each week. Anyway, let's jump into the changes. The first change is a really quick and easy one. Right at the beginning of the scene, we see Gimli taste some blood that he found on the leaves in the forest, and he says that it's orc blood. This never happens in the book for one main reason, which is that an orc never chases Merry and Pippin into Fangorn. As we covered last week, the movie adds suspense to their escape and their first encounter with Treebeard, as Peter Jackson has Grishnak chase the halflings into the woods. But this doesn't happen in the book because Grishnak dies during the battle with the Rohirrim. For more details, you can check out last week's episode. Next, we see Gimli raising his axe, and we have a brief conversation about the forest itself, as Gimli says it feels stuffy and Legolas says that the trees are angry. There are a few changes in this part of the scene concerning the dialogue and narrative, but it really can all be boiled down to Gimli. Gimli is really done dirty in this scene, as in the book he is a lot more aware and not as scared. For starters, Gimli never raises his axe. In fact, he even mentions that he'll keep it loose in his belt, but not for use on the trees. In the book, Aragorn had already warned him of using the axe on these trees the night before when they were camping out and making a fire. So I think Gimli knew better than to raise it threateningly. Also, Legolas is the first to point out the stuffiness of the forest, not Gimli. Then Gimli adds on that it is stuffy, but not as bad as Mirkwood. He then says that although wood elves are strange folk, Legolas's talk about the forest comforts him, and he'll follow the elf wherever he goes in the woods. He closes it out by saying the line about keeping his axe loose, and tells Legolas to have his bow ready, as he's still on edge from the strange old man's visit the night before. Next, the trees never make noise or talk to each other as the hunters walk around. This also means that Legolas doesn't give explanation as to why they talk, saying that elves taught them to ages ago, and Gimli doesn't say what do trees have to talk about. Before we get to the White Wizard's involvement, I want to mention one small omission, which is Aragorn finding Merry and Pippin's footprints along the Entwash. He sees their footprints in the ground where it is wet near the water and guesses correctly that the hobbits stopped for a drink. He then puts his tracking prowess to the test and notes that the prints seem to be 2 days old. In the movie, they boil this moment down to the one line about Aragorn seeing some tracks that he doesn't recognize. Now we come to our trio's encounter with the White Wizard, the climax of these scenes. The book is drastically different, so I'll do my best to cover these in the best order possible. The first change is that Legolas doesn't warn Aragorn in Elvish that a stranger is approaching. He actually warns Gimli first. Remember, at this point, Gimli and Legolas are pretty close friends, and this is another moment that displays their growing bond. Plus, Gimli has been on high alert since he saw the old man by their fire the night before, so it makes sense that Legolas would warn him first. Also, speaking to Aragorn in Elvish would be quite rude as Gimli can't understand it. Next, a key change for the film is the way in which our companions meet the White Wizard and realize his true identity. In the movie, there is a quick moment with brief suspense and then a climactic payoff as Gandalf fends off their attacks and then slowly reveals his voice and face. But in the book, it's a lot more steady and methodical. After Legolas points out the approaching figure to Gimli, the three companions look on and see that it's an old hunched beggar in tattered clothing with a walking stick. The old man isn't looking towards them, and Tolkien writes that in better lands they would have kindly greeted the stranger, but given the circumstances and the fact that Gimli saw a very similar figure the night before, they are on high alert. After a few moments of waiting, Gimli, who is convinced the figure is Saruman, shouts to Legolas to bend his bow and get ready to shoot, but Aragorn and Legolas say that they must wait to confirm the identity of the stranger, or else they might accidentally kill an innocent old man. Suddenly, the old man, with surprising agility, bounds up towards them as they're on a raised area and speaks to them. He greets them and asks about their tale, but they refuse to answer until he gives them his name. Of course, Gandalf continues to be cryptic, however, and instead of giving his name, he sits down on a rock and continues to press them about their tale. He does say that they know his name, and I guess in his opinion that's a good enough reason not to share it with them. I can't go into all the dialogue as there are a few back and forth lines before the next part of this interaction. However, this conversation struck me as very similar to running into someone you know at the store, except you don't know their name. They come up to you and they seem to know all about you, but you just can't remember who they are. Over and over, Gandalf repeats his greeting to them as if one of these times it'll strike the right chord in their memory, but it'll take more than that by the end of this exchange. The second key change is that in the book, the order of events are slightly mixed up, as they attack the old man after this strange interaction of him refusing to share his name. Gimli puts his axe to the man, calling him Saruman and demanding that he tell them where they took the halflings. Then Tolkien writes that the old man was too quick for Gimli and sprang to his feet, leaping to the top of a large rock. His gray tattered garments were flung off and he was wearing bright white clothing. He lifted his staff and Gimli's axe leapt from his hand, Aragorn's hand burned and stiffened around his sword hilt, and Legolas's arrow burst into flame. Now you might be thinking, this is pretty similar to the movie. Well, the reveal is what is quite different, as a majority of the dialogue and preamble already happened while Gandalf was acting like the old man in gray clothing. In the book, as soon as this quick attack is thwarted, Legolas cries out Mithrandir, as he instantly realized who the stranger was. Gandalf then responded by saying, "Well met, I say to you again, Legolas." This is a key bit of writing, as this was the greeting line the stranger had used multiple times to the trio before, "Well met." This struck me as very biblical, as Tolkien was a devout Catholic and would have been very familiar with Jesus' resurrection. If you don't know, in the Bible, Jesus met multiple people after his resurrection and hid his identity from them, only revealing it after a bit of talking. There are a couple instances of this that I won't get into right now, but Gandalf's return to Middle-earth is a very similar scenario, with him coming back to the trio, disguised, but peacefully talking to them, almost testing to see if they would recognize him. After his reveal, we then get very similar dialogue to what is in the movie, with Gandalf saying things like, "I am Saruman," at least Saruman as he should have been. Okay, so now we come to a long bit of conversation between Gandalf and our three companions, which pretty much takes up the rest of the chapter. In the movie, they obviously condense this down to the basics to save time. However, as time isn't an issue in the book, this is when our four characters catch each other up on their parts of the story. So here are the key highlights which are omitted from the film. First, Gandalf mentions that he's been receiving word and updates on the Fellowship's journey since the river from Gwaihir the Great Eagle. Legolas suddenly has an aha moment as he finally puts together the puzzle pieces that the flying creature he has seen multiple times in their journey has been an eagle all along. Second, Gimli then remarks that Gandalf must have an update about Frodo and Sam, and Gandalf says that he cannot be sure about their current state, but he does mention that at one point the enemy almost found the hobbits, but Gandalf strove with the Dark Tower, distracting it long enough for the two to escape its sight. Gandalf also refers to Frodo as being alone, and Legolas tells him that he isn't alone, as Sam went with him. In the movie, they save this line for Aragorn when him and Gandalf are speaking to each other later. Third, speaking of later conversations with Gandalf, we then have a chunk of dialogue which Peter Jackson uses later in the movie. Gandalf speaks about the ring and how the enemy still doesn't think that they are planning to destroy it. Fourth, Gimli asks if Saruman is indeed a traitor, and Gandalf replies that he is a traitor in two ways, as Saruman's actions have worked against the Dark Lord as well as themselves. He then mentions that Saruman's treachery is perhaps the strangest thing to happen this age, and that Saruman is in more trouble than he knows, as the Dark Lord knows of his treachery, yet Saruman cannot hope to defeat Mordor without the ring. Fifth, Gandalf also mentions that Saruman is unaware of the winged messenger, and Legolas remarks that he shot down the dark steed on the river. Gandalf then tells him that although you can kill its steed, you cannot kill the rider, as the messenger is one of the 9 Nazgul. And at number 6, Gandalf then mentions that yet another danger Saruman hasn't accounted for is Treebeard, and after Aragorn asks who Treebeard is, Gandalf explains the Ents and Merry and Pippin's role in Fangorn Forest. And at number 7, Gimli asks if Gandalf was the old man they saw the night before, and Gandalf says that he was not. He says the old man must have been Saruman, as it certainly wasn't himself, and then thanks Gimli for not confusing him for the traitor. Now that we've gone over the key points of their conversation, it's probably important to cover a portion of the dialogue that Peter Jackson did actually show, which is Gandalf's battle with the Balrog. In truth, this seems to be fairly similar to the book description, despite it being heavily condensed. For example, in the book, we learn more about the full account as Gandalf explains that he was burned as he went down to the center of the mountain and then nearly froze in the cold depths of the water. Then he mentions that the Balrog's fire was put out in the water and he was slimy like a snake. Then he explains how they fought through the tunnels of the mountain, which even the Dark Lord himself doesn't know, and which the nameless things of the earth gnawed. Then, very similarly to the movie, Gandalf explains how they went upon the remains of Durin's tower, and Gandalf used lightning to smote his enemy upon the snowy mountainside. But here's the main difference, which is the means by which Gandalf was saved. In the movie, we are almost given this idea that the Valar themselves saved Gandalf and teleported him to safety, but Tolkien was a lot more realistic than that. While Eru Ilúvatar might have saved Gandalf from dying on the mountainside, spending each day as long as a life age, his physical body was recovered by Gwaihir, who was sent on Lady Galadriel's orders to search for Gandalf. He then was taken to Carysgadathon, where he was healed and clothed in white. And that segues us into the next omission, which is the Lady Galadriel's words to each companion. To Aragorn, Galadriel tells him that the Grey Company rides to them, and she foreshadows the paths of the dead. To Legolas, she says, "Beware of the sea." And after Gandalf gives these messages to them, Gimli solemnly asks if the lady mentioned anything about him, and Gandalf says that she did indeed, and that the message was, "To Gimli, son of Gloin, give his ladies greetings. Lockbearer, wherever thou goest, my thought goes with thee. But have a care to lay thine axe to the right tree." After this, Gimli is full of joy and delight, as if his long-distance girlfriend has finally written him a love letter after months apart. Now, before we move on to Merry and Pippin's brief scene with Treebeard, we have one more change, which is Shadowfax's arrival. It is quite a simple change, but makes sense if you know the book. In the movie, we see Aragorn and Legolas with their horses as Gandalf whistles for Shadowfax, but in the book, their horses are gone. If you recall from Saruman's mysterious visit to their camp the night before, their horses disappeared. Whether set loose or run off to frolic with Shadowfax, I don't know. But what happens during this moment in the book is that after Gandalf whistles, all three horses run up, not just Shadowfax. In the book, according to Legolas, he believes that the horses ran off because they sensed Shadowfax's presence nearby. So I guess we'll just consider that the facts for now. Next, this week's scenes end with two brief interactions. First, Merry and Pippin with Treebeard, and then Gandalf and Aragorn talking. There's only one small change for each moment, so let's start with Merry, Pippin, and Treebeard. Treebeard doesn't just set the halflings down as they sleep and then leave them as Jackson shows in the movie. Once they arrive at his home, they are both still awake, and Treebeard asks where they will stand to sleep. This is because Ents sleep standing up, and he tells them that he's going to stand in the rain as he sleeps. Merry and Pippin then remark that they sleep lying down, not standing up, and then they find a comfy place to rest. Finally, we end off with Gandalf speaking to Aragorn, and there's not much of a change other than the fact that we don't explicitly get a moment like this in the book. This mainly seems to be an additional point of context for the viewers, but this is also an extended edition scene, so even Peter Jackson must not have thought it was required for the main cut. There are some things pulled from Gandalf's dialogue with the three hunters when they encounter him in Fangorn, but for the most part, this is made-up dialogue that just sums up where we're at in the story. Saruman has committed treason, Theoden's mind is poisoned, and Frodo and the ring are still hidden. I don't mind this little scene as it sets us up perfectly for the transition to Frodo and Sam's scenes, which we come to right after this one. But that's a story for next week. Picking up from where we left off last week, we cut to Frodo, Sam, and Gollum scaling some rocks to get a good view of the Black Gate of Mordor. Suddenly, they hear horns blow as the gate opens to let in some evil men who are allied with the enemy. Sam then gets too close to the edge and falls down the cliffside, and Frodo rushes after him but struggles to get him out of the gravel he was buried in during the fall. Due to the mini landslide that Sam caused, some of the evil men begin walking toward their direction to see what's going on. Frodo realizes that he can't get Sam out, and as a last-ditch effort, covers them both using his Lothlorien cloak. Thankfully, this does the trick, and the men can't see them as the cloak simply looks like a rock to their eyes. After the men walk off, Frodo quickly gets Sam out of the ground and they hide again. Realizing that they only have a split second to run for the open gate as it might not open again, Frodo and Sam prepare to make a mad dash for it, but unfortunately for them, Gollum yanks them back and keeps them from heading into Mordor. He cries out that they can't go in through that way and says that he knows another way. Reluctantly, as the gate closes again, Frodo agrees to have Gollum take them through the other path, and they depart. Then the movie cuts to our other two hobbits, as we see Merry waking up on the forest floor and looking around. They're in Treebeard's home, and Pippin is over by a natural spring, drinking some of the water. Merry walks up to him, and after Pippin belches, Merry realizes that he said something in Tree-ish. Pippin denies it, but Merry presses the subject as he feels something isn't right. He then realizes that Pippin is taller than him and is slowly hiding the water bowl he's drinking from, and Merry lunges forward to take it. He drinks some of it, but Pippin chases him around, saying that Treebeard said he couldn't have any. Eventually, they chase each other into the roots of a large tree nearby, and the roots grab hold of their ankles, causing them to fall and slowly get eaten up by the tree. After fully disappearing, Treebeard walks into frame and reprimands the tree, telling it to let the hobbits go and to go to sleep. Thankfully, the tree relinquishes the halflings, and then we cut to Merry and Pippin being carried by Treebeard as he walks with them toward the next destination. After we hear Treebeard say that they lost the Entwives, Pippin asks how they died. Treebeard then says they didn't die, but they lost them, much to the confusion of the hobbits. Finally, Treebeard asks Merry and Pippin if they've seen any Entwives, and sadly they say no, but Pippin asks what they look like. Treebeard then tells him that he can't remember what they look like, and that is where the scene ends. By the way, for those of you who are super confused right now, that scene is in the extended edition only, but that's the version I use for the series as I want to make sure that I don't leave anything out. Now before we jump into the plot changes, let's first cover our categories of characters, timeline, and location. To start, our character changes are a little too complex to get into right now. What I mean by that is essentially in both scenes we get mini history lessons, one from Gollum and one from Treebeard. During their monologues in the book, they rattle off many old characters that you would recognize from Middle-earth history. I can't get into them now as there's too many to name off, and they really don't relate to these scenes specifically. I just wanted to mention that we miss out on that background lore in the movie. For location, we get a pass this week as both scenes are accurately at the Black Gate and then Treebeard's home. But when it comes to timeline, we do have a difference, which is that the scene with Frodo, Sam, and Gollum actually took place over an entire day. Of course, to condense things for the movie, they show this interaction lasting only about 5 minutes. However, Tolkien has a whole chapter dedicated to this day they spend observing the Black Gate. Of course, we'll cover the details of that day coming up here in the plot changes, but first I wanted to clarify something. Typically at this point I would say that I can't go over the dialogue in detail, but this week is a little different as many of the changes pertain to conversations between Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, and then Treebeard, Merry, and Pippin. If I skipped over dialogue this week, the video would be about 3 minutes long, plus the integrity of the series would have been compromised as I would have skipped so many crucial changes. And like I said, this week's scenes are two of the most difficult for me to cover, especially due to these narrative deviations. That being said, I can't go word for word through things, so if you're wanting to relive this story in a whole new way, check out my link in the description to claim your free trial of Audible, which will get you one free audiobook. That way you can support the channel and hear all the dialogue for yourself. Alright, let's dive into the changes. Let's start things off by going over this first scene with Frodo, Sam, and Gollum coming upon the Black Gate. Like I mentioned in the timeline section, this whole interaction takes place over an entire day, whereas the movie keeps it to a few minutes. For the most part, they do a good job not leaving stuff out, but rather paraphrasing what Tolkien wrote. However, even with it being very similar, it isn't perfect, and there's one major difference which I'm sure all of you have been waiting for. Of course, I'm talking about Sam falling and Frodo protecting him with a Lothlorien cloak. In the book, this never happens. Sam doesn't fall, and there's no point at which they use their cloaks during this chapter. We're already getting off to a hot start here because this is one of the key things that rubs me the wrong way just from a film perspective. As you know, when I do this series, I make it clear that I love both the movies and the books, and when I present the differences, I try to give my analysis without being toxic about anything because I genuinely do love both. But let's look at today as my proverbial cheat day when it comes to being opinionated, because I have a lot of thoughts on these scenes. When watching this scene, I always think, how did those men not see them when Frodo was trying to dig Sam up? Frodo obviously knew they were coming, so it just doesn't make sense. Plus, how in the world did Sam get buried that deep? And if he did, trust me, it would have been nearly impossible for him to get out, let alone the fact that he probably would have had multiple broken bones from the weight of the rocks compacting around his body. But as we see in the movie, right after the soldiers leave, Frodo gets him out in a half a second. All in all, more than just not being lore accurate, it just doesn't make sense from a film perspective. And one of the things that I like about Peter Jackson's adaptations overall is the realism in a fantasy story. So this scene just throws me off. Anyway, this moment plays into another change, which is that since Sam never falls, Frodo doesn't try to make a break for it before the Black Gate closes. Gollum does insist that he not go through the gate, just like in the movie, but there's no physical struggle of Gollum literally yanking them back and not letting them go forward. Now, besides those obvious plot deviations, there are a few minor omissions on the dialogue side that I wanted to mention. To make things easier, let's just go in order of the chapter. To start, they arrive at the Black Gate right at the break of dawn. Sam makes some comments about his gaffer, kinda like what we get in the movie, but then they go straight into Gollum talking about another path into Mordor. Gollum says that they mustn't go through the Black Gate, and explains that he knows another way. Sam asks why he hasn't mentioned that before, and Gollum says that Master didn't ask. So far, pretty similar to the movie, But where it starts to deviate is when Frodo and Gollum come to a resolution within a minute or two in the movie version. In the book, Gollum is very reluctant to share information about this alternative path, as it almost pains him to talk about it. Frodo and Sam theorize that he potentially was released through this path and then told to find the ring and then bring the ring bearer through that way. Ultimately, it takes a while before they get the full info out of Gollum. He shares not only about the stairs and the tunnel, but also gives them a mini history lesson about Gondor and men and tales he heard when he was a child, which by the way would have been hundreds of years ago. Finally, after hearing about the path, Frodo takes a few hours to think about the options. While they're waiting for Frodo to make a decision, Sam thinks to himself that they definitely shouldn't go that way, and I guess you could mark that down as another slight difference. You see, in the movie, they make Sam very vocal about his opposition to Gollum, but in the book, he keeps these thoughts in his own head as he respects Frodo's wisdom and will follow him anywhere. Also, you gotta remember that in the book version, Sam had overheard Gollum a few nights before plotting the murder of the hobbits, so in the book, Sam has a lot more of a reason to not trust Gollum, but he still keeps it to himself. This is probably indicative of Frodo and Sam's relationship, as Sam sees himself as greatly inferior to his master and doesn't speak up as much as his movie counterpart. Another key bit of dialogue which was left out completely and not even paraphrased was Frodo's threat to Gollum about the ring. For the most part, Gollum seems to think that Frodo is a pushover at this point. Sam thinks so as well, even making note in his head that his master is too kind to Gollum. However, we get to a crucial piece of dialogue which has Frodo tell Gollum that he must remember his oath he made by the Precious. Frodo says that the Precious will hold him to his word, and then threateningly tells him that Gollum has to obey the Precious. He says that if he were to wear the ring and tell Gollum to cast himself into fire or leap from a cliff, then Gollum would have to do so. This is a dark bit of conversation in which our dear Frodo once again takes on the ominous power of the ring and commands Gollum. Tolkien then writes that this almost snaps Gollum out of it and reminds him that Frodo won't be so easy to trick. Finally, the last part of the chapter contains an unfortunate omission, which Jackson translated to a later scene. We'll cover it more once we get there, but it's worth mentioning now as technically it takes place while they're at the Black Gate. While Frodo is thinking about his decision, they see winged creatures flying overhead. They speculate that they're ring wraiths riding fell beasts just like they had seen in the marshes before, but they can't be sure. Shortly after the winged creatures disappear, they hear the singing and shouting of men, and then see a host of men marching towards the Black Gate. Frodo recalls seeing the same image while on the high seat of seeing at Amon Hen, but he had thought this vision was of the men of Gondor marching to take on Mordor. To his dismay, he realizes that it's actually allies of Mordor coming to their aid. These men they see in the book match the description of the men we later see with the Oliphaunts in the movie. However, that is where our omission lies. Not so much in men marching to Mordor, because that is shown in this scene, but rather Sam's inquiry about Oliphaunts. You see, as Gollum tells them what he's seen, Sam asks him if he sees an Oliphaun, and Gollum says that he doesn't know what that is. Sam then gets up, puts his hand behind his back, as he does whenever he recites poetry, and then starts a poem about Oliphaunts. He then asks Gollum again, now that Gollum has a clear description of the creature, and Gollum once again says that he doesn't see any, much to Sam's disappointment. It is then right after this moment of lighthearted poetry that Frodo makes his decision and tells Gollum to lead them through the stairs and tunnel. Frodo also makes a funny remark after this, saying that he wishes they had 1,000 Oliphaunts, with Gandalf riding a white one at the front to lead the charge into Mordor. I thought this was a nice moment in the book, as it showcases Sam's relentless ability to keep lighthearted and hopeful, even in the darkest moments. But I agree, it wouldn't have been fitting for this scene. Anyway, now that we've covered all our changes for this scene at the Black Gate, we cut to Merry and Pippin waking up in Treebeard's home. And trust me, there are plenty more changes to discuss here. I like covering these two scenes together as it really shows us the differences between our sets of hobbits and their respective parts that they play in the overall story. Frodo and Sam with Gollum at the Black Gate, and Merry and Pippin with Treebeard. Two very different trios who are going to serve two very different purposes. But this scene, which showcases Merry and Pippin drinking Ent Draft and then getting stuck in a tree, is a massive change from the book for multiple reasons. If you've been watching my series all the way through, we've had to do some skipping around to keep up with Jackson's version. In Tolkien's writings, he takes up an entire chapter, one of the largest in the whole book, to talk about Merry and Pippin meeting Treebeard, going to his home, talking with him about the Ents in the forest, and then ending with them meeting for Entmoot. It's an expansive chapter, and we've already covered their meeting with Treebeard in a previous episode. Plus, in the last episode, I briefly mentioned how they aren't asleep when they get to Treebeard's home. In last week's episode, the scene was so short that I didn't want to spend 10 minutes talking about Treebeard's role, but today, since half of these scenes are Merry and Pippin with Treebeard, I think it's worth expanding upon. To give you a bit of a roadmap for what we're going to discuss today, here's the general outline of Tolkien's version. Picking up from Merry and Pippin meeting with Treebeard, there's a bit of dialogue as they walk to Treebeard's home. Then, once they're at Treebeard's home, we have conversation between the three characters that lasts for quite a while. Afterwards, they go to sleep and then wake up and prepare for Entmoot. We'll be following that same roadmap to cover these changes, so buckle up. First, let's address their conversation while they're heading to Treebeard's home, as Jackson completely omits it from this film. And this conversation centers around one question Pippin has for Treebeard. Why did Celeborn warn the Fellowship to stay away from Fangorn? As Treebeard continues his long strides towards his home, he goes on a long monologue about the forest and Celeborn's assumption of its danger. He begins by saying that he might have said the same thing about Lothlorien, saying how strangers typically don't make it out of there. But eventually he does tell them that Fangorn Forest is also a strange and dangerous place, especially at this point in time. He tells Merry and Pippin about how some trees are going Entish, which is to say that they're becoming more aware, and he also says that some Ents are going tree-ish, which means they're falling asleep. This means that a larger number of trees are going unchecked and untamed in the wild. Merry then compares these trees, with bad hearts as Treebeard says, to the willow they encountered in the Old Forest, and Treebeard says that it's much worse than the Old Forest. He continues to discuss the great darkness that is growing, but eventually goes into a low murmuring chant of sorts like a poem or a song. By the way, this conversation is a lot longer than I covered here, and is once again a prime example of why you should read the book for yourself if you want a more detailed refresher. But before I move on, I should mention that Peter Jackson does have a slight parallel to this, as he shows Merry and Pippin talking to Treebeard as they head to Entmoot. The key difference is, first, they have this conversation as they walk to Treebeard's home, not Entmoot. And second, the conversation is much longer in the book. Next, as we follow the chapter roadmap I laid out earlier, we arrive at Treebeard's home. In the last episode, I already mentioned the difference of their sleeping arrangement, so I won't repeat that again. But the key difference here is the omission of their time spent with Treebeard before they go to sleep. Here's what happens in the book. After arriving in Treebeard's home, the Ent grabbed two large vessels which were filled with water and held his hands over them. Immediately, they began to glow, one gold and one green. Treebeard then invited the hobbits to sit on his massive stone table. As he said, Ent homes don't have chairs. Then he gave the hobbits bowls filled with the water from the two vessels he had just put his hands over. After everyone had their fill of drink, Treebeard had Merry and Pippin finally recount their full tale to him, as so far he still hadn't heard it. When they brought up the Shire, Treebeard stopped them to ask if they had seen any Entwives. Pippin then asked if Entwives looked like Ents, and Treebeard said that he didn't remember, but tells them that Entwives would have liked the Shire based on Merry and Pippin's description of it. Small aside here is that in this scene of the movie, we do actually have a bit of that portion of the dialogue, as Pippin does ask Treebeard what the Entwives look like, and Treebeard does say that he doesn't remember. Anyway, continuing with the book, Merry and Pippin then continued their tale, and Treebeard was especially intrigued to hear about everything to do with Gandalf. After they finished their tale, Treebeard says that they haven't told him everything, but that is probably what Gandalf would have wanted. The hobbits then ask Treebeard what he will do about this news the hobbits bring, and he says that he is not on anybody's side, but then mentions something very interesting. Because Merry and Pippin had brought up the Uruk-hai who had captured them and told Treebeard that they were under orders from Saruman, Treebeard seemed to focus on that. He told Merry and Pippin that Saruman is a neighbor, and that recently he has thought about doing something about Saruman's growing power. He talks for a while about this point and fills Merry and Pippin in on who Saruman is, how he came to Middle-earth, and what he's currently up to. He tells them that Saruman has a mind of metal now and is focused on becoming a power in Middle-earth. Treebeard says that he sees smoke rising from Isengard, and many of the trees they cut down were his friends, who he had known from Nut and Acorn. Sound familiar? Peter Jackson used a lot of this dialogue later on in the film to fit his own version of events, which is extremely different. Of course, we'll cover those scenes once we get there, but for now, just know that it is actually in Treebeard's home that they have this conversation. Plus, Treebeard is very aware of Saruman's treachery. He even ends things off by saying that he has gotten too hasty and must cool himself off, as thinking about Saruman has gotten him too hot-headed. Now, before we get to Old Man Willow and the Ent draft scene, we have one more bit of conversation, which actually relates to the moment in the movie of Pippin asking about the Entwives. As I already mentioned before, Treebeard briefly mentioned Entwives in the previous bit of dialogue, but the biggest change we have now is that Pippin brings back up the Entwives and asks Treebeard to recount the full tale of who they are and what happened to them. In the movie, Treebeard simply says that they were lost and seems forgetful about the whole thing. Although he is somewhat forgetful in the book, he actually gives them a pretty detailed historical account of what happened in the Ents' history. We learn things like how the Entwives loved plenty and peace and made gardens to dwell in around Middle-earth, how the Entwives crossed the Great River and left the Ents to live in their gardens, but how eventually when Treebeard and the other Ents went searching for them, they found only desert, which now the men of the land call the Brown Lands. He tells the hobbits how Sauron had destroyed all their gardens during the war, and the Entwives seem to have disappeared. Okay, so now let's head into our final part of these pages in the chapter, which I outlined earlier, and discuss Merry and Pippin waking up in Treebeard's home. Both of these final differences are really what bother me when I watch this movie. Honestly, if you just watch the films, it's not so bad, but when you know the truth behind Tolkien's lore, you really start to wonder why these scenes were there. Like I said earlier, Peter Jackson must have had a similar thought, as these moments are saved for the extended edition only. Anyway, the first change is quite simple, and one that you might have already realized based on the previous conversations and changes. Merry and Pippin don't fight over drinking the Ent draft. In the book, it does say that the drink Treebeard gave them the next morning tasted different from the one they had the night before, and that it felt like there was something going from their toes all the way up to the top of their heads, even making their hair stand up after the drink. But what we see in the movie with them chasing each other around never happens. Plus, something we learn at the very end of the book when the hobbits return to the Shire is that Merry and Pippin were a couple inches taller each, making them both the tallest hobbits in the Shire. So the Ent draft did make them grow, but it was never a situation like what the movie shows. They never fought over it, and Pippin never shrank back to his normal size like what Jackson shows later after they take Isengard. And this segues us perfectly into the final change, which is probably one of the most commented things on my channel, and that is that a tree never eats them at this point in the book. Let me repeat, at this point in the book. That's right, Peter Jackson didn't just make this up, but created the scene as a way to pay homage to the Hobbits' earlier journey through the Old Forest in the Fellowship of the Ring. This tree in this scene is none other than Old Man Willow, at least Jackson's version of him. If you recall from their journey into the Old Forest, early on in the Fellowship of the Ring, Merry and Pippin get sleepy and lay up against a tree, which consumes them, and Frodo and Sam have to figure out how to get them out. Well, things don't go so well, and they have to eventually call for help. Thankfully, Tom Bombadil happens to come along right at that moment and tells Old Man Willow to let them go. Fun fact, Treebeard's lines to the tree in this scene are actually taken from what Tom Bombadil says to Old Man Willow in the Old Forest chapter. But considering that Jackson completely removed those chapters and the character of Tom Bombadil, they were easily able to steal those lines and give them to Treebeard. If you want to learn more about those chapters, which Jackson completely removed from the Fellowship of the Ring film, check out my episode about Tom Bombadil in this series. Picking up from where we left off last week, we see our four companions riding towards Edoras. But before we continue with them, we cut to Eowyn trying to tell King Theoden about the death of his son. We then see her weeping over her dead cousin, and then Wormtongue comes in and does his usual creepy thing. Then we cut back to our four riders as they arrive at the Hall of Meduseld. Upon arrival, they have their weapons confiscated as they walk into the Golden Hall of Meduseld. After Wormtongue says that they aren't welcome, Gandalf reveals his staff, which was the only thing not taken from them, and he goes up to Theoden and casts out Saruman's spirit. Theoden, now feeling better, takes Grima Wormtongue outside and tries to kill him, but noble Aragorn stops this murder and lets Wormtongue run out of the city. Theoden then asks where his son is, and we cut to a burial scene as Eowyn sings a lament for Theodred. After Gandalf and Theoden talk at Theodred's burial mound, Gandalf looks out and sees two children riding towards the city on a horse, and then we cut to inside the Golden Hall as Theoden finally hears the news of the burning of the Westfold. Now he has a decision to make, and instead of deciding to fight as Gandalf advises him, he decides to flee with his entire population to Helm's Deep, where he will wait out the war. Gandalf, obviously frustrated, leaves the town and tells Aragorn to look for him on the 5th day. The plan is that Gandalf will go try to find Éomer and the other riders of Rohan and bring them to Helm's Deep. We then see Aragorn tame a horse, and Éowyn is impressed with his Elvish, and then we cut to Saruman with Wormtongue. Grima informs Saruman of the news and tells him that Theoden will flee with the people to Helm's Deep. He also tells Saruman that a ranger wearing a strange ring was with Gandalf, and Saruman realizes that this could be the heir of Isildur. The movie cuts back to Edoras and we see a stream of people walking out of the city. Then we see Éowyn inside the Golden Hall practicing her fighting. She almost kills Aragorn, who deflects her blade, and they share another moment as she tells him that she doesn't want to be left behind when she can fight. Finally, we see Grima telling Saruman that they will be slow as they travel to Helm's Deep, and Saruman dispatches his warg riders to intercept them and kill as many as possible. And that is where we'll cut off for this week. Like I said, please don't rush to the comments to point out something I missed, because I already know that I just condensed 25 minutes into a very, very short summary. But for the most part, that's what we see in the film. By the way, I am planning on doing a bonus episode at some point where I cover all the extended scenes in one video, just so people who haven't seen the extended cuts know what they're missing. But for the time being, I highly encourage you to watch the extended version if you don't recognize all the scenes that I'm covering. That being said, let's hop into the character, timeline, and location changes. First, for our character section, it's a little larger this week because I need to address something more than just names. But as for names, we are only missing Éomer. In the books, he is an Edoras since he was never banished like they show in the movie. Rather, he simply got imprisoned. But beyond that character change, Peter Jackson changed a lot of the aesthetic of the Men of Rohan. Personally, I like the more medieval, rugged look that they went for in the movie, but Tolkien writes them as being slightly more put together than that. Not saying that all of them would have long, shiny blonde hair like elves, but in the book, Hama is specifically described as having golden hair that was braided on his shoulders, whereas the movie portrays him and the other men with red and brown hair, which is mostly unbraided. Theoden's look in the movie does not match the book either. Much like I previously mentioned about the Men of Rohan in general, Theoden himself had long, thick white hair, braided in golden circlets. Plus, even though he was bent and old, his eyes were piercing and bright. The movie shows the opposite in an attempt to clearly communicate the spell that's over him, but his blurry eyes and crazy Einstein hair is the opposite to the book description. Lastly, the Men of Rohan speak their own native language in the book. Understandably, to make this simpler for the movie, they just had the men speak plain English. Now, as for timeline and location, these are a lot simpler. For timeline, I think it's pretty accurate, but let me know if I missed something in the comments. Location has one change, which I'll get to more in the plot changes, but for now, just know that the movie omits the Hold of Dunharrow. In the book, they don't all go to Helm's Deep, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves there, as that has way more to do with the plot. So that being said, let's jump into the next section. Really quick, I just wanted to remind you guys that I can't cover each line of dialogue, as that would take forever. I'll do my best to be as detailed as possible, but if you're looking to relive these conversations for yourself each week as I do the series, I highly encourage you to pick up the audiobooks. If you're looking for a free trial, you can use my Audible link in the description to claim a free trial along with one free audiobook. Anyway, let's get into the changes. The first change we have for these scenes comes very quickly in the first few pages of this chapter. In the book, our four companions don't enter Edoras as easily or as swiftly as the movie shows. Honestly, this makes a lot more sense, as in these dire times, why would the city just allow their gate to be kept open for anyone to enter? In the book, as our four characters come to Edoras, they get stopped at the gate by many men of Rohan who speak in their native tongue. Gandalf speaks back to them in their language and requests that they speak in the common tongue, but the men inform him that they're under strict orders to not let any strangers in who don't know the native Rohirrim speech. They then ask if the companions are spies of Saruman, as they recognize Gandalf as a wizard, but they do mention the horses look familiar. At this, Aragorn speaks up and tells them not to be alarmed, as they are right to recognize the horses, as they are indeed horses lent to them by Éomer. After a bit more dialogue, Gandalf tells the guard of the horse he is returning, Shadowfax the Great, and shares all their names so that the guard can go inform the Lord of the Mark of their arrival. The guard, having returned from informing Theoden of their arrival, told them that they can continue, but they must give their weapons to the door warden once they get to the Golden Hall, even if it's just a staff. As you can tell, we are getting some foreshadowing for the next encounter in which Gandalf keeps his staff, but ultimately I think they cut this whole interaction at the gate for time. That being said, what we're about to get into is where that whole time argument might fall apart, as many of these scenes were completely made up and fill up time perhaps unnecessarily, but I'll leave that up to you. The next scene, in which we see Éowyn with the king and then Grima being creepy, is one of those made up moments. Although we do know that Wormtongue was after Éowyn, which we'll address later in this video, we don't get any details on the exact interactions that they might have had together. And more specifically, because Theodred never came back to Edoras and then died there, these scenes don't make much sense. Éowyn doesn't inform the bewitched king that his son has died, because that has already happened, and then Grima doesn't comfort Éowyn while she's beside her dead cousin, because, well, he's not there. Anyway, now that we've covered that made-up moment, which, by the way, isn't the last one, let's get into Gandalf's confrontation with Grima and Theoden. The next part of this scene in the movie shows Gandalf and company arriving at the door to the Golden Hall, handing over their weapons, except the staff, and then heading inside. Of course, what is just a minute in Jackson's film is a much longer encounter in Tolkien's version. However, it isn't just time being condensed, because that can be forgiven. Rather, this moment in the book has a few golden nuggets of information that are key changes in the film. Chiefest of these changes is Aragorn's sword, Anduril, which in the movie he has yet to receive, but in the book he has been carrying since the very beginning. Here's what happens in the book. As they arrive at the door, they are greeted by the guards, one of whom is Hama. Hama greets them and requests that they set down their weapons. Legolas is the first to do so, but he informs the men that this bow came from the Lady of the Wood in Lothlorien. Hama quickly steps back from the weapon and assures Legolas that no one will even come close to touching it. Remember, they're all deathly afraid of the Witch of the Woods from their tales. Aragorn then hesitates and says that he will not put down his sword. Hama says that it's the will of Theoden, but Aragorn then says that he thinks his will trumps Theoden's, as he is the heir of Isildur, rightful heir to the throne of Gondor. Once again, book Aragorn is not afraid to name drop anywhere he goes, unlike movie Aragorn. Hama then says that it doesn't matter who he is because he is in the house of Theoden, and he moves towards the door with his sword out, saying that Aragorn would have to fight multiple men single-handedly to get past. Gimli, then being Gimli, speaks up and says that Aragorn wouldn't be alone, and Gandalf sees it's time to step in before a fight breaks out. He hands over his own weapon, Glamdring, and then tells Aragorn to set his weapon down as well, and Aragorn reluctantly does so, along with Gimli. However, Aragorn tells Hama that any man other than the heir of Isildur who touches the sword will die. Hama then tells Gandalf that he must also leave his staff, but Gandalf says that is foolishness and he'll wait outside for Theoden to hobble out if he insists on being so discourteous. Hama then smartly says that a staff in the hand of a wizard is more than a walking stick, but then he lets them in, saying that he thinks they mean no harm. Finally, after this drawn-out interaction, the four companions head into the hall to confront Wormtongue and Theoden head-on. I feel like I'm stating the obvious, but as you can see, Tolkien put a lot of emphasis on weapons and deep lore. Scenes like this one just show how much of that deep lore is removed to fit a film format. But once again, you have to wonder if they would have had time for these lines if they cut out the made-up bits in between these scenes. Now we can move on to Gandalf freeing Theoden from Saruman's spell. The first change in regard to the sequence has to do with Theoden's general demeanor while under the spell. I already mentioned his hair and eyes in the character changes, but here I want to point out that he stood up to greet Gandalf and could clearly get out multiple sentences. In the book, although under the ill guidance of Grima, he was still able to speak and interact with others just fine. Additionally, Éowyn is actually next to the king during this interaction, unlike the movie, which shows her suddenly walking in after the fight breaks out. Before we address the fight and Gandalf's big reveal, I do want to mention some lines that are left out of the movie. In the book, Grima isn't so much anti-war like they show in the movie, but rather he pins Gandalf as bringing no aid, only asking for help, but never bringing men, weapons, or goods, only taking. He then mentions that they are in league with the Sorceress of the Golden Wood, as Éomer had reported, and before Gimli can leap forward to chop off Grima's head, Gandalf begins singing a poem about Lorien. He then finishes and tells Grima that he has become a witless worm, and then he rips off his cloak and raises his staff, which brings us to the next change. The movie showcases a fight happening as Gandalf walks up to Theoden with his staff and the other three companions fight off Grima's thugs. This never happens in the book. Plus, Gandalf doesn't reveal himself as the White Wizard after his first attempt fails, but rather in the book he reveals himself immediately. And finally, Gandalf doesn't battle Saruman like they show in the movie. Like I already mentioned, it wasn't so much that Saruman was channeling his voice through Theoden, as it was just Grima giving ill counsel to the king and keeping him shut up in the house. Now that I've mentioned those changes, let's break down what really happened in the book. After revealing himself as the White Wizard, Gandalf raised his staff and there could be heard a roll of thunder and a flash of lightning. He then pointed his staff to an opening in the hall and sun shone through the clouds as Gandalf spoke to Theoden. The king then arose as the hall seemed to lighten, and with the help of Éowyn, he walked to the doors of the hall. Gandalf shouted for the doors to be opened as the Lord of the Mark comes forth, and Gandalf instructed the guards to go to the foot of the stairs and for Éowyn to leave the king. Theoden then spoke to Éowyn and told her that the time for fear is past and that she could leave him, and thus she did so. And that is the full extent of Gandalf's cure for the king. I know, pretty anticlimactic compared to the book. Essentially, Gandalf just has him walk outside. It's astonishing what a breath of fresh air can do. But something I think is worth mentioning here is actually Éowyn's exit. As she heads back inside, we get our first full description of her, and Tolkien writes that she looked back and met eyes with Aragorn. It's kind of a moment between them as they both, quote, beheld each other in all their glory. As we know, this love story isn't meant to be, but in the movie, they show Aragorn's first sight of Éowyn being the time that they ride up to the house and before they enter. Anyway, to move on to the next part of this scene, we see Theoden holding his sword and then dealing with Wormtongue. but in the book, there are a few things he must clear up first. First of all, in the book, he doesn't have immediate access to his sword, because Grima confiscated it, but we'll get to that part of the story in a moment. Second, Éomer is actually imprisoned in Edoras, and Gandalf has to request that Theoden have him brought forth. Then we have some very interesting dialogue that I just have to mention. You see, at this point, Theoden is a bit more clear of mind and breathing the fresh air. He now sees Grima's treachery, however, he isn't so quick to forgive his subjects, even Hama and Éomer. Gandalf asks if Éomer was in fact imprisoned, and Theoden says that he was because he directly disobeyed his orders and threatened to kill Grima inside of his home. Gandalf then wisely pointed out that one may be loyal to the king, but despise Wormtongue. Then Theoden said that since Hama has failed as a door ward, he will use him as an errand boy instead. He says, "Let the guilty bring the guilty to judgment," meaning that he will have Hama bring Éomer to be judged. That is because although it worked out for good, Hama still allowed Gandalf in with his staff against the king's orders. Tolkien writes that Theoden's voice was still harsh, but then as he looked at Gandalf, he smiled and the lines on his face faded away. Now the movie omits a conversation between Gandalf and Theoden, which I won't get into because we actually don't hear it. But from context clues, we can tell that Gandalf very quickly filled Theoden in on everything that has happened. We know this because Theoden gets up and says, "Alas for Boromir the Brave," meaning that Gandalf must have told him about Boromir's death. Then we have a very interesting line in which Theoden says, "Alas that these evil days should be mine, the young perish and the old linger." Sound familiar? Well, that's because in the movie, they paraphrase this sentiment when Theoden speaks with Gandalf after his son Theodred is buried. We'll touch on that here momentarily, but first we need to cover a key point, which is Theoden's sword and his dealing with Grima. You see, in the movie, Theoden holds his sword and then chases Wormtongue down the steps, nearly killing him, but Aragorn saves the day. Then Wormtongue runs off after spitting on Aragorn's hand. In the book, this is completely different for many reasons. The first of which being that Éomer is omitted, as once again in the movie he is out with the banished riders. But in the book, here is what happens. After Gandalf says that Theoden should hold his sword again, Éomer comes up the steps and offers his sword to the king. Now, this is kind of a funny moment, and I think Tolkien's way of injecting some comedy into his old English writing style. You know how I mentioned that Theoden was going to have the guilty bring the guilty? Well, Theoden is shocked and upset that Éomer has a sword, and Hama realizes his error. Hama tells the king that he thought the intention was to free Éomer, and therefore he gave a marshal back his sword, not realizing that Éomer was meant to be brought to Theoden so that Theoden could judge him. Regardless, Gandalf urges Theoden to take Éomer's sword as it was offered, and the king slowly does so. After grasping it, he suddenly swung it through the air and then shouted, "Arise now, arise, riders of Theoden. Dire deeds awake, dark is it eastward. Let horse be bridled, horn be sounded, forth Eolingus." Now don't go to the comments saying that I butchered that, I am no Bernard Hill. But in the book, this causes all the men to jump up and hurry to their king to hear his command. And Éomer remarks that it shall no longer be said that Gandalf only comes with grief. Okay, now we can address Grima's final moments in this scene. In the book, Theoden is brought his own sword eventually by Hama, who tells him that Wormtongue had it locked away in his chest. Theoden then does something very different from what the movie shows, but which is almost the same as killing Grima. In the movie, they show him about to kill Wormtongue by his own hand, but in the book, Theoden is a lot more merciful in wanting to let him prove his loyalty. He tells him that he'll ride with them into battle, and Grima hates this idea, groveling at Theoden's feet and begging for mercy. He then offers to stay back and watch over the people and govern in Theoden's absence. But Éomer laughs at this idea. Gandalf then speaks and says some familiar lines about Wormtongue. Suddenly, in a terrible voice to Grima, he says, "How long since Saruman bought you? What was the promised price? When all the men were dead, you were to pick your share of the treasure and take the woman you desire? Too long have you watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps." Again, don't go to the comments, I'm not Carl Urban. Now, if this sounds familiar, it is once again some clever writing on the part of Jackson and his team, who utilized a lot of lines from moments that they cut. Instead, they gave these exact lines to Éomer in an earlier scene when he confronts Grima and gets banished. However, this once again brings up a valid question. If things were cut for time, how come they were able to make up scenes using the same lines? You see, the earlier scene of Éomer confronting Grima never happens in the book. So why cut the actual book scene and replace it with a fabricated one? Let me know what you think about this moment specifically in the comments below. Anyway, to wrap up this moment in the book, after Gandalf reveals the full extent of Wormtongue's treachery, Theoden mercifully gives him a choice: ride into battle and prove his worth, or leave now and never come back. Grima then spat at Theoden's feet and ran off, similarly to the movie version. Now that Wormtongue is out of the picture, we have a large plot hole to address, which is the inclusion of Theodred in these movies. I have touched on it before, and I mentioned it a few minutes ago, but it's important to cover again as this scene so specifically includes his funeral. Basically, Theodred has already died and been buried at the Fords of Isen. Therefore, this burial scene is completely made up. Theoden has already heard nearly 5 days before that his son had died. However, they did accurately draw inspiration from the books for these scenes. There are 2 things specifically that we can point to in regard to this. First, upon arriving at Edoras, Gandalf takes time to point out the burial mounds to Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. He even mentions the flowers on the burial mounds, which only grow on dead people, just like we see in the film. Second, because the burial scene never happens, this also means that Éowyn doesn't sing a lament for Theodred. However, this might have been inspired by an earlier moment in the chapter. After Gandalf points out the burial mounds to our 3 companions, Aragorn sings a soft poem in the language of the Rohirrim. The lyrics are completely different from what Éowyn sings in the movie, as her song is directly related to Theodred. But this poem from Aragorn could have possibly inspired Peter Jackson to include that later moment with Éowyn. After Gandalf and Theoden's conversation at Theodred's burial mound, which doesn't happen in the book, we have another change. The change actually takes up this entire scene, as it is the arrival of the 2 children we saw earlier in the movie. They are nowhere to be found in the book, and Theoden needs no introduction to the war that is upon them. In the movie, Jackson uses the children as a plot device to segue into the oncoming war, but Theoden is well aware of the growing darkness in the book. Plus, Gandalf has just filled him in on what is happening, so he's fully ready to discuss next steps. Which is another change from the movie, and boy oh boy is this a big one. I'm sure a lot of you have been waiting for this part, which is Theoden's decision to run to Helm's Deep. This might be a confusing change for some, as in the book they do indeed go to Helm's Deep, but the narrative is completely flipped on its head for the movie. You see, in the book, Theoden views Helm's Deep not as a place to hide and wait for the dark to pass, but rather a place to fight from and take down Saruman's forces. Here's what happens in the book. Theoden asks Gandalf for his counsel, and Gandalf tells him to ride out and fight Saruman, and have the women and children take provisions to hide in the mountains. Theoden agrees and then tells his guests to rest, but Aragorn quickly says that he promised Éomer his sword, and tells Theoden that he will ride out with Rohan. Gandalf then tells Theoden to lead his people to the hold of Dunharrow, which is to say that Gandalf is telling Theoden to go with the women and children. At this, Theoden says that Gandalf doesn't know his own skill in healing, as the king is ready to fight with his men. But this leaves a problem. Who will stay with the women and children to lead them? Well, that is later decided to be Éowyn, as Hama tells the king that all the people love and respect her. So Theoden appoints her as their leader, and she reluctantly does so, as she, just like in the movie, would rather go do battle. Anyway, after all that, here are the main differences. First, Gandalf is not opposed to Theoden taking his men to Helm's Deep for war, as in the book, Theoden is fully ready to fight. He isn't going to Helm's Deep to flee, but rather prepare his forces to wipe out Saruman. Second, the people of Rohan split up. The women and children are led by Éowyn to the hold of Dunharrow, and the men go to Helm's Deep for war. Now, before we end things off by going over some key moments at the end of the chapter, there are a string of scenes in the movie which are just completely made up to fill the viewer in on some context. There's not much I can dive into for these changes, so I'm just going to quickly list them off here. First, Aragorn never tames a horse. Second, we never read about Saruman speaking with Wormtongue about Theoden's plans. Third, Aragorn doesn't catch Éowyn wildly swinging a sword inside, which I gotta say is really dangerous. There's people walking around, lady. Fourth, Gamling and the rest of the men aren't sad like in the movie, but rather invigorated as their king is back and better than ever. They're going out to fight, not be cowardly like the film shows. And fifth, we don't hear Saruman sending out wargs, although they will show up later in the next chapter. Finally, now that we have finished up these scenes from the movie, there are a couple key moments I wanted to mention that happen in the book only, but we don't get to see at this point in the movie. First up is a moment of Éowyn offering a cup to Theoden and his guests. Much like what we see later after their success at Helm's Deep in the movie, Aragorn drinks from Éowyn's cup and they share another heartfelt moment as their hands touch. However, the key difference here is that it happens now in the book, whereas it happens later in the movie. Second, the movie omits Gandalf's acquisition of Shadowfax. In the film, we aren't filled in on these details, but in the book, Gandalf had been lent Shadowfax by Theoden earlier in his travels. At that point, the horse was reluctantly given as a way to simply get Gandalf to leave Edoras. But now, after Gandalf's rescue of the king, Theoden offered him a mighty gift, and Gandalf requested Shadowfax to be his horse for good. Theoden accepted the request as it was well deserved, and from that point on, Shadowfax was officially Gandalf's horse. It's key to note that Gandalf does this because he tells Theoden he would never take something that isn't his own property into battle. Third and finally, we have a very unique moment between Gimli and Éomer. It looks like Legolas might have some competition because Éomer seems to be befriending the dwarf as well. You might recall from their previous encounter that Éomer insulted Galadriel and Gimli threatened him because of it. Well, at the tail end of their previous conversation, Gimli had told Éomer that he would return to teach him more gentle speech in regard to the Lady of the Wood, and now it's time that promise was fulfilled. Gimli spoke to Legolas about how he was ready to fight, but he didn't know how he would arrive at battle, as he could not ride a horse. He and Legolas then assumed that Gandalf and Shadowfax would bear him to war, but something else happened instead. Éomer rode up to them with the king and Gandalf, and he hailed Gimli, saying that he would not speak ill of the Lady of the Wood ever again. Gimli then told him that he would set aside his wrath for the time being, but that if Éomer were to ever see the Lady Galadriel, then he would have to acknowledge her as the fairest of ladies, or else their friendship would end. Éomer then agreed and asked Gimli to ride with him into battle. Not wanting to betray Legolas so quickly for another blonde guy, Gimli then tells Éomer that he would indeed ride with him as long as Legolas would be allowed to ride beside them. After this agreement, they all set off with Gandalf and Theoden at the head of the Rohirrim. Picking up from where we left off last week, we cut to seeing Gollum flopping through some water and Sam calls him Stinker. Frodo then gets after Sam about running Gollum down all the time and calling him names, but Sam is adamant that he's in the right, as Gollum is a stinker. Frodo then vouches for Gollum and he snaps back at Sam. As Sam is walking away, Frodo tries to apologize, but then quickly goes back to being sassy and shouts at Sam that the task was given to him. He says, "It's mine, my own." And Sam remarks about how similar Frodo sounds to Gollum, but Frodo just walks away. We then cut to nighttime as the hobbits are asleep, but Gollum is up and talking to himself. Gollum and Smeagol have a conversation which ultimately ends with Smeagol winning out and essentially banishing his Gollum personality, at least for now. Then we cut to the trio resting the next day as Sam is obviously not talking to Frodo and Gollum brings them 2 rabbits. He tries to feed them to Frodo, but Sam steps in and decides to stew the pair of rabbits. Gollum then wails about how the fat hobbit is ruining the meat, and Sam tells him that he wishes he had taters. You know, potatoes. And after telling Gollum that even he couldn't say no to that, Gollum says that oh yes he could. Then he says that he prefers his meats raw and wriggling. Before they can continue with their conversation, Sam notices that Frodo has wandered off, and they go to find him. Soon after, they find Frodo crouching on a ledge as they overlook an open area with thousands of men walking towards Mordor. Gollum says that these are servants of the Dark Lord, and the 2 halflings are then taken aback as they suddenly see a massive Oliphaunt come into view. And Sam, who has always wanted to see one, is in a state of shock and awe. Suddenly, a fight breaks out as some other men seem to have ambushed the evil men who are headed to Mordor. After a body is shot off an Oliphaunt and falls way too close to the hobbits, they realize they've stayed too long in one spot and get up to leave, but they're quickly stopped by some men. After Sam tells them that they're simply travelers, one of the men steps forward and says that there are no travelers in this land. Frodo tells him firmly that those who oppose the Dark Lord would do well to leave them be, but the man, who we know as Faramir, is not easily swayed. He then gets all philosophical with them and points out the dead Harad man next to them, saying that he wonders what lies or threats led him so far from home, and if he was truly evil at heart. Then Faramir tells his men to bind them, and the scene ends. And that is where we'll stop for this week. Real quick, I just want to mention that for this video, I will be pronouncing Faramir's name Faramir, not Faramir, as that just keeps things cohesive for this video. However, I have heard it other ways online, so if you know the actual way to say his name, leave a comment down below. Of course, before we get into the nitty-gritty plot changes, we need to cover our smaller 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. As for characters, I give it a pass this week. I know technically there are some men named with Faramir in Tolkien's writings, but like I said, we won't be diving too deep into that for now. I want to save Faramir and his men for later scenes once we get back to Frodo and Sam being taken to their base. As for timeline, there's the same point I've been making week after week with Sam, Frodo, and Gollum scenes. In the book, Tolkien makes it clear that Gollum refused to travel in the sun, for stealth purposes, but also mainly because Gollum hates the sunlight. Obviously, in the movie, they do the opposite. traveling during the day and sleeping at night. This isn't a massive deal, and my guess is that they changed this so it was more digestible for the viewer. I think it would have gotten exhausting to see every Sam and Frodo scene in the dark, so I can't blame Jackson for this change. Lastly, for location, we just have a subtle difference with where they stop. Of course, they could argue this stuff just happened off camera, but as we'll uncover in the plot changes, Sam, Frodo, and Gollum came upon a small clear lake where they washed up and got water. Plus, Tolkien writes that as they traveled, they came into lands that were a lot more fertile. Their location is obviously better than the dead marshes, but I think it's still a little too rugged in the film. That's just more of a personal belief though, so let me know what you think in the comments. Anyway, now we can jump into our plot changes, and finally uncover the differences between Sam and Frodo in the book and movie. More specifically, we're going to see a whole lot of changes in regard to Sam, as like I mentioned earlier, this whole chapter is from his perspective. That being said, I can't go into a lot of detail in this chapter regarding location descriptions and exact words spoken, so if you want to hear the specifics for yourself, I'd encourage you to check out the audiobooks. You can claim your free trial of Audible using my link in the description, which supports the channel and gets you one free audiobook. So it's a win-win. Alright, let's jump into the changes. Our first change to start things off is that Gollum doesn't go flopping through a stream and Sam doesn't call him names for doing so. In fact, it's important to note once again, as I have said in previous episodes, that Sam was not that mean to Gollum in the book. Yes, he would call him Stinker every once in a while, but usually just to Frodo or in his own thoughts. All in all, Sam was generally courteous to Gollum as any good hobbit would be, and considering that he had heard Gollum plotting to kill them just a few nights back, Sam is quite lenient with him. But anyway, this made-up scene means that we have another notable change, which is that Frodo never confronts Sam or argues with him about Gollum. In the movie, we see Frodo trying to defend Gollum and snapping at Sam multiple times. Of course, for us viewers, this helps build out that tension and drama, plus it shows the weight of the ring on Frodo physically and mentally. Honestly, I'm not a fan of Frodo snapping at Sam, however, I do like the narrative of Frodo wanting to believe that there's hope for Gollum, because if there's no hope for Gollum, how can Frodo have hope for himself? But going back to the facts, Frodo and Sam's relationship in the book is just plainly not like what we get here in this scene. And before we go to the next change, there's just a couple of things I want to mention on that point. Many episodes back, when we were still in the Shire, I talked about how the relationship dynamic between Frodo and Sam was much different because Sam is essentially a lower class than Frodo. He is Frodo's servant and gardener, even calling Frodo master. This doesn't mean that they aren't friends, but it lays a very different foundation for the future of their relationship when you start from that point. Peter Jackson's foundation starts us from a point of view of them being friends from a young age. And speaking of age, that's another significant point. In the book, Frodo is 50 years old, and Sam is 12 years younger than him. This is another reason why Sam, in everything, views Frodo as wiser and not only his master, but his elder. This is why even after Sam hears Gollum threatening to kill them, he still doesn't try to persuade Frodo one way or the other. As we addressed a couple episodes back when they were at the Black Gate, Sam in the movie once again tries to dissuade Frodo from trusting Gollum. But in the book, Sam is much more like, hey, I don't agree with you, but you're a lot wiser than me, so I'm just going to trust you on this. Now, why have I brought all of this up? Well, it's because Peter Jackson portrays the exact opposite. Sam in the movie speaks his mind. He openly tries to convince to get rid of the Stinker, and this scene is just the beginning of the fracture that is growing in their relationship, and which will ultimately culminate in Frodo forsaking Sam at Cirith Ungol. And throughout the rest of these changes, as we see Sam from the book making vastly different decisions from Sam in the movie, you'll continue to see the divide between these two mediums. Once you finish this video, I'm excited to hear your thoughts in the comments about what you think of their relationship and how the scene impacts the future of the whole story. Anyway, let's move on to our next changes as we have plenty more to cover. The next change is another made-up scene in the movie, and that is Gollum's conversation with himself. In this scene, we see Smeagol winning out in a mental fight against his other personality, but this couldn't be more opposite from the book. In the movie, Peter Jackson is trying to set up this big narrative that Smeagol is trusting Frodo more and more, and then that trust is broken during Faramir's later scenes, in which Gollum is beaten by some of his men. However, the book portrays Gollum as continually evil and corrupt, and as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, Sam witnessed a nighttime talk between Gollum and Smeagol in which they planned to kill Frodo and Sam and take the ring. Now, a more accurate version of that conversation from the book will happen later on in the movies, but for now, it's important to note that Smeagol was never free from Gollum, and this inner dialogue we see in this scene never happened. Now, that's not to say that Gollum never had hope. Tolkien says in some of his letters that it was a possibility for Gollum to become Smeagol again, but certain events, and especially the involvement of Sam, kept him from fully committing to being good. So although there was hope, he was always influenced by the corruption of the ring, and therefore this moment of him letting go of his Gollum side just isn't accurate. Now that we've gone past the first two fabricated scenes, let's move on to our last scene here, which is actually based on the chapter we're in today. Rightly named Of Herbs and Stewed Rabbit, Tolkien's chapter sheds light on their journey from the Black Gate to Ithilien, where they encounter Faramir and his men, and see a fight between them and the Haradrim. Now, although this is the final scene to cover today, that doesn't mean it's a quick one. This scene is jammed packed with changes, as the chapter is almost a completely different story. Now, I don't have time to dive into the first couple pages of this chapter, in which Tolkien does his usual thing and describes in detail their journey and surroundings, but what I will touch on first is a moment omitted from the movie. In the book, after a long time of traveling, Gollum, Frodo, and Sam come upon a much more lively area. No longer are they in the Dead Lands before the Black Gate, but rather Sam and Frodo notice the smell has gotten better and they're actually growing things around them. And maybe most importantly, there is a clear lake with fresh water. They drink and rest and even wash themselves in this water. Now, just to be clear, this land isn't completely free from turmoil, as Sam notes that they had seen scars of war and orcs on their journey to this spot, but it is definitely better than the Dead Marshes, as this part of the land has only been under Sauron's dominion for a handful of years. After they wash up and drink their fill, they head to higher ground to find a good resting spot for the rest of the day, because as I've mentioned, they don't travel when the sun is out. And this is where we have our next change, which is all about our stewed rabbits. You see, in the movie, we see Gollum suddenly bringing 2 dead rabbits to Frodo. This is a perfect transition in the movie because we just saw Smeagol free himself from his darker side, and so cutting to this lighthearted new Smeagol being nice to the hobbits is a good segue. However, the idea for rabbits wasn't Gollum's idea in the book, but it was Sam's. That's right, poor Sam gets the credit stolen from him, as in the book, after they reach a resting point, Sam asks Gollum, the resident hunter of the group, to go find them some food. At this point, Sam has been thinking a lot about food, and notes that in order for them to have enough for the return journey, they'll need to eat something other than the elven waybread. It's important to note that this is a moment supporting Sam's kindness to Gollum. He requests Gollum go hunting for them, and Gollum says that he'll do it if the hobbit asks nicely. And Sam says that he does ask nicely, and if that's not enough, he begs. At that, Gollum crawls off to go catch some food. So once again, this reaffirms the book narrative of Sam being wary of Gollum, but not outright bullying him. By the way, if I was traveling with a sociopathic murderer who I heard plotting to kill me, I would probably try to be kind to them as well. Don't want to get on their bad side even more, you know? Anyway, another change is the general demeanor of Sam during this time, as you probably pieced together already. He hasn't had a fight with Frodo, and it was his idea for the rabbits. So unlike the movie, he isn't mean to Gollum when he brings the rabbits, but actually thankful. And Frodo has fallen asleep during this time, so he isn't even awake when this is happening, but rather he wakes up to a ready meal. Now, another thing to note is the reluctance of Gollum, and then later Frodo, to have a fire lit. Technically, this could have happened in the movie, as there is a sudden cut to Sam stirring the stew, but in the book we hear more about the details of this interaction. So here's what happens. As Frodo is sleeping, Sam is determined to not leave him alone, for fear of what Gollum might do, so he sends Gollum on another errand to get water as he stays back and dresses the rabbits with what little supplies he has. By the way, this might be the most threatening Sam has been in the book to Gollum, as he tells him that if one of his pans gets damaged, he will slice Gollum to mincemeat. But what did you expect when it comes to cooking with Sam? Anyway, Gollum goes and gets water, and while he's gone, Sam gets a small fire going. Gollum then returns with pans full of water and then sees the fire and shrieks. He tells Sam that he is a foolish hobbit, saying that the fire will bring enemies. Sam tells him that he doesn't see why it should, and assures Gollum that he will make sure no smoke goes up. But Gollum is still upset. Sam carries on and stews the bunnies, and much like the movie, Gollum is greatly upset by this, as he sees this as ruining 2 perfectly good rabbits. Later, after Frodo wakes up, he also mentions that he would not have wanted a fire lit. However, he has trouble being mad at Sam, as he is so hungry and near starvation that he's happy for the rabbit stew, even if it means that they're sending up a smoke signal. But before we get to the details of Frodo waking up, there's one last change in regard to Sam and Gollum's interactions while Frodo is asleep. After Gollum gets upset about the stew, Sam tells him that he wants some herbs and asks Gollum to go fetch some. But now that Gollum knows Sam's intentions, he refuses to do so, as he hates the smelly leaves and doesn't want to help now. Sam, now that we're talking about food, is getting upset and tells Gollum to go get herbs or else he'll be in hot water. He then tells Gollum that he'd have him searching for taters too if it was the right season, as well as turnips and carrots and other goods. Gollum says that he won't go looking, and that's that. But he also asks Sam what taters are. And lo and behold, we have a viral moment from the movies which actually happened in the book. I was expecting this to be a difference, but Sam actually does say potatoes to Gollum in Tolkien's text. That's right, Tolkien wrote that. Sam then goes on and says that if Gollum turns over a new leaf and fetches some herbs, then Sam Gamgee will cook him some nice taters someday. Some fried fish and taters, even Gollum couldn't say no to that. But of course, just like in the movie, Gollum says that he could say no to that, and Sam ends it off with a "you're hopeless." Next, we come to the last couple of changes for these scenes. As in the movie, we see Frodo, Sam, and Gollum going out to view the Haradrim heading towards Mordor, and then they're captured by Faramir. But this is completely backwards in the book, because they actually get caught first and then witness the battle. Before I dive into the details of the book version, the first change to note is that as Sam and Frodo ate, Gollum slipped off, not to be seen for quite a while, whereas the movie shows him looking on the battle with the two hobbits and then slipping off right before Faramir captures them. Now before we talk about the fight, let's unpack how that capture actually happens, as in the book it isn't rough or aggressive like it is in the movie. Plus, as I mentioned, it happens before the big battle. After eating, Sam goes down to the water to rinse out his pots and pans, and then looks up and sees a thin spiral of smoke going up in the air as the sun sets. He then realizes that he's made a grave mistake, and in his hunger, forgotten to tend to the fire. At this, he began to hurry back up to their campsite, but suddenly stopped in his tracks as he thought he heard a whistle. Now, with more of a reason to run, he hurried back to where Frodo was, and realizing that his fire caught onto a nearby fern, he quickly stamped out what was left of the burning. But at this point, the damage has been done. He then crept back to where Frodo was hiding and asked him if he heard a whistle, but Frodo quickly hushed him and said that he thought he heard voices. At this point, both the hobbits were hiding inside a fern and put on their packs for a quick getaway, but they could clearly hear voices talking to each other. One voice said that whatever made the fire surely was hiding in the fern, and the others agreed as four men began slowly walking through the greenery. Seeing that flight was no longer possible, Sam and Frodo sprang to their feet with their swords out, but if they were trying to frighten their seekers, that was not the effect. The four men then lowered their weapons and began talking to one another about how this was not what they expected. These creatures are neither orcs nor men. Frodo then made a note that the four men seemed to resemble Boromir, as they were similar in stature, bearing, and speech. Then, after one man said that they could not be elves, as elves are fairer, Sam interjected and said, "Meaning we're not, I take you." He then continued on to say that once they've finished discussing, perhaps they shall tell them who they are, and why they're bothering two tired travelers. At this, one of the men spoke up and introduced himself as Faramir, captain of Gondor, and said that there are no travelers in these lands, only servants of the Dark Lord. Sound familiar? Well, those lines in the movie are from the book. However, that's where the resemblance ends, because in the movie, Frodo holds to his secrecy. If you know the book, you know that that is totally different from what Tolkien writes. But let's stop there for now. As much as I know you all would love for me to address Faramir now, I think I'll save it for later once we get to the scenes dedicated to him specifically. Before we end off, we still have to address the final part of this chapter in the book, which is about the Haradrim and their battle with Faramir and his men. Honestly, I can't really compare the fights, as Tolkien's description of it is pretty similar to what we get in the movie, but here are the primary differences which involve the hobbits. First, Frodo doesn't sneak off while Sam is cooking, as you might have already figured out given what I've mentioned from this chapter. Second, Sam and Frodo are with Faramir and his men when this fight happens. Faramir has some of his men guard the halflings, as he and the rest of the troop go to intercept the enemy. Third and finally, one of the men of the Harad doesn't fall off a Mumakil, aka an Oliphant, right where Frodo and Sam are. Rather, Sam wakes up and after hearing the sound of battle, climbs to a point where he can see what is happening. He then sees a dead enemy soldier in front of him who had been shot from a high place and fallen, and something very key happens in the chapter. Sam has inner dialogue with himself where he contemplates the dead man in front of him. What was his name? Where was he from? What lies or threats led him so far from home, and would he have rather stayed in peace? Sound familiar? Well, that's because they gave these lines almost word for word to Faramir in the movie. Let's pick up from where we left off last week with the people of Rohan heading to Helm's Deep. We see Gimli talking to Éowyn as they travel, and he tells her that dwarf women often get confused for men because they're so similar in looks and stature. He then falls off his horse, and we see Éowyn laughing as she helps him up. We then see King Theoden speaking to Aragorn about how he should have taken better care of Éowyn. The movie then cuts to later in the day as people have set up camp, and Éowyn is going around offering food to people. She comes up to Aragorn and offers him some soup, which he takes but ultimately regrets later, and we get a bit of a conversation in which Aragorn reveals his true age of 87. The movie then cuts to Aragorn at nighttime, and we get a flashback of him having a therapy session with Arwen in Rivendell before he left on the journey with the Fellowship. In this flashback, he seems to be hesitant on embarking on this quest and leaving Arwen behind, but she insists that it's his destiny to go with Frodo. Then we cut back to the present as Aragorn is walking and Éowyn is next to him, and she asks him where the woman who gave him his necklace is. This then causes us to have another flashback as Aragorn stands with Elrond, and Elrond essentially tells him to dump Arwen because his love is killing her. Although Aragorn doesn't like this idea, Elrond convinces him to let Arwen go back with the other elves to the Undying Lands. We then see Aragorn packed up and heading to leave with the Fellowship, but Arwen catches him before he has officially snuck off. And then we see a breakup of sorts in which Aragorn tells her that they can't be together and tries to give back the necklace that she gave to him. Arwen, being the more mature one by a couple thousand years, tells Aragorn to keep the necklace anyway. And then the movie shifts back to the present as Aragorn snaps out of this daydreaming and tells Éowyn that the woman is going back to the Undying Lands with the rest of her kin. Before this moment can continue, however, we see a couple of our trusty Rohan men riding off to scout ahead, and one gets eaten by a warg. Realizing that they're under attack, Theoden has his people run to Helm's Deep while the riders of Rohan hold off the wargs. We see a cool fight sequence and some fancy footwork from Legolas, and then the climax of this fight is Aragorn's duel with an orc on a warg, which results in him being dragged off the edge of a cliff. After the fight is finished, Legolas, Gimli, and Theoden believe Aragorn to be dead, and they head back to Helm's Deep with the rest of the people. As the people arrive at the stronghold, we see our two children from earlier in the movie get reunited with their mother, and I'm not sure how she's alive, but oh well. Then as the soldiers return, Éowyn nearly faints as she learns of Aragorn's fate. We then see Theoden giving instructions to his men, and then hear the voice of Grima Wormtongue as he exposes the one weakness of Helm's Deep to Saruman, who is making a bomb. We then get to see the full strength of Isengard and the legions of Uruk-hai Saruman is sending forth, and we also see Merry and Pippin get a glimpse of it as well. Then the movie cuts to Aragorn as he floats along the river and gets saved by Brago the horse. And finally, our last scene is at Rivendell as we see Elrond convincing Arwen to go to the Undying Lands with the rest of the elves. And that is where we'll cut off for this week. Whew, man, I am out of breath after that, but we still have a lot to cover, so hang in there. First, let's address our character, timeline, and location changes. For characters, if we're looking at the closest chapter we have in common to this general time in the story, that means we're missing Erkenbrand and Éomer. Erkenbrand is simply mentioned by name, and he'll factor in more during future scenes, but Éomer is with Theoden and the rest while they ride out to battle. Remember, he never got banished, but was simply imprisoned and then released when Theoden was healed by Gandalf. As for characters who are included in these scenes but shouldn't have been, there's a whole bunch, but most notable would be Éowyn, since the women and children didn't go with the Rohirrim to Helm's Deep. And lastly, when it comes to character descriptions, the one that sticks out the most is Gamling. Gamling is given a larger role in the movie and travels from Edoras to Helm's Deep with Theoden, but in the book he is already at Helm's Deep and is clearly described as an old man. Next, when it comes to timeline, I feel like I can't even compare it, as these scenes are a jumbled up mess from what we get in the book. Most of these scenes are flashbacks, but as for the scenes we get of them traveling to Helm's Deep, I don't see why it would be a different timeline. So I guess it kind of gets a pass this week by default. Location, however, does not get a pass, as in the book we have a bit of a plot and location change in regard to the Rohirrim's path. You see, originally the plan was to go to the Fords of Isen, where Theodred fell and where Erkenbrand was holding the line. It is only after a messenger intercepts them that they turn to Helm's Deep. So, since the movie only shows them heading to Helm's Deep, it excludes their original path to Isen. Also, the women and children, as we mentioned a couple episodes ago, are going to Dunharrow, not Helm's Deep. So they're on a completely separate path. Additionally, it is key to note that Helm's Deep looks very different according to Tolkien. Peter Jackson and Weta Workshops made a killer design that worked for the film, and I love it. But technically, the Hornburg was not attached to the dike, and there was quite some space between the dike and that stronghold. Plus, there were surrounding homes in the valley before the dike and stronghold, which we'll discuss later in the plot changes. But just keep that in mind for now. Now that I've already teased a couple of the plot changes, I think we should head into those. Like I said, I'll analyze the scenes and point out all the changes, but keep in mind that essentially every second of screen time is a change, since none of this happens in the book. But I'll do my best to point out the closest references in the books if I'm able to. First up, we need to address Gimli's brief dialogue with Éowyn. Obviously, the change here is the fact that this never happened. In fact, we can't even argue that it possibly could have happened, since Éowyn never accompanied them on their journey to Helm's Deep. And by the way, that goes for all the scenes including Éowyn. They aren't just scenes that Peter Jackson and his writers filled in the gaps on missing moments, they're straight up fabricated to fit the new narrative. Anyway, something I did want to mention was actually the line that Gimli spoke about dwarf women, as I think it is important to note that they didn't get that detail wrong. In the appendices of The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien wrote, quote, "They are in voice and appearance, and in garb if they must go on a journey, so like to the dwarf men, that the eyes and ears of other peoples cannot tell them apart." Although there is no text anywhere in Tolkien's lore that outright states female dwarves had beards, like what Aragorn says in this scene, I think it's safe to assume that they would have beards since they're so alike in appearance they can't be differentiated. Next, Theoden's brief dialogue with Aragorn is made up for the movie in order to further build out this character arc that Peter Jackson started for him. Plus, it helps us get more emotionally attached to these two characters' relationships, meaning King Theoden and Éowyn, which sets us up for a sob fest once we get to the Pelennor Fields. But we'll save that for the Return of the King episodes. Next, once again, since Éowyn wasn't on this journey with them, this soup scene could not possibly have happened. Also, although it is possible something might have been too disgusting to eat, I highly doubt we would have had an interaction like this. Aragorn is a ranger and is used to traveling for weeks at a time in the wild. I don't think some bad tasting soup would make him act like this. In fact, Aragorn strikes me as someone who would eat anything for sustenance without caring about the taste. But as for something they did get right, Aragorn is in fact 87 years old at this time. Next, we have our flashback of Aragorn and Arwen before he left with the Fellowship. And I think what is easiest is if we combine a few of these moments together. Namely, this conversation, then the flashback of Elrond confronting Aragorn, and lastly the final flashback of Aragorn trying to sneak off. Of course, Éowyn's inquiry about the necklace is mixed in there as well. But the main reason I want to combine all of these scenes is because they all revolve around one major flaw, which is the film's version of Aragorn and Arwen's relationship. You see, their true relationship is nothing like the movies. In fact, Arwen barely even shows up in the books at all. So taking in all these scenes together, here are the main changes. First, Aragorn isn't hesitant about joining Frodo, and then needs comforting from Arwen. In the book, he is dead set on fulfilling his destiny, which I'll explain here in a second. Second, Aragorn doesn't receive a necklace from Arwen in the book. This is a key part of the movie, as the necklace is central to Aragorn's character arc and love story with Arwen. But yeah, it's made up. The closest thing we get to it in the book is a gift that Arwen's grandmother, Galadriel, gave to Aragorn during their pit stop in Lothlorien. Galadriel gave him a brooch set with the legendary Elisar, also known as the Elf Stone. This was actually passed down to Arwen, and then Arwen left it in the care of Galadriel for her to give to Aragorn should he pass through Lorien. This stone has a lot of meaning and importance that I can't get into right now, but a quick summary is that it has healing powers and signifies his kingship. Third, we come to Elrond's confrontation with Aragorn, if you can even call it that. The tricky part here is that I can't say outright that this doesn't happen, because it kind of does, just in a much different way than what the movie shows. You see, Elrond in the books wasn't too keen on a man marrying his elf daughter, but he doesn't tell Aragorn to let Arwen leave to go to the Undying Lands. Instead, in Tolkien's lore, he tells Aragorn that in order to have Arwen's hand in marriage, he must fulfill his destiny and claim his kingship. Then he'll be worthy of someone like Arwen. There's a much longer story to this, and by the way, none of this is really discussed in The Two Towers like what we see in the movie. This is all side lore that you get from Tolkien's other writings. But if you want to learn more about their love story, I linked a great video down below that summarizes it nicely. Finally, the fourth change regarding these Arwen-Aragorn scenes is simply the fact that he never tries to sneak off. He never breaks up with Arwen, but rather goes off to claim his kingship so that he can have her hand in marriage. And that's one of the main reasons why he's so motivated to go and do all of the things we see him do in the book. He's not only motivated by good, but he wants the girl, and this is the only way that he can get Elrond's blessing. Alright, so now that we've covered those flashbacks, let's move on to the next portion of our scenes here, which is the warg attack. And this is the closest thing that we actually get to something in the book. But no, there is no warg attack. We just hear about them. Since this scene actually somewhat relates to the chapter in the book, I figured I might as well summarize what Tolkien actually writes about. For some context, by the way, this is only the first few pages of the chapter called Helm's Deep in the Two Towers book. The first bit of the chapter covers their journey from Edoras to the fortress in the mountains, and of course we'll stop before we get to the actual battle, but here's what happens in the beginning. As they travel, they eventually run into a messenger who is riding toward them. He comes from the fight at Isen and reports that they are too late, and the enemy has broken through the defense. The messenger also informs Theoden that Erkenbrand has taken his men to Helm's Deep after his defeat at Isen, and he also says that there's no point in going to Isen as there are too many foes. After that report, Gandalf tells Theoden that he must go run an errand, and then tells him to go to Helm's Deep and await him there. By the way, this moment of Gandalf leaving them is probably what Peter Jackson used as inspiration for Gandalf leaving a few scenes before this one. Of course, this version is under a much different pretense, as Gandalf is recommending that they actually go to Helm's Deep, whereas in the movie, he's very against it. Anyway, Gandalf leaves and the Rohirrim continue to Helm's Deep. As they travel, they get word from scouts about the enemy marching behind them, and they also hear of the attacks happening as they travel, which include wildmen and orcs burning the Westfold villages, and warg riders attacking the Rohirrim as well. This is what inspires the fight we see in the Two Towers movie. However, like I stated before, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and Theoden never actually have a fight like this. They're simply aware that it's going on in the land around them as they travel. Plus, another key difference is the death of Hama. At the beginning of the warg attack, Peter Jackson kills off this key character, which I think is very unfortunate because, spoiler alert, Hama dies a very courageous death at Helm's Deep in the book. Anyway, back to the last parts of these pages, eventually they do make it to Helm's Deep and meet Gamling, who gets them up to speed on the situation. Erkenbrand left a while ago to rally the troops in Rohan, and there are families and goods stored up in the Hornburg. Now you're probably thinking, wait a minute, didn't you say there weren't women and children with them? Well, like we discussed in the location category, Helm's Deep looks a lot different in the books, and it includes a lot of homesteads in the valley before the stronghold. So all the women and children in the Hornburg at this point are people who lived in the surrounding homesteads and had retreated because of the attacks. They are not the families from Edoras. Anyway, that's about all that we get from this part of the chapter, and I don't want to go any further because in the book, the attack happens almost immediately, as the enemy had been close behind them the whole time. But now that we've covered that, let's go back to our made-up version of things and resume the key changes there. Obviously, since the warg attack doesn't happen in the book, Aragorn never falls to his supposed death. Also, that means that there's no depressing moment of Éowyn thinking Aragorn had died like what they show in the movie when the rest of the people arrive at Helm's Deep. Next, let's talk about Grima and Saruman, as we get a brief glimpse into Saruman unleashing his forces. The devilry of Saruman is a real thing, and there are explosives, so that's not made up. But the part of Merry and Pippin seeing the army marching away from Isengard is made up. At least, I think it is. I couldn't find anything relating to it in the book, but maybe I skipped over a page. So let me know in the comments if I missed something there. Now we have our last couple of changes / made up moments, with the first one being Aragorn getting saved by Brago. Again, he never fell, so this never happens. Aragorn is with Theoden and the Rohirrim the whole time that they're going to Helm's Deep. And lastly, Elrond doesn't convince Arwen to leave Middle-earth and go to the Undying Lands. This is kind of a bad dad move here, and I feel like at almost 3,000 years old, Arwen is able to make her own choices, as she does in the books. The next thing we see after watching Arwen walk away with her fellow elves is Galadriel and Elrond having a ring-bearer Skype session of sorts, but that is a topic for next week. Picking up from where we left off last week, we see a brief ring Skype session between Galadriel and Elrond, which essentially just acts as a halfway point in the movie for Peter Jackson to summarize where everything's at in the plot so far. Then that moment segues into Frodo and Sam blindfolded as they're being taken to Faramir's hideout. We see Faramir looking at a map with one of his top advisors, and then after Sam and Frodo's blindfolds are removed, Faramir questions them. Frodo reveals who he is, where they set out from, and their previous companions. At the mention of Boromir, Faramir is shocked and informs Frodo that Boromir is dead, and that he is his brother. We then get a brief vision of Faramir seeing his brother floating down the river in a boat, and then we cut back to the present as we see Faramir sitting in the cave holding his brother's horn, which is cut in half. Then the movie cuts to a flashback memory of Boromir and the other men of Gondor celebrating after they reclaimed Osgiliath. Sadly, this celebration is cut short as Faramir and Boromir's father, Denethor, walks up to them. He takes Boromir aside and tells him that Elrond has summoned a meeting in Rivendell, but Boromir doesn't want to go. Although Faramir offers to take his place, Boromir ends up being the one selected, and we see him ride off. Then Faramir snaps back to reality as one of his men whispers in his ear, but that's a secret for next week. For this week, we've got our hands full for part 1 of this analysis. So let's kick things off by going over our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. Then we'll dive into the plot. First, for characters, we're missing 2 key members of the Rangers of Ithilien, Damrod and Mablung. These 2 missing characters also play into a larger omission Peter Jackson made, which is the exclusion of the rest of the Dunedain. You see, the Rangers of Ithilien are handpicked by Denethor, the Steward of Gondor, and many of them are in the Dunedain bloodline. They wouldn't have been full Dunedain like the Rangers of the North and Aragorn, but they would have had mixed blood. This detail is obviously left out of the movie as Peter Jackson removes all of the other Dunedain apart from Aragorn. We'll talk about Damrod and Mablung's exact involvement during the plot changes. Next, for location and timeline, we have a couple of changes that are intertwined. Location-wise, they don't immediately go to the cave where Faramir and his men have set up camp. As we'll learn in the plot changes, they talk with Frodo and Sam quite extensively in the wild after they battle the men of Harad. This is kind of what plays into the timeline change as well, as the movie just cuts straight from their capture to their time in the cave. Per usual, Tolkien's version in the book really takes its time with things, as Faramir speaks with the hobbits after the battle, and then only when the sun is setting do they travel to the hideout. Anyway, now that we've covered the first three categories, it's time to really start digging into the changes, as we uncover Faramir's true character and interactions which shape the rest of the story. Normally, I don't dive into dialogue, but because this topic is so important, I'm going to try my best to explain the conversations that occur in the chapter. Of course, if you're wanting to relive these moments for yourself, word for word, check out my link in the description to claim your free trial of Audible, which comes with one free audiobook of your choice. That being said, let's hop into the changes. To kick off the plot changes, we can easily address the first issue at hand, which is Galadriel's telepathic talk with Elrond. Although I can't say definitively that this wouldn't have happened, there's nothing in the book that describes it. Because the story is written from the perspective of the main members of the Fellowship, any scene that doesn't include those key characters is essentially made up. I'm not against this moment, as it occurs right at the halfway point of the Two Towers movie, and it helps remind the viewer of everything that is happening in Middle-earth, and then it perfectly segues into Frodo and Sam's time with Faramir. And speaking of which, let's get into the rest of our changes for this week, all of which revolve around Faramir and the halflings. First, Sam and Frodo are never manhandled and blindfolded as shown in the film. Although they do get blindfolded later, which we'll cover next week, it's not anything like what we see here. In fact, Faramir is quite kind to them, and that is just the tip of the character assassination iceberg that's about to sink our ship. The next change is that in the movie, we see Faramir reading a map with one of his top men, and he gets a summary of what new information they have regarding the battles of Middle-earth. This, of course, does not happen in the book. However, when they eventually do make it back to the Window of the Sunset, which is where Faramir and his men hide out, he does talk to his men, get updates, and do generic commander-type things. So I guess it isn't totally out of the question to have something like this happen. Once again, much like Galadriel's conversation, it's a plot device used by Peter Jackson and his writers to neatly summarize the impending doom of Middle-earth. But now let's get back to Frodo and Sam. The next thing we see in the movie is Faramir going to question Frodo and Sam, and this is where we start to get into some of the massive changes the movie makes. The first change, as I described in the location category, is that this conversation actually takes place out in the wild. In fact, this first bit of dialogue in which Frodo reveals their names happens before Faramir and his men even attack the Haradrim. Remember, as we discussed a couple weeks ago, Frodo and Sam don't get captured the same way they show in the movie. In the book, the Rangers see the smoke from their fire and then find Frodo and Sam in a bush. Then the four Rangers, one of whom is Faramir, introduce themselves and ask who the halflings are. At this point, Frodo introduces himself and he also mentions that Sam is his loyal servant, which plays into a later change. Already, you can see a difference in Faramir, as in the book he is not hasty in his actions or decisions, and he gives Frodo and Sam the chance to speak. In the movie, the hobbits are manhandled and treated as enemies without even being heard first. But anyway, there's another major change in this introduction, which is Frodo's denial of Gollum. In the movie, after being questioned about a third companion, Frodo denies having one. But in the book, after Faramir asks about their third companion, Frodo openly admits to having someone else with them. However, he doesn't immediately tell Faramir who Gollum is, but rather just says that he's a chance companion that they met on the road. And if the Rangers find him, Frodo instructs them to not harm the creature and to bring it back to him. Of course, next week we'll get more into the details of Gollum's capture and how drastically that moment was changed for the film. Now, the next thing we hear in the movie is Frodo explain their errand from Rivendell, and then a mention of Boromir triggers all sorts of emotions and flashbacks from Faramir. While some of this is accurate, there is a lot that has changed, and even more that is left out. And before we get to Faramir and Frodo's full conversation after the battle with the Harad men in the book, there is a key moment which is left out of the movie. You see, in the book, after the introductions are done, Frodo tells Faramir that they set out with 7 companions from Rivendell, and he names them off, ending with Boromir. At this, all 4 rangers surrounding them let out a gasp and exclaimed, "Boromir." Then Frodo does something incredible, which is recite the riddling words that Boromir brought to Rivendell. If you aren't familiar with the book, this is the point where you might be a little lost, but here's a quick summary. In the book, Boromir doesn't go to Rivendell due to his summons from Elrond, but rather because he and Faramir have had the same dream and vision in which they hear a rhyme. I won't recite the whole thing here, but the portion that Frodo repeats to Faramir is, "Seek for the sword that was broken, in Imladris it dwells." Imladris, by the way, is another way to say Rivendell. After Frodo recites these words, Faramir instantly trusts the two hobbits, as this information would have only been known to those who truly did know Boromir. Then Frodo goes a step further and tells Faramir that Aragorn is the one that the riddle speaks of, and that they are the halflings it refers to as well. Just for context, the last two lines of the rhyme are, "For Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling force shall stand." So now Frodo has told Faramir a riddle that only was known to him and his brother, and then he confirms that he is the halfling the riddle refers to, which to a full-grown man, there's no denying that Frodo is indeed that halfling. It is then after this exchange that Faramir says they'll have to continue their discussion later after the Haradrim have been taken care of. But these words from Frodo are enough to allow him and Sam to not be bound or blindfolded, but rather be protected by two rangers, who Faramir leaves behind not so much to jail the hobbits, but to ensure that they don't get hurt. Now we've barely scratched the surface of Faramir and Frodo's conversations, but this already is shaping up to be a very different relationship from the movie, one in which Faramir trusts the hobbits and is wise enough to let them speak. And trust me, this isn't the end of Faramir's wisdom in the book. But before we get to more of their conversation, let's address our missing characters. In the book, the two rangers left to care for the hobbits aren't just strangers, but they actually get named by Tolkien, and Frodo speaks with them quite a bit. Their names are Damrod and Mablung, and Frodo notes that they had the air of Dunedain men, as he caught them speaking an Elvish dialect. Their conversation revolved quite a bit around the different regions of Middle-earth, who the Harad men are, and what the Rangers of Ithilien do. Honestly, it is understandable that this interaction would have been cut from the films, as time-wise, Peter Jackson can only fit so many characters into the story. But for the book, I love this conversation we get, and the fact that Tolkien rounds out the identity of even the side characters in the plot. This is one of the things that makes Tolkien's world building just superior to pretty much everything else. But anyway, let's get back to our time with Faramir. In a previous episode, I already discussed how the battle with the Haradrim went, so let's fast forward to the part of the book where Faramir returns and speaks to Frodo. The beginning of this chapter in the book actually coincides with Faramir's questioning of the hobbits in the movie, and more specifically, their discussion about Boromir and his death. But before we get to the changes regarding Boromir, I need to provide some context as to the beginning of this conversation. Obviously, it is massively different, as you already know, as after the battle 200 or 300 rangers gathered in a semicircle around Faramir and Frodo, and watched as a trial of sorts was held. Sam watched it all unfold, and we learn that Faramir interrogated Frodo for quite some time, asking Frodo about Boromir, their errand from Rivendell, and always seeming to return to the topic of Isildur's bane, which we know, of course, is the ring. However, I'll mark that as change number 1 for this interaction, as in the book, Faramir does not know that Isildur's bane is a ring of power, which is why he's asking so many questions about it. But in the movie, we know that he knows of the ring, because during the flashback scene we get of Boromir claiming Osgiliath, Boromir actually says out loud that the ring has been found. We'll get more to the changes regarding that flashback in a moment, but let's jump back to the trial first. After persistently asking about Isildur's bane and why Frodo is hiding it, Frodo finally tells Faramir that it belongs to no one, and if someone were to claim it, then Aragorn would be the only one allowed to. Faramir then counters by asking why this Aragorn would be the owner when Boromir is a prince of Gondor, the city built by Elendil's heirs. Then Frodo finally reveals that Aragorn is directly descended from Isildur, Elendil's son, and the sword he carries is the sword that was broken. This causes an outcry from the rangers around, as it would have been well-known lore to them that only that bloodline could claim kingship of Gondor, which has been without a king for a very long time. Just as Boromir was invigorated by this, the men of Gondor are also encouraged by the thought that Isildur's heir and the sword that was broken could be returning to Minas Tirith. However, Faramir isn't as impressed, and he keeps a straight face and continues to question Frodo. That is when the conversation turns back to Boromir, and Faramir reveals that Boromir is dead. Frodo, just like in the film, is shocked by this, and tells Faramir that the last he saw of Boromir, he was healthy and alive. But Faramir seems to be trying to get to the center of the issue. Why did Frodo leave Boromir? Treachery is still an option on the table, and it's up to Frodo to prove his innocence. But this is where we have another change, which Peter Jackson interpreted for the film. In the later part of the Faramir scenes that we'll be covering next week, we see Sam stand up to Faramir and try to defend Frodo. While this doesn't really happen exactly like that in the book, We do have a moment of Sam standing up for Frodo right now during the trial. After watching Frodo get questioned over and over and over again, Sam finally gets fed up and walks out to Faramir, standing face to face with him, and told him off for questioning poor Mr. Frodo so much. After a decent-sized rant, Faramir calmly told Sam to have some patience, and mentioned that Sam's master's wit is much greater than his, so he should not speak before his master. Sam then took a seat next to Frodo with a very red face, and listened as Faramir recounted how he knows Boromir is dead, even without having seen the body. This is when we get a parallel to the movie, which shows Faramir seeing a boat floating in the Anduin River with Boromir in it. However, there are a couple distinct changes. First, Boromir is wounded in the book version, and second, his sword is broken. Very clearly he is dead and has been killed in a fight. The movie obviously cleans this up a little bit as Boromir looks very neat and nice inside the boat. Another key change here is that Faramir in the book tells Frodo a description of the boat and Boromir's garb, which included a gold belt, the same one that Galadriel gifted him in Lothlorien. This further helps Frodo confirm his side of the story as he tells Faramir that the boat, the cloaks, and Boromir's gold belt were all gifts from the Lady of Lorien. Also, this isn't as much a change, but just context from the book version for the Horn of Gondor. After Faramir tells Frodo his vision of Boromir in the boat, Frodo says that it could be a trick of the enemy and perhaps Boromir isn't dead, but Faramir insists that it was reality as he also found two halves of Boromir's horn washed up on the riverbank. This confirms to Frodo that Boromir must be dead, and then their conversation ends as Faramir says it is getting late, and they'll have to continue their discussion tomorrow. He tells them that he will not be hasty in making decisions that have lasting impact, and that if he makes the wrong decision, his life will be forfeit. Then, after giving instructions to his men, he told Frodo and Sam that they would accompany him and his guards, Damrod and Mablung, on their way to their hideout, which was about 10 miles away. It is during this hike that we get some crucial bits of dialogue between Frodo and Faramir, away from the ears of the other rangers. This conversation is one of the most central points of discussion when talking about the character assassination of Faramir. While what we have discussed today is crucial in helping you understand the differences between the book and movie Faramir, the next bit of conversation is what usually pushes people over the edge when it comes to dislike for Jackson's adaptation. But before we get to that conversation, which we'll cover in part 2 next week, we need to finish out our scenes for this week, and the last thing we have to discuss is Faramir's flashback. While a flashback isn't uncalled for in the film, it is technically inaccurate for multiple reasons. But the foremost change to this account is the fact that Denethor tells Boromir that Elrond summoned a meeting. This is just completely false. I addressed this many episodes ago during my video on the Council of Elrond, but to summarize it again, Faramir had a vision of the riddling rhyme that I mentioned earlier. After a couple times of seeing this vision, Boromir also had the vision. And that brings on another change regarding this flashback, which is that Boromir in the book actually volunteered to go in place of his brother. You see, the Valar, or whoever was causing these visions, intended for Faramir to go, but Boromir, knowing the peril of the trek to Rivendell alone, didn't want his brother to go on the journey. We learn in the book that Boromir traveled and searched in the wild for months before getting to Rivendell, 111 days to be exact. It wasn't an easy trip by any means. So whereas the movie shows Boromir chickening out and Faramir stepping up, it is actually kind of the other way around. Faramir doesn't chicken out, but he does ignore the visions, causing Boromir to have the vision as well, and then Boromir volunteered to go in Faramir's place. One has to wonder if the Valar were giving the vision to Faramir specifically because they knew that he could withhold against the power of the ring. But because Boromir went in his place, we had a different series of events. Regardless, it's also key to note that Denethor is just not like this in the book. I don't know what it is with Peter Jackson essentially butchering this entire family of characters, but once we get to the Return of the King movie and Lord Denethor's scenes, you'll see he has also vastly changed for the film. Hey there, this is Gibby from the future editing this video, and I can't believe I completely missed a crazy change, which is that Boromir never reclaimed Osgiliath. Evidently, Osgiliath was completely under the control of Gondor for a decent amount of time until Sauron's forces claimed it, and then they had the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. So pretty much this entire flashback of Boromir celebrating as he quote-unquote reclaimed the city would have never happened because the city was under their control the whole time anyway. The confusion is that there was a previous Boromir, one of their predecessors from like hundreds of years before, who did reclaim Osgiliath at one point in time, but by the time Boromir's father became the steward, it was already under their control. Anyway, back to the video. So, picking up from where we left off last week, We see Faramir snapping out of his flashback as one of his men comes up and whispers in his ear. Then, after waking Frodo and taking him outside the cave to view a pool below them, we see that Gollum is swimming to catch some fish. Faramir shows Frodo that he has archers positioned around the pool ready to take out Gollum, and after a tense moment, Frodo stops them from shooting. He tells Faramir that this creature is bound to him, and then Frodo tries to get Gollum to follow him. However, before Gollum can get to Frodo, Faramir's men roughly snatch up Gollum and cover his head. Gollum, of course, is not happy about this and blames Frodo for this encounter. Then we cut to inside as Faramir's men beat up Gollum, and eventually he tells Faramir what the hobbits have. Then we briefly see Sam telling Frodo to put the ring on and escape, but Faramir comes in soon after and confronts them. After Faramir nearly takes the ring, Frodo swats him away and Sam tells him that they need to destroy the ring. One of Faramir's men then comes in and tells him that Osgiliath is under attack and they call for reinforcements. And Faramir decides that he will take the hobbits with them to the city so that Gondor can have the ring. And that is where our scenes end for this week. I know these are actually quite brief moments in the film, but that's because Peter Jackson cut out about 20 pages from Tolkien's original text. Yes, as many of you will say, they couldn't have included everything from the book or else the movie would have been 10 hours long, but that's not the point here, as we are analyzing some of the most critical conversations and moments between the hobbits and Faramir from the book, and we're going to see just how insanely different our two Faramirs are. To start, let's quickly cover characters, timeline, and location changes. There really aren't many, as these scenes are just a repeat from last week, but as for characters, there are a few names mentioned in the 20 missing pages from the book. In Tolkien's writing, we of course have Damrod and Mablung from last week, but we also have Anborn, and then various other names from Middle-earth history. I won't go through all of them, but Faramir at one point names off several kings and such from the history of men. For timeline, it's quite simple as they just moved Gollum's capture to the middle of these scenes, but in the book, Gollum only shows up after Faramir and the hobbits have done all of their talking. And lastly, location gets a pass. If you noticed any timeline, location, or character changes that I missed, make sure to drop a comment below. But now it's time to get into the important stuff as we dive into our plot changes. Remember, there are 3 core pillars to these scenes. First, Faramir and Frodo's secret conversation, second, the feast, and third, Gollum's capture. Typically, I would tell you that I can't go into dialogue in too much detail, but that rule goes out the window this week as essentially everything I'm covering today revolves around Faramir's dialogue from the book. Regardless, if you'd like to relive these moments for yourself and follow along with me each week as I do this series, you can claim your free trial of Audible using my link in the description. That being said, let's jump into the changes. We actually won't be starting with the scenes themselves, since the first change we have is an omission. As I said, the first section we'll cover today is Faramir and Frodo's conversation on the way to the Rangers' hideout. Now, just a brief refresher if it's been a while since you watched the last episode, in part 1 we ended off after Faramir finished his trial of Frodo in front of the whole host of Rangers. He got up and said that they would need to head back to their hideout since the sun was setting, and he mentioned that he wouldn't be hasty in deciding the halfling's fate. But since Frodo and Sam had proven they at least knew Boromir and were a part of the meeting in Rivendell, Faramir trusted them enough to take them back to the hideout for protection, telling them that their road would not be safe for a few days. So I guess let's mark that as change 1, since in the movie they are taken to the hideout as prisoners, but in the book they are taken for protection. Technically, Faramir would not have let them leave anyway, so one could argue that they were prisoners. However, as we'll soon find out, Faramir had already made up his mind, and simply wanted to keep things quiet in front of the host of men. Which brings us to their conversation. It's important to note that we're going to come across 2 moments today in which Faramir has a decision. Take the ring for himself and for Gondor, or support Frodo in his journey. And the first moment is about to happen as Faramir took Sam and Frodo with him and his personal guards, Damrod and Mablung, while the rest of the Rangers went ahead. During this 10-mile hike to the hideout, Faramir finally had some peace and quiet in which to privately discuss matters with Frodo. Faramir takes Frodo aside and in hushed tones tells him that he broke off their conversation earlier not because time pressed, but because they were reaching topics better not debated openly. He tells Frodo that he purposefully turned the conversation to Boromir and steered him away from discussing Isildur's Bane. They then continue their conversation as Faramir guesses that Isildur's Bane stood between Frodo and the company as a point of contention. Frodo tells Faramir that he's close, but not close enough yet, and Faramir then hits the nail on the head as he says that the contention must have been between Boromir and Frodo alone because of this mighty heirloom. Then we have a moment in which Book Faramir truly distinguishes himself as a man of quality, and he tells Frodo several things that are key in understanding this character. First, he mentions how he and his family descend from a great bloodline, but not a royal one. Faramir tells Frodo how even at a young age, Boromir never understood why they weren't kings, as his father was only a steward. But Denethor would tell his son that even if the kings were gone for 10,000 years, the stewards would still not take the throne. This is crucial in understanding not just Boromir, but Faramir as well. Faramir is essentially telling Frodo that if a mighty heirloom of kings was in the presence of someone like Boromir, who never understood why he couldn't be king, then it would most definitely become a problem. This also defines Faramir's character, as he obviously is not like his brother in this way, which we'll learn about in a moment. But the next thing we hear is actually about Gandalf, as Faramir tells Frodo that those in the House of Denethor are learned in lore of their people, and the Grey Pilgrim had visited in his childhood and Faramir had learned from him. Frodo then finds out that this Grey Pilgrim was indeed Gandalf, and informs Faramir that Gandalf fell in Moria, but says that that's a story for a later time. Faramir then gets back to his point and tells Frodo that he had pieced things together in his own mind. Although they knew little of the lore of Isildur, Gandalf constantly asked them about the final battle in which Sauron was destroyed, and Denethor gave Gandalf permission to search the archives. Throughout all of these years of Gandalf visiting and giving little tidbits of information, Faramir tells Frodo that he guessed Isildur took something from Sauron after he was slain, a great weapon or heirloom of the enemy. He then says, Boromir, the proud and fearless, often rash, ever might desire such a thing and be allured by it. And then he sadly tells Frodo that he should have been selected to go on that errand, but Boromir took his place as he didn't want his brother to go on the perilous journey. Plus, Boromir wanted the glory for himself. If you remember, we discussed some of this last week, as the flashback in the movie is quite different from the book. But again, check out that episode to learn more there. Because right now, we have finally come to the most impactful paragraph in this conversation, as Faramir tells Frodo, I would not take this thing if it lay by the highway. Not were Minas Tirith falling in ruin, and I alone could save her. This is an absolutely incredible line in which Faramir reveals his wisdom and quality in resisting such a powerful item, especially when he has the ability to take it by force. Now you might say, well, he hasn't seen the ring yet, and he hasn't heard officially that the heirloom is in fact a ring, so has he truly been tempted? Well, later on we'll put that argument to rest, as we'll have a second test, but before we get there, we need to finish up what happens before they reach the cave, and then move on to section number 2, which is the feast. I do want to briefly mention that a lot of Faramir's wisdom and lines here are rewritten and given to other characters, especially Aragorn, throughout the trilogy. Specifically, when Aragorn is with Frodo at Amon Hen, he tells Frodo that he wouldn't take the ring, and that he would have followed Frodo to the very end. This sentiment is not in the book, but it kind of replicates Faramir's attitude during this moment. This is one of the biggest points of contention with Lord of the Rings fans, as they feel that Aragorn got a lot of this glory, as he rightfully should, but it diminishes Faramir as someone who fell to the ring pretty easily. Now before they get to the cave, a couple of things happen. First, Sam, who has been listening to Faramir and Frodo's entire conversation, sees a glimpse of something small and dark slipping behind a tree. Of course, the first thing that came to his mind after seeing this was Gollum, but he tried to put the creature out of his thoughts. Second, Faramir does in fact have Frodo and Sam blindfolded, but in a much different way than the scene showed last week. He actually asks for their pardon, as he says it's law in their country to not let any foreigners see the path to the cave. He then instructs Damrod and Mablung to blindfold them, but to do it gently so the halflings aren't uncomfortable. Then he also tells his men to guide them well and not let them falter. This displays another vastly different aspect of Faramir and his kindness, which we don't get a taste for yet in the films. In The Return of the King, we get to see more of this gentle side of Faramir, but in the movie right now, he's quite harsh and abrupt, as we see a transition scene of the hobbits blindfolded and being roughly passed along by the men into the cave. But that being said, we can finally move on to section 2 of this analysis, which is their time inside the Rangers' hideout and the feast that they have. The first thing that happens after they enter is that the men set beds for the hobbits to rest on while food is being prepared, but Sam stays awake as of course he isn't fully trusting of the men yet. The next thing we witness is discussion between Faramir and his men as he receives updates and speaks with someone named Anborn about a report of a creature skulking outside. The ranger is unsure of what it is and says it might have been a squirrel, as it was not an orc, but he can't be sure. There's a funny part of the dialogue that I wanted to mention, as it displays Tolkien's genius writing style. You see, Anborn tells Faramir that it might have been a black squirrel, and he has heard before that Mirkwood has squirrels like that, and they might have escaped into Ithilien. Faramir then remarks that it would be an ill omen for that to happen, and that he does not want the escapees of Mirkwood in Ithilien. Now, although the men are talking about squirrels, we know that this is Gollum, and the funny part is that Gollum did in fact escape from imprisonment in Mirkwood. I don't know, I just thought it was a nice callback to the first book, so I thought I'd mention it. Anyway, after a while of Sam trying to keep awake, the meal finally was ready and they ate a great feast. It is during this feast that Frodo told many tales and finally gave Faramir the details of Gandalf's fall, which captivated the entire company. Then, after Frodo had shared his bit, he turned the conversation away from himself, not eager to get to the heart of things in front of everyone again, and asked Faramir to share some of their history. Faramir then dove into a long monologue about the history of Gondor and men, touching on the kings of old and the men of Numenor. Throughout this extended history lesson, we can tell that Faramir is very well educated, as he had previously stated. This part of the chapter is essentially Tolkien's way of filling us in on a lot of Middle-earth lore. He explains the alliances of men, and how Rohan has been a good friend of Gondor for a while, although their people come from a different bloodline. He also explains the men who oppose them and fight for the enemy, telling Frodo and Sam of the Haradrim and the Wild Easterlings. After this long talk, Sam asked Faramir why he hadn't touched on elves, and Faramir explained how they don't do much dealing with elves, and therefore they don't know much of their lore, but Sam was impressed at how Faramir spoke of them with honor and reverence. This put Sam more at ease, and this is when we come to our second crucial turning point in which Faramir is tempted once again. You see, at the mention of elves, Sam eventually went on a rant about the Lady of Lorien, explaining how perfect she was and telling them of their time in that land. At this point, the drink and food had put Sam and Frodo at ease, and Sam had let his guard down, at no fault of Faramir. It wasn't like Faramir or his men were trying to pry information from them, but Sam himself had started talking a little too freely of things. A good point to make is that after the meal, Faramir had pulled up a few seats and separated himself and the hobbits from the rest of his men, so they had their own conversation going. And after Sam mentioned how fair Lorien was, Faramir said, "perilously fair." Sam then remarked that it wasn't perilous, and that each person seems to bring their own peril into that land with them. Then Sam started to say, "Now Boromir," but cut himself short as he realized who he was talking to. But Faramir was desperate to hear more of his brother and encouraged Sam to continue. Sam then went on, saying how, although Boromir was a fine man, Lorien seemed to be the place where his true desire was revealed to him. Then Sam said, from the moment he first saw it, he wanted the enemy's ring. And at that, Frodo cried out in shock that Sam had carelessly revealed this information. Sam, realizing his mistake immediately, got up and faced Faramir, and with as much ferocity as a hobbit could muster, told the man to not take advantage of them. And this is actually where the scene in the movie gets its lines from, as in the book, Faramir does say, quote, "So that is the answer to all the riddles. And here I have you, 2 halflings and a host of men at my call, and the Ring of Rings, a chance for Faramir, Captain of Gondor, to show his quality." Now, as some of you might have noticed, I did paraphrase that slightly, as the original paragraph is about twice that length, but for the most part you can see the lines that were pulled for the movie. But as I said at the beginning of this video, it's the decision Faramir makes after this moment that separates book and movie Faramir to opposite ends of the universe. In the book, after Faramir says this, Frodo and Sam sprung up and reached for their swords, but Faramir sat down and laughed quietly to himself. He then said, "We are truth seekers, men of Gondor," and then reassured Frodo that he would keep his word. "Not if I found it on the highway would I take it," he said. And after everyone calmed down and the hobbits realized that they were in a safe space, Faramir went on to tell Frodo that he has pity and honor for him, as he took on this thing unwilling, at the request of others. He also mentions that he marvels at Frodo for keeping it hidden and not using it, saying that their people, meaning hobbits, are new to him, and their land must be a realm of peace and content where gardeners are honored. That last part, of course, being a compliment to Master Samwise. I believe we'll have similar lines to this later on in the movie when they get to Osgiliath, but of course Peter Jackson has already changed this around quite a bit. Finally, as we close out the night of their feast before moving on to Gollum's involvement, we have one last moment of Faramir just being the best guy ever. After the fear and shock of the moment had passed, Frodo began to tremble and feel faint, as he told Faramir that he must go to Mount Doom and destroy the ring. Faramir was astonished by this, as it probably wasn't the plan he had in mind, since you wouldn't expect 2 hobbits to just march into Mordor. But then, after Frodo said this, he passed out and Faramir caught him, picking him up and taking him to their room where their beds were kept. And at this, Sam told Faramir that he had an elvish air about him, and that on this night he has shown the very highest quality. And on that note, the chapter ends. Now, although that chapter is ended, the next chapter begins, and this is where we get into our final section of Gollum's involvement in these scenes. In the movie, Faramir's character is degraded even more by this capture of Gollum. As we'll see in a moment, it is vastly different from the book, and Faramir continues his honorable streak in Tolkien's version. The first notable difference for this section is the fact that after Frodo tells Faramir not to shoot, they discuss the creature. Faramir asks what it is, and asks why Frodo had not mentioned him before. Although Frodo had previously not denied knowing the creature, which we discussed last week, he had left Gollum out of all their conversations from that point on. Faramir then tells Frodo that entering the pool is an offense in their land that requires the death penalty, but Frodo explains that the creature does not know the ways of men, and was most likely lured to this area without knowing. Then he explains to Faramir's astonishment that the creature had once bore the ring and therefore is attracted to its location. However, Frodo explains that he most likely doesn't know that he's surrounded or where he is, and Faramir asks then why is he in the pool, and Frodo simply says, "Fish, look," and they watched as Gollum caught a fish to eat. But at this point, Faramir's men had not let down their bows, as Faramir was still waiting for a valid reason not to execute Gollum. Finally, Frodo told him that the creature is unaware and hungry, and that most of all, Gandalf would not have wanted him killed. Then he explained that Gollum is their guide on this journey, and without him, they are lost. Faramir is once again shocked by this new information that has been kept from him, but at this he finally allows Frodo to go down and try to get Gollum. This brings us to another change with this moment, as in the movie they show Frodo coaxing Gollum toward him without much information or back and forth. But in the book, Frodo goes down and tells Gollum that men will kill him if they find him there. Then Gollum tells him that Master wasn't nice and left him to go with new friends, and because of that, Master can wait until he's done with his fish. But Frodo, realizing Gollum's impending doom, used the power of the ring to get Gollum to come. He told Gollum that the Precious will be angry if he doesn't come, and that seemed to do the trick. Now the initial capture of Gollum here is similar, as Faramir's men were rough with him, but it's the scene after in the movie that completely paints Faramir in a horrible light. In the film, we see the men beating Gollum as some sort of interrogation strategy, but in the book, after Gollum is captured, they head back to the hideout and Faramir brings out wine and then sits with the hobbits and Gollum. He then quietly and peacefully questions Gollum to find out his true intentions with Frodo in the ring. I won't get into their conversation here because that corresponds to a later scene in Osgiliath in the movie, but what I can say is that Faramir vouched for Frodo, telling Gollum that his master is the only reason he's alive, as even looking at the pool bears the penalty of death. Now, although we know that Gollum is evil, this brings him back around slightly, as when he was captured he felt betrayed by Frodo, even spitting at him. But now, knowing that Frodo saved his life, he turns things around a bit and grovels at the hobbit's feet. Whether this is genuine or not, I don't know, but that's what happens. Then Frodo tells Faramir that he promised Gollum he would not be harmed if he came with him. This leaves Faramir with a choice: carry out his law and kill Gollum, or help Frodo fulfill his promise. Of course, as you might have guessed, Book Faramir does the honorable thing and hands Gollum over to his master, allowing him to go free. But he tells Gollum that if he is ever found without Frodo in this land, he will be killed on sight. This side of Faramir continues to show his honor and mercy, as although he is just and fair as a captain of Gondor who will carry out the law, he is also wise in understanding that some decisions are not just black and white. Now before we wrap things up, because this is movies versus manuscripts, I do want to make sure I listed out all the changes here. I know this episode was a little different as I went through the book version chronologically, to give you an idea of what Faramir's true character was like in Tolkien's version. While I did compare those moments to the scenes, here's the lightning round of differences. First, they omit Faramir's conversation with Frodo on the way to the hideout. Second, they omit the feast. Third, they do capture Gollum, but Frodo's involvement is quite different. Fourth, they don't beat Gollum, but rather Faramir talks with him and the hobbits together. Fifth, Gollum doesn't reveal that they have the ring, but it's actually Sam who lets it slip after a little too much wine in the feast. At number 6, Faramir doesn't confront the hobbits, but actually puts them at ease by telling them he doesn't intend on taking the ring for himself or for Gondor. 7, Frodo is the one who tells Faramir they must destroy the ring, not Sam. And finally at number 8, Faramir does not decide to take them to Minas Tirith, but rather sets them free, as we'll find out next time we cover Faramir's scenes. While those are the basic changes made, the reason this episode was longer than just 2 minutes is because analyzing the character assassination of Faramir takes a lot more than marking down the deviations. You have to actually dive into Tolkien's text and figure out who the person was. And as it turns out, Faramir from the book is a totally different guy. You almost have to view movie Faramir as his own character, one that Peter Jackson invented for the film to fit his new plot. While this disrupts the original story and generates a lot of hate from Tolkien lovers around the world, the question we want to address is, can you have a successful character assassination? And the way to find that answer is to look beyond the changes and look into what works for the different formats. While we know the book version worked out great, what do we think of the film version? Despite the many alterations and the new arc that Peter Jackson gave Faramir, do you think it fit better for the movie narrative? Do you like the struggle that David Wenham portrays as his character fights an internal battle, which he eventually does win? While I can see from both perspectives, I like to separate the two mediums as much as possible. I love Faramir in the movies, but I also love Faramir in the books. Tolkien's Faramir serves his purpose very well. He is a much needed break from the darkness in Middle-earth. The last time we got someone who we didn't need to worry about was in the Old Forest with Tom Bombadil. But while Bombadil is some godlike figure, Faramir is just a man, and seeing his actions on the page helps us have hope for the future of Frodo's journey and for Middle-earth itself. Although the film completely assassinates this character, and there's no doubt about that, Faramir serves a totally different purpose in a film format. As the movie is halfway through, he is a point of contention as we witness yet another man fall victim to the power of the ring, but not for long, as he later has redemption in Osgiliath. So picking up from where we left off last week, we see Aragorn riding Brago, who has just rescued him, and on his way to Helm's Deep, he sees the full force of Isengard marching to the keep. Upon his arrival, he is greeted and given back Arwen's necklace, and then he informs Theoden of the 10,000 that march upon them. At this, Theoden goes out and begins to give instructions, sending the women and children into the caves and recruiting all able-bodied men and boys. Aragorn advises him to send riders out for aid, but Theoden refuses, saying that they have no allies. We then see a scene in which Éowyn attempts to fight alongside Aragorn, and she declares her love for him. Then after, he tells her that it's not his order to give, so she goes with the women and children into the caves. The movie then cuts to Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli in the armory with the men of Rohan as they are preparing, and Legolas and Aragorn get into it as Aragorn says that he will die as one of them. We then see Theoden standing in a heavenly light as Gamling assists him in putting on his armor. Theoden recites some old poetry, and we get a montage of the Uruk-hai marching and the men and boys of Rohan being recruited. We then see Aragorn sitting on some steps as night falls, and then he comforts Hama's son Haleth, who believes that they won't live through the night. After this, Aragorn puts on his own armor and weaponry, and Legolas apologizes to him for his earlier comments. Suddenly, they are called outside as they find out that elves have come to assist them in their time of need, and now the battle begins. After a misfired arrow, the fight breaks out and we see many things, including an explosion, the death of Haldir, Gimli being thrown, and finally the retreat into the final keep. As dawn approaches, Aragorn takes leadership and encourages Theoden to ride out in a final act of honor and glory to buy the women and children time to escape through the mountain. Gimli blows the horn of Helm, and we witness Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, and some other riders ride out through the Uruk-hai and carve a path onto the battlefield. At this moment, the sun is rising, and they see Gandalf at the top of a hill leading into the valley. With him is Éomer, and along with Gandalf, he and his men ride down into the remaining forces of Isengard and wipe most of them out. The final Uruk-hai run out of the valley into a forest which has suddenly appeared there and get eaten up by the trees. Finally, our last two scenes show Gimli and Legolas counting up their final kills, with Legolas at 42 and Gimli at 43. And then later, near the end of the film, we see Gandalf with the king and our members of the Fellowship looking out at Mordor as they're riding to Isengard. But as we know, we won't pick up from there until next film. For now, that ends things off with all the scenes we're covering today in regard to the Battle of Helm's Deep. Yes, it is quite extensive, and that means there's a lot of changes. So let's waste no time and get right into our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. As for characters, we have a few things of note. First, Haleth is made up. Quick fun fact though is that the boy next to Haleth around the fire is Viggo Mortensen's son. Anyway, next we have the change of Gamling. In the book, Gamling is an old man who is looking after Helm's Deep in Erkenbrand's absence. He is not Theoden's right-hand man as shown in the movie, Hama is. And at this point, Hama is alive and well, but he'll soon perish in the battle. Next, Éowyn isn't supposed to be at Helm's Deep since she is at Dun Harrow with the women and children of Edoras. So as we'll discuss in the plot changes, any scenes regarding Éowyn can be ignored for the most part. Also, the wild men of the mountains help the Uruk-hai attack Helm's Deep. In the movie, they just keep it to being the Uruk-hai, but the book is quite clear to include the wild men. Plus, we should note that the Uruk-hai in the book are mainly referred to as orcs, and we don't learn of their true names until an intriguing plot change that we'll cover later. Next, Éomer is with them the whole time. In the movie, he just shows up with Gandalf, but in the book, he has been with them since Edoras. And that brings us to the final character change, because on that same note, the movie removed Erkenbrand, who we'll talk more about in the changes as he is the one who arrives with Gandalf, not Éomer. Now on to timeline and location, there are only a couple of deviations. First, for timeline, the battle itself seems to be fairly accurate in terms of time. However, they skip straight from the battle to Gandalf and company at Isengard. The book has about 10 pages that detail the events after the battle, which the film omits, but we'll cover those changes at the end of this video. For location, the same change can be noted. The scenes cut straight from Helm's Deep to Isengard and skip their journey in between, which takes them through the Fords of Isen. But that wraps up our first 3 categories, and now we can launch into the all-important plot changes, of which there is a record-breaking amount in this episode. But first, as always, I wanted to remind you that I can't cover every word spoken, so if you're looking to relive this dialogue for yourself, I'd encourage you to check out the link below and claim your free trial of Audible, which will get you 1 free audiobook. You can pick up The Two Towers or get ahead of things and get The Return of the King to prepare for our next film in this series. Anyway, let's dive into the changes. I want to set things up by letting you know that this will break down into 2 major halves. First, the preparation before the battle, as that takes about 20 minutes, and second, the battle and resolution itself, which is about another 20 minutes of the movie. So let's start with what comes on our screen first and talk about Aragorn and Brago. As we've discussed in previous episodes, this is a fabricated plot point for many reasons, which affects multiple changes in the coming scenes. So let's walk through these one by one. First, Aragorn never set a horse named Brago free from Edoras. Second, he never fell during a warg attack and therefore never needed to be rescued by Brago and never arrives at Helm's Deep separate from the rest of the company. In the book, he is with the king the whole time. Third, as we come to his scenes with Gimli and Legolas greeting him, this means that Legolas never gives him back Arwen's necklace, which as we've discussed before, isn't even in the original books anyway. And finally at number 4, he doesn't inform Theoden of 10,000 orcs marching from Isengard because he never saw them as he does in the movie. In the book, they are well informed of what's to come as the Uruk-hai were hot on the Rohirrim's tail as they rode through the valley to the keep. Plus, they had been warned by multiple messengers already. Next, we can move past this Aragorn-Brago fiasco and on to the ensuing events. We see Theoden readying for battle, and this is believable, although not specifically depicted in the book. But that's not where the change lies in my eyes, but rather in a comment that Gimli makes. He tries to inform the king that these aren't mindless orcs, but Uruk-hai. This is weird for one main reason, which is that Gimli and the rest of the peoples there aren't acquainted with these creatures. They are bred by Saruman, and it wouldn't have been common knowledge to know what they are. It isn't until later, as I mentioned in the character changes, that we learn of their names and who they are straight from the Uruk-hai's own mouths. The film takes on this perspective that everybody knows the distinction between normal orcs and these Uruk-hai, but in the book, they are called orcs up until the time when they reveal their true title. Next, we see Aragorn have a small disagreement with the king as he advises Theoden to send for aid. This doesn't happen in the book. The whole idea that Gondor is not going to help them is made up. Gondor is allied with Rohan, and we'll see more of this in The Return of the King. I think in reality, the battle just happened so fast that they didn't have time to discuss this. Plus, just like with the elves, which we'll address in a bit, Gondor is currently dealing with their own fights, not to mention they're several days ride away from Helm's Deep. But the main point I am making is that Gondor and Rohan are strong allies in Tolkien's books, but the movie plays up this alliance as weak. Something that rubs me the wrong way is when Theoden asks Aragorn, where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Well, they probably had no idea what was happening considering you were a decrepit old man who was being controlled by Saruman, and you never sent for aid. It's just kind of a strange comment when it's entirely Theoden's fault that Gondor never came to help. As we know from the Faramir episodes, Faramir explained to Frodo and Sam about how Gondor was strong allies with the men of Rohan. So this is just a weird comment. Anyway, next we have our moment of Éowyn declaring her love for Aragorn. Like I mentioned previously, Éowyn isn't there, so this is made up, although it adds a nice bit of emotion and drama to this battle. Next, we see different clips of men and boys taking up arms, and this isn't entirely inaccurate, although it's a little different in Tolkien's writings. In the book, Gamleen is already at Helm's Deep, and he is the one who informs the king that most men have seen too many winters or too few. This is a line later given to Gimli as they're in the armory. And speaking of which, that brings us to Legolas and Aragorn's little tiff while in said armory. Simply put, this doesn't happen in the book. However, we do have a moment which the movie omits between Legolas and Gimli. Honestly, this part of the book further solidifies their friendship, as we'll see during the end of the battle, but before it starts, they share a nice moment of talking during the calm before the storm. The movie kind of shows this, although changing the words, by having us witness them out in the darkness and Legolas offering to find a box for the dwarf. However, in the book, this is what really happens. After arriving at Helm's Deep and preparations for battle being underway, Legolas and Gimli stand on the fortress and the dwarf mentions how this stone is more to his liking, as they've been on horses for a while now and he's enjoying the change of scenery, which is more similar to his home. Legolas tells him that he does not like this place, but having Gimli there comforts him, and that he wishes he had more of his kin among them. Then Legolas adds that even more than dwarves, he wishes they had archers from Mirkwood there to aid them in battle. Then after this exchange, the companions went to get some rest. Now in the book, after this paragraph, Tolkien goes straight into the battle and wastes no time. But before we get there, we still need to finish the first half of this analysis, which has a few scenes remaining in it. And our next change brings us to Theoden's famous "Where is the horse and rider" poem and his "Who am I, Gamling" line. This is never described in the book, and it is key to note that the king is much more courageous and ready for battle than what the movie displays. You can see my previous episodes on Theoden to learn more about this, but there's no denying that the movie dramatizes this character much more, making him brave but also having his own mental battle. As for the poem, this is pulled from Tolkien, as this is a poem of the Rohirrim which describes Eorl the Young, the first king of the Mark. Next, we have Aragorn's fatherly moment with Haleth, Hama's son. As mentioned earlier, Hama doesn't die by warg in the book, but rather he dies a noble death at Helm's Deep in battle. Because of this, there's no moment of Aragorn comforting Hama's son, Haleth, who for all we know doesn't even exist. The only Haleth I could find in Tolkien's lore was a woman from a completely different people group. If any of you know if Hama did have a son, let me know in the comments. Next, Legolas never apologizes since they never argue, and the elves never arrive. This would have been especially unrealistic considering that there was no way for them to know what was happening at Helm's Deep, let alone arrive in time. Plus, they were dealing with their own battle against the orcs from the mountains who were trying to invade Lothlorien. This is a part of Helm's Deep which gets a lot of people upset, and might be one of the most frequently commented topics on my channel. But in reality, there's not much to say other than that it's very inaccurate. Peter Jackson needed a way to bolster the amount of people defending Helm's Deep, and this is how he did it. In the book, there are already a decent number of men at the fortress with Gamling, and then Theoden and his entire host of men from Edoras show up and provide ample amounts of defense. Since in the movie it seems the only warriors are those already with the king, it helped to have the elves arrive to give the impression that there was some support. But like I said, this never happens in the book and would have been extremely unrealistic. I think those of you who are upset by this moment should just be thankful that Peter Jackson cut all of the Arwen scenes which he originally was going to add to this moment. Anyway, speaking of unrealistic, we can finally get to the battle itself, which has a critical change right at the beginning. The battle doesn't start due to a misfired arrow. What really happens is that the enemy had been slowly approaching and setting up camps in the valley as they progressed. Eventually, they made it to the fortress and charged on it, but got held back by a volley of arrows which took out many of the Uruk-hai. As the night progressed, Tolkien writes that the orcs and wild men of Dunland crashed and broke upon the walls time and again, each time getting closer until they made it to the front gate, but also each time losing a great number due to the volley of arrows. However, as the lightning would strike, a white light would fill the valley and display the thousands of orcs crawling everywhere and attempting to scale the mountains and walls. Now before I get further into Tolkien's version of events, which includes Éomer and Aragorn fighting side by side, let's go back to our film adaptation and cross off a few more fabricated moments. First, it's important to note that the Deeping Wall does get blown up in the book, but it actually happens after the scene at the front gate. We'll talk about that scene in a moment, but in regard to the explosion, it is referred to as the Devilry of Saruman, and we aren't exactly told what it is, whereas the movie pretty much has already shown us that it's a bomb in an earlier scene with Saruman. Also, it's key to note that they use blasting fire more than once in the book, but the movie only shows them utilizing this power one time. Another key difference is that Aragorn doesn't get blown up with it, but rather jumps down into the pit after it happens, similarly to what they have Gimli do in the movie after the wall is blown. But don't worry, in a moment we'll talk about Gimli's real jump into the Deeping area. Additionally, because there are no elves there in the book, there is no charge in which Aragorn goes forth with the elves to take on the onslaught of Uruk-hai, but it does look cool in the movie. Next, we have perhaps the most iconic moment of agility on Legolas's part, which is his shield surfing. I'm sorry to say that this stunt which defies physics does not happen in the book. But we will address another feat on Legolas's part, which I think is a bit crazier, in a few minutes. The next thing we see in the movie is their retreat to the keep, but we need to go slightly out of order here as the book has a different order of events. So before we move on with the movie scenes, let's rewind and talk about a key omission from the film, which is Éomer and Aragorn's stand at the gate. After the Uruk-hai had made it to the gate, Aragorn, who was on the Deeping Wall with Éomer, realized what was happening, and that the Uruk-hai were close to busting down the doors. So he and Éomer, together with a handful of men, went through a side door and leapt onto the path in front of the gate, fighting all the enemies in their path. Sound familiar? Well, that's because this is the direct inspiration for Aragorn throwing Gimli later in the battle sequence. Like I said, it's a bit out of order as Tolkien writes about this now in the book, but the key difference is the swapping of characters, as it is Éomer with Aragorn instead of Gimli. However, Gimli does eventually make his appearance. What happens is that after slaying many Uruk-hai, several turn to run, and while Aragorn and Éomer go to head back inside, a couple of orcs who lie on the ground suddenly came alive and grabbed a hold of Éomer. Right at that moment, Gimli shouted and leapt from the cliffside onto the path and slew the two orcs who had a hold of his friend. Then, after going inside, Éomer expressed his gratitude for the dwarf. It is after killing these two Uruk-hai that he goes to Legolas and declares his count of 2, and Legolas informs him that he's already at 20, but all of his arrows are now gone. After this, the paragraph changes and we get a description of the continued battle. The enemy used ladders and grappling hooks, much like the movie depicts, to get inside the walls of the fortress, and the men of Rohan continued to defend the best they could. This text ends with Gimli leaping from the Deeping Wall onto some Uruk-hai who had crawled through the culvert inside. This must have also been inspiration for Gimli's leap in the movie, although that happens after the explosion, whereas in the book, the explosion hasn't happened yet. Now we have another moment which was not included in the film, as the explosion happens quite quickly. After Gimli leapt down onto the enemy and killed them, Gamling, who was also behind the Deeping Wall next to the culvert, asked for the dwarf's aid in cutting the stone to clog up the drain, which was letting in too many enemies. Gimli did the best he could with his axe, and then he and Gamling rejoined Aragorn and Legolas on top of the wall. At this point, Legolas was at 24 kills and Gimli at 21. The battle continued to go on, and eventually Gamling made note that dawn would not be far off. However, Éomer remarked that dawn would not help them as many of the enemy were men who won't be afraid of the sun. Again, at this point, they don't know the Uruk-hai can fight in the sun and are hopeful that dawn will bring a retreat on part of the orcs. But now, finally, as they spoke of this, there was a blast of a trumpet and an explosion which caused the Deeping Wall to fall. And now we can return to some of our remaining scenes from the film. After this explosion, just like in the movie, they do indeed retreat. However, there's a slight difference in personnel. Once Aragorn makes his way inside, he rejoins Legolas, who asks where Gimli is. Aragorn says that he does not know, and Legolas comments that that is evil news, and then mentions he wanted to inform the dwarf that he's at 39 now. Aragorn then tells Legolas that if Gimli makes it back to them, he will have easily surpassed 39. After retreating in further, they talk to another soldier who informs them that Éomer is still in the deep fighting with some men and Gimli. Remember this because we'll come back to it in a moment. But our next change on the film side is that Haldir never dies, since he was never there in the first place. Also, Theoden never gets stabbed at the front gate like we see after they retreat in the movie. This is a nice detail that adds to the severity of the battle, but it doesn't happen in the book. Honestly, it sounds like in the book, Theoden stayed back most of the time, commanding his men, not going on the front lines, which probably is a bit more realistic to what a king would have actually done. Next, as we discussed, Aragorn and Éomer are the ones who leap and defend the front gate, and then are joined soon after by Gimli. But in the movie, it is just Gimli and Aragorn, and Legolas pulls them up after. This rescue on the part of Legolas doesn't happen in the book, and in my opinion is more outrageous than the shield surfing. But nobody seems to talk about this incredible feat of strength on not just Legolas's part, but Aragorn's as well, as he has to hold on to a dwarf as he's being dragged up the wall. But anyway, our next change is that we come to the penultimate moment of Aragorn and Theoden in the keep during their seemingly final minutes of defense. There is a corresponding moment in the book, but it is vastly different for one outstanding reason. Theoden's demeanor is entirely different. You see, in the movie, they make it seem like Theoden has given up, and Aragorn is the one who's clinging to hope. This is not the case. Once again, they make Theoden somewhat weakened compared to his book counterpart. Although in the book he is pretty certain of their demise, he is the one who suggests riding out, not Aragorn. Aragorn, of course, is in support of this idea, but in the movie they give this suggestion to Aragorn, who's trying to bolster the king who seems to have completely lost his mind. Plus, another small change, which we learn in the next chapter of the book, is that Gandalf never specified a time when he would arrive at Helm's Deep. In fact, it is quite unlike him to give Aragorn that timeline in the movie, which we hear again in the scene as Aragorn suggests to the king to ride out as the sun rises. To skip ahead slightly in the book, after the battle, Éomer goes up to Gandalf and says that once more in an hour of need, Gandalf came unlooked for. Then Gandalf remarks, "Unlooked for?" and then he tells Éomer that he had told them he would meet them all at Helm's Deep, although he didn't specify an hour or day. Typical Gandalf. Anyway, to go back to the current moment, another change is that Aragorn doesn't take charge and give Gimli instructions about the women and children. However, they do make mention of the caves being a place for retreat where provisions are kept. Éomer, Gimli, and some other men who were fighting in the deep, as we learned earlier, were retreating into the caves as they were being attacked, and Theoden tells Aragorn that they can hold out there for a while, much longer than himself and Aragorn, who are stuck in the keep. So now we know where our beloved dwarf and Éomer are, and we'll see them later. Now we finally have our key exchange between Aragorn and the enemy while Theoden prepares his horses. In the book, after the king tells Aragorn that he's going to ride out, Aragorn goes and rejoins the fight. Then he goes to the edge of the keep and holds his hand out in sign of parley for the orcs to see. He then briefly talks with them and tells them to retreat or else they will all die. Of course, given the situation, they all laugh at him. He tells them that they do not know what the dawn will bring, and they tell him that they are the fighting Uruk-hai, and they are not afraid of the sun like other orcs are. Again, the Uruk-hai continue to jeer and laugh at Aragorn as he told them to leave now and never return. But his kingly air and confidence made the wild men of the mountain falter, as they don't have the same mentality as the Uruk-hai. It is then after this brief distraction that the Uruk-hai decide to press on and nearly burst through the final gate as they set up another explosion. But after the entrance is blown, the Horn of Helm Hammerhand sounds, and that is our next small change, as the horn is blown, but Gimli is not the one who does it. It makes sense why they did this in the movie though, because it's another way to incorporate a main character instead of having some random soldier do it, especially since Gimli doesn't ride out on a horse. After the horn, just like in the movie, Theoden and Aragorn rode out with other men and they carved a path through the enemy, who at this point were trembling from the horn and this sudden outburst. Then, after riding through the orcs and wild men, the riders stopped as in amazement they looked through the valley and saw a forest now sitting where open fields once were. This scene in the movie is quite similar except for this one detail, as Tolkien is very specific in noting their amazement at seeing this strange sight. But before the forest gets any more involved, we have our final moment of battle, in which Gandalf arrives. After seeing the forest, Theoden and the others looked up and saw a white figure and tall man, and Theoden and his riders exclaimed, "Erkenbrand!" Remember, Éomer is with them at Helm's Deep, so in the book, the reinforcements Gandalf went to find were actually Erkenbrand and his men. Then, as the Horn of Helm continued to sound, Gandalf and Erkenbrand charged with the riders and overtook the orcs just like in the movie. The only detail changed would be the light shown in the blinded enemy as Gandalf charged. In my opinion, this is a great way to display the moment from the book in visual form, but technically Tolkien only wrote that the coming of the White Rider caused great fear in the wild men and orcs who fell to the ground. There's no mention of a blinding light, but that's not that big of a deal. Anyway, the battle had finally finished as Erkenbrand and Gandalf cleaned up the fight, with the remaining enemies running into the forest. At Gandalf's command, Theoden and his men steered clear of the trees and allowed them to do their work. But now that the battle is done, we still have a couple of omissions and alterations from the book, which starts with the scene showing Legolas and Gimli's final kill counts. In the movie, Gimli says he got 43 and Legolas says he had 42, but then shoots the Uruk-hai that Gimli is sat upon. But here's what happens in the book. After the fight, Éomer and Gimli, who had been in the caves defending themselves, came out and rejoined the others. Legolas was overjoyed to see his friend, who had a bloodied bandage around his head, and the dwarf informed his friend that his final count was 42. Legolas then told Gimli that he only had 41, but that he was not upset about the loss as he was simply glad enough to see his friend again. And now we have come to the final scene in the movie, which encapsulates many pages from Tolkien's writings which are left out. You see, after the fight, we have about a day of rest, and then their road to Isengard. Obviously, I won't cover what happens when they get there, because Peter Jackson saved that for the next film. But for now, let's cover everything missing in a quick lightning round of differences. At number 1, Theoden inquires about the trees, and Gandalf tells him that it is no wizardry of his, nor wizardry at all, that called these trees, but rather a much older power in Middle-earth. Second, Gandalf informs them that they should go to Isengard. Theoden is taken aback at this, as they have just had a great battle, and he expects thousands more orcs to be at Isengard, but Gandalf of course knows better. Theoden, although reluctant, tells Gandalf that he will indeed accompany him to Orthanc, since so far Gandalf's advice has never been wrong. Third, we learn that after this conversation, they went back to the keep to rest and sleep for the night. Erkenbrand took the remaining captive wildmen and put them to work, informing them that after they repaired the evil that they joined, they would be set free with an oath to never return. This amazed the wild men, who had been deluded by Saruman and told that the men of Rohan were cruel and burnt their captives alive. Obviously, seeing that they were lied to, they joined in with the men of Rohan and helped to repair the damage. Fourth, we learn of Hama's death, and Theoden was the first to cast dirt on his grave as he was greatly hurt by this loss. By the way, this was a much better death and burial than the warg killing him earlier in the movie. At number 5, after a day of rest, they went on to ride to Isengard, and passed through the new forest that had arrived outside the valley. They saw no remnants of orcs in the trees, and they felt a hot wrath amongst them, although they were left alone. Legolas and Gimli discussed the matter, and Legolas informed his friend that he shouldn't worry, as it's orcs they hate, not dwarves, men, or elves. And this spurs on a greater omission from the films, which is Legolas and Gimli's promise to each other. You see, after talking about the forest, Gimli tells Legolas about how it was a mighty chance that led him inside the caves of Helm's Deep. He then jests that the men of Rohan use it simply for a hideout, when little do they know that the caves in that mountain are one of the greatest treasures in the north. Legolas doesn't believe him, and tells him that he would pay to not go into those caves. But after Gimli goes on in poetic fashion about the mountain and how it glitters, Legolas tells him that they should make a promise. If they both come out of this adventure alive, then he promises to visit the caves with Gimli, and that Gimli should promise to visit Fangorn with Legolas. Next, at number 6, the movie omits their first run-in with Ents. As they rode through the forest, they came upon some eyes amongst the trees, which freaked out the whole company, but Gandalf informed them that they were simply Ents. They then witnessed the large troll-like figures walking along, and Theoden was blown away by these creatures. And finally, at number 7, their last point on the journey before reaching Orthanc brought them to the Fords of Isen. At this point, they saw the burial mound from the fight long ago, which claimed the life of Theoden's son, and they noticed something odd. The river, which usually was a rushing amount of water, was bare. As we know, this is due to the industry of Isengard, but the Ents' attack is foreshadowed in that just a couple paragraphs later, Tolkien writes that as the company rested next to the ford, it became filled with water once again. And after this, they continued on and passed a few notable places, which I think we'll keep for the Return of the King, as that is where we truly pick up on their journey as they visit Saruman in his tower. So our starting point for this week brings us to Merry and Pippin on Treebeard's shoulders as they arrive at Entmoot. We learn that Entmoot is a meeting of Ents, and it only happens on very rare occasions. This time, they're meeting to decide if they should march to Isengard and face Saruman. We then cut to later in the night, as obviously the Ents have been meeting for a while, and Merry is pacing around as Pippin remarks that they should have decided something by now. Treebeard overhears this and then informs them that they have only just finished saying good morning, and Merry gets upset as it's already the evening, and he's eager to get their decision and march to war. Then the movie cuts to another later time, and this time Treebeard tells the halflings that the Ents have just decided Merry and Pippin aren't orcs. Merry confronts Treebeard again and says that the Ents need to hurry up because his friends are out there fighting and they need their help. Now the next thing we see is at a later time once again, and finally the Ents have decided to do nothing. Merry is still upset, and Pippin tries to comfort him by saying that they can go back to the Shire, but Merry tells him there won't be a Shire after the war, and Pippin realizes what he must do. As Treebeard carries them and starts toward the edge of the forest, Pippin tells him to take them south instead. He says that it's the last thing Saruman will expect, and Treebeard doesn't understand this strategy but agrees to take them there. The movie then cuts to Frodo and Sam's perspective as they are within eyesight of Osgiliath, and the Rangers see it is burning. Frodo pleads with Faramir to free him, but Faramir refuses. We then once again go back to Merry and Pippin, and Treebeard sees the destruction of Saruman, and at this he finally decides that they must go to war, and he calls for the other Ents. Dozens of Ents appear, and Merry and Pippin also see the forest moving in the distance toward the direction of Helm's Deep, and Treebeard says that this could very well be the last march of the Ents. Then we go back to Osgiliath and see Frodo and Sam in the city. Faramir instructs his men to take the halflings to Lord Denethor, but Sam speaks up and tells Faramir how his brother died, saying that Boromir tried to kill Frodo and take the ring. This causes Faramir to pause, but before anything else can happen, a Nazgul atop a fell beast arrives and all the men hide. Then we cut back to Merry and Pippin's perspective and see the Ents attacking Isengard. They break his walls, kill the remaining orcs there, and break the dam that Saruman had made so that the waters could flood back into Isengard. Then the movie cuts back to Osgiliath for the final sequence of events in the movie, as we see Frodo approach a flying Nazgul who seems to know where he is. Frodo attempts to put on the ring as he is in some sort of trance, but Sam pulls him down the stairs and keeps him from doing so. At that same moment, Faramir fires an arrow into the flying beast and scares it off. But after Frodo and Sam fall down the stairs, Frodo freaks out and pulls out Sting and holds it against Sam's throat. Realizing what he's done, Frodo backs away and drops his sword, and he tells Sam that he can't do this anymore. But good old Sam is there for him, and we get one of the greatest speeches of the whole movie. Faramir, who seemed to have overheard some of this speech, and has been thinking about what Sam said about Boromir, comes up and decides to free the hobbits. Finally, we see our last Merry and Pippin moment as they find Saruman's storehouses after the battle, and some Longbottom Leaf as well. Then we switch back to Frodo and Sam for the last scenes of the movie as Faramir takes them and Gollum to a sewer which leads out of the city and tells them to escape that direction. Before they go, he confronts Gollum about which path they will take, and after learning that it's the path of Cirith Ungol, he warns Frodo of this dangerous road. Still, the hobbits and Gollum go on, and then we later see them walking through some woods on the outskirts of the city. Frodo and Sam talk about how perhaps their journey will be put into tales, and then we switch to Gollum, who is further ahead, and he talks to himself and plots the hobbits' murder. And on that note, the movie ends. By the way, I know that was a longer movie recap, but that was me speeding through it as best I could, and I might have missed some moments here and there. For the most part, however, those are the central moments which we'll be focusing on today. And speaking of which, let's waste no time and get right into our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. These are a bit easier this week, and starting with characters, we're only missing a couple. Quickbeam and Gandalf. Gandalf appears at a later time, which we'll get to near the middle of the plot changes, and Quickbeam we'll discuss shortly as he appears near the beginning of Entmoot and is a younger Ent. As for timeline, there's a few more things to mention. First, Entmoot took 3 days in the book, but even then, we learn in the book that coming to a decision in 3 days was quite quick for the Ents. Second, they see the forces of Isengard leaving as they are going to attack. Whereas in the movie, we see Merry and Pippin witness the forces of Isengard leave earlier in the film as they head to Entmoot. And lastly, for the timeline changes, we obviously have the change of Frodo and Sam's journey being extended by going to Osgiliath. Finally, for location, we are only missing one place, which is Quickbeam's home. Also, we again obviously have a change regarding Osgiliath, as that location doesn't appear yet in the book. And lastly, this wasn't an omission as the location is shown, but I did want to share the fun fact that the place where Entmoot is held is called Durndingle. Anyway, that now brings us to the plot changes, and really quickly I just want to mention that if you're wanting to re-explore Middle-earth for yourself and follow along with me as we do this series, then you can check out the link in the description and claim your free trial of Audible using it. You'll get one free audiobook and support the channel at the same time. But that being said, let's dive into the plot changes. So as discussed, we're going to start things off by going over Merry and Pippin's time with the Ents and the events of the attack on Isengard. Then, once we get through those changes, we'll wrap up with Sam and Frodo's time in Osgiliath, which never really happens, but we'll discuss and analyze the pages of the book which inspired the moments we see on screen. So let's kick things off with Entmoot. This is the first scene we see of them in this crazy conglomeration of scenes in the last hour of the Two Towers movie, and right from the start we've got quite a few changes. First, in the book, Merry and Pippin learn what an Entmoot is when they're at Treebeard's home and drinking their breakfast after a good night's rest. He informs them that it is a meeting between Ents, which hasn't happened in a long time, although Treebeard says that many Ents promised him to come to Durndingle where the meeting is held. Then he tells the hobbits that they must get there by noon, and they set off. Next, the movie does pull the line about the hobbits not being orcs from the book, but in the book we get a bit more than that. If you recall from their first encounter with Treebeard in the book, the reason he didn't know what they were was because the old rhyme that Ents used to track the beings of Middle-earth didn't include the race of hobbits. So after Treebeard discussed with the other Ents and they agreed that the halflings weren't orcs, Treebeard informed them that all the Ents agreed to add a line about their new species into the old rhymes. That part is a smaller change, but the larger one is the fact that Merry and Pippin aren't really upset when they say this. And you'll see that's a recurring theme throughout all the changes from the book here. Because in the book, Merry and Pippin aren't super keen on marching to war like Merry shows in the movie. And on that note, the next change we have is that in the movie, we see the hobbits just standing there waiting for the meeting to adjourn. But in the book, Treebeard recognized that Pippin was getting tired and impatient with the conversation, so he turned to them and told them that they could wander around where they wanted in the dingle and explore. So Merry and Pippin did just that. This brings us to a conversation that the movie omits, which is when Merry and Pippin talk with each other as they walk around the woods while the Ents are having their meeting. They discuss Isengard and where it is located, and Merry, who paid more attention to the maps when they were in Rivendell than Pippin did, guessed that Isengard would be behind a great ridge they could see from the forest, and Merry even said he thought he could see smoke or haze rising from it. Then Pippin asked what Isengard was like, and Merry explained that it was a ring of rocks or a stone feature of some sort, and Saruman had a tower in the center of it. We then get an odd remark from Merry, which is quite opposite to the movie, in which Merry mentions that he doesn't know how the Ents would tackle Isengard, as it seems that stone would defeat their wood. He explains that he feels the Ents are a bit slow, sad, and not as safe as they might think. But he ends off these remarks by saying that the Ents possibly could be roused, and if they were, he wouldn't want to be on the other end of it. This of course is foreshadowing the decision of Entmoot, which we'll get to in a moment. But like I mentioned before, this is another moment in the book of Merry not being as eager as his movie counterpart to go to war. After all, in the book, they aren't really aware of all the different things that are happening. Somehow in the movie they're aware that their friends are about to be in a battle, but in the book they're with Treebeard for most of the time and they don't really know what the other people in the Fellowship are up to in Middle-earth. But anyway, we need to move on to our next change, which is quite a large one, and that is the omission of Quickbeam, one of the younger Ents. In the book, Treebeard eventually comes up to Merry and Pippin with another Ent, and he informs the halflings that they just finished the first stage of their conversation. Knowing that the small creatures might want to rest, he brought another Ent named Quickbeam with him, and this younger Ent was going to take Merry and Pippin to his home so that they could sleep. Fun fact, Quickbeam got his name because he once answered an Elder Ent's question before the Ent finished, plus he drinks his water way faster than the other Ents. Therefore, the Elder Ents nicknamed him Quickbeam. As they marched to his home, the hobbits spoke at length with this new Ent. Then finally, as Quickbeam went into song, Merry and Pippin fell asleep and did not wake until the following morning. We then learn over the next couple paragraphs that they repeated this for a couple days, and finally on the third day the Ents came to a decision. But boy oh boy was this decision completely different from the movie, and that is our next change. This might be one of the most insane changes regarding the Ents, as Peter Jackson has the Entmoot decide to weather the storm and not go to war. But in the book, Merry and Pippin are in Quickbeam's home and then they hear chanting coming towards them. Finally, as the Ents approached, they could hear what they were chanting and recognize that they were saying, "To Isengard." Treebeard eventually took the hobbits back from Quickbeam, who joined the march, and Merry and Pippin learned that the Ents decided to march on Isengard and defeat Saruman. Now because of this difference, there are two moments in the movie which never would have happened. First, Merry doesn't confront the Ents and tell them that they should fight after he learns that they decide not to go to war. Second, Pippin doesn't trick Treebeard into taking them past Isengard in order to get him to see the destruction there. Obviously, these events never happened because the Ents in the book just decided to go to war. But now picking up from the Ents marching towards Isengard, we still have quite a few changes. So the next thing we need to address is the final portion of the corresponding chapter in the book, which includes some conversation between the hobbits and Treebeard, and the introduction of the horns. So on the same note as what I said before, it's weird in the movie because they kind of flip things by having Merry and Pippin want to go to battle and the Ents deciding not to. In the book, as the Ents are marching towards Isengard, Merry seems nervous for them and asks if they can win this battle. Treebeard assures the hobbits that Ents are strong, and that the enemy formed trolls as counterfeits of Ents, and that Ents are much stronger when they want to be. However, he does inform Merry that it is very possible that they march to their doom. This is a line that they do pull to use in the movie. Then, a bit later after the Ents make it out of the woods, Pippin notices that the forest is moving behind them, and that a great many trees seem to be marching with them, but they aren't Ents. These are Huorns, and they are actually the same trees we see in the movie appearing at Helm's Deep. The major difference between the book and movie here is that the Huorns assist at both Helm's Deep and the Battle of Isengard. In the movie, we see the trees moving towards Helm's Deep, and Treebeard mentions that their business is with the orcs, and his business is with Isengard. These lines are straight from the book, but what the movie leaves out is the fact that some Huorns stayed back and helped the Ents take Isengard, which we'll learn more about here in a moment. Next, we have another timeline related issue, as in the movie we have already seen the forces of Isengard heading towards Helm's Deep in an earlier scene, but in the book this happens right after the Ents arrive at the front gates of Saruman's stronghold. You see, after the Ents go to Isengard, they didn't attack immediately but surrounded the place instead, with Treebeard and some others at the front gate. Suddenly they heard trumpets and then watched from the shadows as they saw thousands of Uruk-hai and orcs heading out and marching away. Then, after the Uruk-hai had left, the Ents and Huorns attacked. And speaking of the attack, that brings us to the next changes, all of which are in regard to this battle. But first, I just wanted to mention that the entire account of what happened during and after this attack actually comes from Pippin and Merry as they fill the others in on the events. In the book, after Gandalf and company arrive at Isengard after their win at Helm's Deep, Legolas, Aragorn, and Gimli stay with the hobbits and hear their full tale. After all, the three companions spent days hunting for the halflings and deserved to know what they had been up to. But anyway, the scenes we get in the movie really simplify the strategic event. So here are a few changes regarding this account. First, the order of the battle is slightly different. In the movie, they get straight into the fight, but in the book, it's a bit slower. Although Ents are big, the walls and gate of Isengard must have been quite large to keep them out, because in the book, we learn that they had to break down the gate and walls before charging in. Second, Saruman must have been watching his army leave to go to Helm's Deep, because as the Ents destroyed the gate, he was seen fleeing from the walls into his tower. After he made it into his tower, he set to work his industry, and the pits of Isengard began spewing fire and fumes, which angered the Ents even more as a couple of them got set on fire. Third, although this angered the Ents and caused them to throw themselves at Orthanc, Treebeard realized quickly that they were making no progress there, so he called for the Ents to surround him, and they must have formed a plan because Merry and Pippin saw them back away from the tower and set up a watch so that Saruman could not escape. It's also key to mention that they questioned and then freed the men employed at Isengard, and as for the orcs, the Huorns took care of them. But anyway, this moment is quite different from the movie, as clearly there was now a standstill in the battle, with the Ents simply watching the tower where Saruman was hiding. The movie shows a constant stream of action from the start of the attack until the valley is flooded. But speaking of the flooding, that brings us to the next change, as Merry and Pippin then went on to tell their companions that at this break time, they wandered around where they could while avoiding the windows of Orthanc. Eventually, after a day of wandering, they made their way to the northern part of the circle and saw Ents and Huorns digging pits and trenches in which they were gathering loads of water from the Isen. This is different from the movie because in the film we see a dam already built, but in the book there doesn't seem to be one. It was actually the Ents and trees which diverted the water from the river to eventually flow into Isengard. Treebeard told Merry and Pippin that once it was ready, they would use it to wash away the filth from the valley. Also, I want to correct a mistake from my previous episode about Helm's Deep, because at the end I mentioned that Theoden and his company saw the ford of Isen was dry because of Saruman's dam, when in reality this was just because the Ents were gathering water at that time. After they finished, that is when the water went back to normal. I know a few of you commented that on the last episode, so thanks for pointing that out. Now before we get to the official release of that water and the climax of the battle, we have one more crazy removal, which is the appearance of Gandalf. That's right, in the book, Gandalf shows up at Isengard during this time in Limbo before the Ents release the waters. He meets with Treebeard at the gates of Isengard, to the shock of Merry and Pippin, who had no idea he was alive. If you remember, the movie changed this so that Merry and Pippin had already met Gandalf the White after meeting Treebeard and Fangorn. But in the book, this would have been their first time seeing him since his fall in Moria. Due to the nature of the perilous times, however, Gandalf could not linger and quickly departed after conversing with Treebeard. The only instruction he gave them was to stay away from Orthanc as Saruman could still be dangerous. And that is another small change you might have picked up on here so far, which is that the hobbits really aren't involved in this fight. In the movie, we see them throwing rocks from atop Treebeard, but this multi-day attack on Isengard really didn't include them. They spent much of their time walking around and avoiding the battle. But anyway, after this visit from Gandalf, the hobbits went to their hiding place, and that night the waters of Isen were released. The Ents spent quite some time continuing to pump water into the valley and fill Saruman's pits, which steamed and bubbled up. Merry and Pippin nearly drowned in the guard room where they hid, but were saved after finding a winding staircase which led them to a higher place. Eventually, after quite some time, the Ents put the water back to its regular course, and Isengard drained, now finally cleansed of its filth. At least, part of it. As we know, we still have Saruman to deal with, which we'll get to at the beginning of the next movie. For now, that wraps up Merry, Pippin, and Treebeard's involvement and changes, as their finding a storeroom and Longbottom Leaf actually does happen in the book. It actually foreshadows Saruman's involvement in the Shire, which was removed from the film, but that's not an issue for today. For now, let's move on to the second half of this week's episode and discuss our other two halflings and their time in Osgiliath. For the most part, these changes are a lot less than what we just covered with Merry and Pippin, for the main reason that none of this ever happened. Honestly, that's the one big change, because as we know, Faramir released the hobbits and Gollum way back in Ithilien. But that doesn't mean these moments in Osgiliath don't have corresponding text in Tolkien's original work. So keeping in mind that this whole sequence is made up, here are the notable moments from these Osgiliath scenes. First, we have a moment in Osgiliath which shows Sam shouting at Faramir and informing him of what happened to his brother. This happens after Faramir instructs his men to take the halflings to Denethor. This seems to be the turning point for movie Faramir as he finally learns about his brother's downfall. In the book, as we already discussed in our Faramir episodes, he learns about Boromir at Haneth Unun, the hideout of the Rangers. After they have their feast, Sam lets it slip what happened to Boromir, although not in the same manner that we see here in the movie. Second, the moment with the Nazgul and Frodo might be one of the most talked about discrepancies between the book and movie adaptation. I feel like I get a comment about this at least once per video. In reality, this would have never happened, as the relationship between the ring and the Nazgul doesn't work exactly like what they show on screen. More specifically, the fact that the fell beast would have been able to determine exactly where Frodo was and lunge at him in the daylight is extremely unlikely. The Nazgul cannot see clearly in the seen world, and without Frodo putting the ring on, which he doesn't, it just wouldn't make sense for this to happen. Anyway, our third similarity is the speech that Sam gives after this Nazgul attack. This speech is inspired by, with some lines directly pulled from, their time on the stairs of Cirith Ungol. This is a long string of dialogue between Sam and Frodo, which is also used during the final scene of the movie when Frodo and Sam are walking through the woods and talking about their tale, and Frodo mentions Samwise the Brave. I know die-hard Lord of the Rings fans like to hate on this Osgiliath scene, since it literally doesn't happen in the book, but I mean, come on, this is one of the most iconic movie speeches ever and makes me tear up almost every time I see it. How can you not love it? But moving on, the next thing we see is Faramir coming to his senses and agreeing to let the halflings go. We see him confront Gollum, and this is directly pulled from the book. Again, it's almost the same exchange, just with the difference of location, but here's what happens in the book. After briefly interrogating Gollum and then handing him back over to Frodo at the Rangers' hideout, Faramir asks what path they will take. He then gets it out of Gollum that they're going through Cirith Ungol, and after this, Faramir sends Gollum away with one of his men, and then privately speaks with Frodo and warns him of Cirith Ungol. Frodo is insistent that they must go that way unless Faramir knows of another, but Faramir cannot direct them anywhere else. So he simply warns the hobbits to be wary of Gollum as he senses that he is murdered before. Then he tells the hobbits to rest up, and it isn't until the next morning that they depart. Now before going to the last part of the scene, I just wanted to mention something which is omitted in the movie, and that is the provisions that Faramir gave Frodo and Sam. Obviously, since they part ways under better circumstances in the book, he provides them with supplies, namely food and 2 staves. After supplying them and then blindfolding the hobbits and Gollum, they were led out of the hideout and into the woods. Once a good distance from their secret cave, their blindfolds were removed and Faramir bid them farewell in the manner of his people, embracing them and kissing their foreheads. Then after the Rangers left, the 3 companions were alone in the woods, and that is kind of where the movie picks up from after they escape Osgiliath. And that brings us to the final change, which is that Gollum did not plan to kill the hobbits using Shelob at this point in the story. In the movie, after hearing Frodo and Sam talk, we pan to Gollum, who is talking to himself about the ring, and the movie ends on an ominous note as we just hear him say that she could do it, meaning that Shelob could kill the hobbits. But this is actually a conversation pulled from way earlier in the book, which I mentioned many episodes ago. You see, this inner dialogue between Smeagol and Gollum actually happened in the Dead Marshes, and would have ended with Gollum wringing Frodo's neck if Sam wouldn't have stopped it. However, the lines of Gollum saying that he could have Shelob kill the hobbits comes from the Dead Marshes chapter. Of course, in the movie, Peter Jackson and the other writers created a much more complex character out of Gollum, making the viewer think that his journey was a roller coaster of bad to good, back to bad, constantly flipping based on the circumstances. Tolkien's version kind of has him bad all the way through. He of course can hide it well, but there's never a point of him coming to his senses and getting rid of his Gollum side. After all, in the book, the Rangers don't abuse him, which is the main thing that the movie uses to have him flip back to Gollum. So that being said, having the movie end on this note is just a flip-flop of timeline, although it isn't totally inaccurate, as it is a fact that Gollum planned on using Shelob to get rid of the hobbits and claim the ring. But that's something we can cover more in The Return of the King. On that note, that wraps up all of the changes not just for the hobbits in this movie, but for the Two Towers film in general. It's crazy to think that we're already through the second movie, and we'll be heading on to the Return of the King next week. Make sure you prepare for that, as right at the beginning we have one of the most insane changes Peter Jackson made in the whole trilogy, which is Saruman's demise. As always, be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and check out the series playlist to catch up on any episodes you might have missed so far. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode.